Inside a pressure cooker classroom at Jiangcheng No. 2 High School, the chalkboard screams that there's only one day left until the unified exam, and the homeroom teacher, Chen Fan, is dishing out the last-minute instructions. He tells the liberal arts kids to get their pencils ready, but gives a much grimmer reminder to the martial arts hopefuls to prep their combat gear and weapons. Teacher Chen Fan then lays it on thick, warning everyone about the not-so-small chance of getting unalived during the martial arts college entrance exam. He pretty much begs any student with an awakened ability below D level to just stay home. From his desk, a dude named Shu Jing Ming cracks a smirk, totally feeling like that warning was custom-made for him. He's thinking, yep, I definitely got isekai'd into this world called Blue Star. It's got all the tech from his old world, but with the added bonus of being infested with ferocious, bloodthirsty monsters. To even the odds, some humans started popping superpowers. In this reality, you hit 16 and boom, you awaken an ability. Ranked on a scale from a measly F to a god tier S. Problem is, most folks are lucky if they even pull a skill between F and D. As he mulls over his own awesome power, a pathetic little spark of lightning fizzles on his finger. He lets out an internal sigh. His ability is a rock-bottom E-grade, weak electricity. He grimaces, knowing its output is about as threatening as a dollar store taser. While Shu Jing Ming is lost in self-pity, a blonde classmate, Huang Tian, raps on his desk. He sneers, asking if Shu Jing Ming is actually dumb enough to still take the martial arts exam. He calls him E-grade trash and says he'll just bring shame to the whole school. Huang Tian then graciously suggests Shu Jing Ming should stick to liberal arts, even offering him a future as a lowly clerk in his family's company. Before Shu Jing Ming can fire back a witty retort, a female classmate, Lin Qing, shoots up from her seat and tells Huang Tian to go pound sand. Totally ticked off, Huang Tian scoffs at her and vows to show everyone who's boss during the exam. As he storms off, he glances back for one last cruel jab, predicting Shu Jing Ming is going to end up as a red stain on the exam grounds. After the jerk finally leaves, Lin Qing turns to Shu Jing Ming, her face etched with concern. She tells him to just ignore Huang Tian's garbage talk and gently hints that switching to liberal arts might be the smart play. Shu Jing Ming just sits there listening, his face a complete blank slate. Deep in thought, Shu Jing Ming stares down at his Grand Xia Unified Exam registration form. So the paperwork officially stamps him with a dinky E-level elemental ability. In the glorious Great Xia Kingdom, your school choices are basically Bookworm or Beast Slayer. Folks with bargain bin abilities like his can just choose liberal arts and live a painfully normal life. But the martial arts path? Yeah, that's a one-way ticket to the danger zone. To even get a sniff of a decent university, students have to dive into a monster-infested arena and literally fight for their lives. No pressure, right? Once you're in, after years of getting your butt kicked in training, even a total nobody can supposedly level up into a real powerhouse. So yeah, Shu Jing Ming gets why his teacher and Lin Qingli are freaking out. They're pretty sure he's signing his own death warrant. But hey, it's not like he can just hide from the monster apocalypse forever. And just thinking about it brings back a super fun memory of a little thing called a beast tide, where he was just a kid, bawling his eyes out over his parents' lifeless bodies. Good times. That little trip down memory lane totally fuels his fire. He is so done with being a helpless bystander. Full of newfound determination, he shoves his registration form in the air and basically yells, "I'm picking the murder exam." Fast forward to sunset, and we find our boy Shu Jing Ming in a training hall, going absolutely ham with a long spear. He's trying to juice up his weapon with that little spark of his, making some cool-looking blue lightning dance along the shaft. And with a mighty battle cry, he unleashes a powerful swing. And just like that, his battery is completely drained. He lets out a massive yawn, whines about being totally wiped, and dramatically faceplants onto the mat. His spear clatters right next to him. Sprawled out on the floor like a starfish, Shu Jing Ming starts contemplating his so-called training. He's been at this spear thing for 2.5 years, and despite all that time, his skill level is still firmly stuck on noob. He even dropped 300,000 big ones on a fancy spear technique called Lightning Gale Break, which, in his head, makes him slightly times less pathetic than your average E-class scrub. As he's lying there, questioning his life choices, a seriously grim thought pops into his brain. He's well aware the "you're probably gonna die" rate for students below D-class in this exam is skyrocketing every single year, and that just makes him even more stubborn. To get into one of those fancy, awakened universities, He's got to be ready to throw down with everything he's got. He peels himself off the floor and stumbles over to a machine, balling up his fist. As his hand gets close to the machine's panel, bam! A blue holographic screen pops out of nowhere, flashing the magic words, "System activating." Shu Jing Ming's eyes bulge as his brain totally short-circuits trying to process what in the world is going on. The system activation wraps up, and a new prompt flashes, asking if he wants to claim his newbie loot box. Still sprawled on the floor like a dropped noodle, it hits him. This could be the legendary cheat system, the holy grail for every transmigrator. His shock flips into pure, manic excitement. A massive, face-splitting grin spreads across his face as he daydreams about what's inside that gift package. The system, having absolutely zero chill, just goes ahead and drops the bombshell. An S-rank super ability and 200 ability points. He's literally speechless. An S-rank ability is basically a myth. In a major league country like Xiaowa, anyone with one of those gets instantly snatched up by top universities and groomed into an absolute powerhouse. Shu Jing Ming is completely floored by this insane stroke of luck. The revelation fills him with a ridiculous amount of hope. He realizes that even though he was born as bottom-of-the-barrel, E-rank trash, this system is his golden ticket to completely flip the script on his destiny. With a grin full of grit, he holds out his hand, his old pathetic electricity crackling weakly, and practically yells, "Claim." He smashes that accept button without a second thought. Instantly, 3 system windows pop up like he clicked a sketchy ad. The newbie gift package is officially claimed. 200 ability points have been deposited into your account, and the system begins the download for his shiny new S-rank ability, Purple Cloud Thunder, God's Lightning. The power surges straight into his heart like a freight train. And let me tell you, the installation process is excruciatingly painful. A ridiculous amount of power erupts from within him as violent purple lightning rips through his body, shredding his shirt to confetti. A progress bar materializes, slowly crawling upwards as the energy inside him goes absolutely nuclear, completely trashing the inside of his room. The explosion is so intense it blows the freaking apartment window clean out. Naturally, this little light show doesn't go unnoticed by the people on the street below. A woman points up at the bizarre energy storm while her kid asks, "Mommy, what's that?" Some guy is frantically screaming into his phone, telling someone to call the fire department for the Shu family's kid. Like right now. Inside, Shu Jing Ming is writhing in the electric slide of pure agony as the integration meter creeps past 50%. On the streets, everyone's looking up as the sky suddenly turns dark and looks super ticked off. Then, above the apartment, a colossal dragon made of pure, crackling blue lightning just casually appears in the sky. This kind of spectacle is basically a dinner bell for the city's most powerful individuals. Some dude in a high-rise penthouse is wondering if a high-level beast is invading the city. Elsewhere, a military commander is screaming orders, putting Jiang Cheng's entire 3rd Legion on high alert. The lightning dragon coils through the heavens before nosediving straight back down, cramming all of its insane energy right into Shu Jing Ming's body. Shu Jing Ming belts out one last shriek as the system's progress bar skyrockets to 100%. The blinding light and agony just vanish, leaving behind a simple little message: ability transformation complete. That insane surge of power finally chills out, leaving Shu Jing Ming standing in his totally wrecked training room. He slowly balls his hand into a fist, feeling the ridiculous amount of power he's now packing. Nasty blue and purple lightning starts crackling all around his hand. A cocky grin spreads right across his face. He can already tell this S-rank ability is on a whole other level. Man, his old power felt like a dinky little taser compared to this. But this new juice feels like it could turn someone into dust with a single tap. His hype train gets a little derailed when he finally takes a look at the mess he's made. The windows are blown out, and the walls are totally spiderwebbed with cracks. He's thinking, yikes, that was a little loud, but at least he's glad he managed to keep some of that energy on a leash. Then it hits him the other part of his reward, 200 sweet ability points. He mutters to himself, "All right, what do you guys do?" As he taps the system interface, the system lays it out. You get ability points by wrecking fierce beasts, and you can spend them to boost your levels and skills. That trollish grin comes right back to his face. He's absolutely loving this ridiculously simple cheat system and tells it, "Yo, open up the system panel." A super detailed stat screen pops up, showing off his brand new profile. There it is, his name, his level as a lowly, unranked awakened, and his shiny new S-rank ability, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, and those 200 beautiful, spendable ability points. With the big unified exam just a single day away, Shu Jing Ming's eyes start to glow. He knows he's got to spend these 200 points smart to max out his combat power for the big day. Lightning crackles around his fist as he commands the system. All right, let's pump up the stats. Shu Jing Ming decides to play it smart and use his points logically. His logic is simple. All abilities come from your body and your spirit, right? So he decides to juice up those two stats first. As the system starts crunching the numbers and allocating the points, his physique and spirit stats start shooting up. A massive wave of dark purple energy just erupts and swirls all around him. He looks a little out of it, just amazed by the feeling of his life force, and even his thoughts getting a major boost. Balling up his fist again, he can feel the raw power crackling through his veins. Just for kicks, he throws a test punch, and a freaking vortex of blue and purple lightning erupts from his fist, a light show of destructive energy that totally blows his old self out of the water. He stares at his own hand, arcs of pure power zapping around his fingers, and it clicks by juicing up his base stats. His grip on his combat skills and abilities has leveled up too. The system panel chimes in to confirm the epic upgrade, flashing that his physique is now a solid 141, and his spirit is a whopping 160. The system helpfully points out that every single ability point was worth 0.2 units of either vital or spirit energy. A cocky grin stretches across his face. He's thinking, with this kind of juice, acing the entrance exam for an Awakener University is going to be a total cakewalk. But then he wonders, how does he stack up against the other 700,000 hopefuls in the province, especially those so-called geniuses who've been training since they were in diapers? Welp, only one way to find out. He casually flicks his spear up from the wreckage with his foot, catching it smoothly and slinging it over his shoulder. He's made up his mind. It's time to hit the martial arts hall and see what this new power level really means. Just as he's about to head out, his apartment door is suddenly blasted open. A team of 3 firefighters storms in, fully geared up for a 5-alarm blaze, leaving Shu Jing Ming completely gobsmacked. The lead firefighter, scanning the room and seeing a distinct lack of, fire, looks totally bewildered. He stammers that they got a call about an inferno at this address. Standing in his self-inflicted disaster zone, Shu Jing Ming, cool as a cucumber, just explains that the commotion was him practicing his abilities and that everything's totally fine now. The fire chief just nods, accepting the explanation. Honestly, weird stuff happening with awakened folks is just another Tuesday for him. He gets on the radio and tells his team to stand down. As he's heading out, he glances back at Shu Jing Ming, a look of pure admiration on his face, thinking to himself, man, the kids these days are absolute monsters if this is just practice. A few moments later, the fire truck pulls away from the curb. Shu Jing Ming, now suited up in his school uniform with his spear in tow, is strolling down the street when a neighbor he calls Uncle Yang spots him. He shouts out, asking if he's all right after that whole fire scare. Shu Jing Ming just waves it off, reassuring him it's all handled. Uncle Yang's eyes land on the spear, and he gives him a thumbs up for being so dedicated, practicing his heart out even with the big exam just a day away. And so, our story explains that in this world, martial arts halls are a pretty big deal. To advance, an awakened has to grind both their physique and spirit stats. These halls are basically the perfect gyms for doing just that, which are a godsend, 'cause let's be real, not everyone's rolling in dough for a private dojo. The 2 big players on the dojo scene are the Thunder Hall and the Brutal Bear Hall. And so, our hero, Shu Jing Ming, graces the Thunder Martial Arts Hall with his presence. A quick system update. Brutal Bear Hall is basically a pay-to-win server, reserved for the trust fund kids. Thunder Hall, on the other hand, is the free-to-play option for us common folk in high school, which explains why the place is absolutely mobbed. Inside the chaotic gym, Shu Jing Ming spots a familiar face in the sea of wannabe warriors. The girl with the long black hair and red eyes is Tangi, a.k.a. his cousin. He strolls over and casually asks what she's doing, slumming it at Thunder Hall. Totally caught off guard, Tangi sputters that she's just tagging along with a friend, playing the part of the polite cousin. Shu Jing Ming gives a little wave and dips out, telling Tangi and her crew to have fun sightseeing while he goes to get some actual work done. As he makes his exit, Tangi stares after him, a thought bubble popping up. He seems different. Meanwhile, her super bubbly friend, Xiao Ya, is instantly smitten by Shu Jing Ming's glow-up, gushing about how handsome he is and demanding to know his name. Tangi deadpans, "That's my cousin, Shu Jing Ming. He's a 3rd year too, and he's actually taking the big martial arts exam tomorrow." Xiaoya practically melts, declaring he's total boyfriend material. Some guy in their group starts clowning on her for falling so fast, and she just owns it completely. Hearing this blatant thirst, Tangi decides it's time to drop a reality bomb on her friend's little fantasy. She drops the news. Shu Jing's awakened ability is a measly E rank. And just like that, Xiaoya's daydream shatters into a million pieces as she wails, "Oh, what a total waste of a handsome face." The guy from before just smirks, muttering that it's brave for an E-ranker to even think about taking the martial arts exam. Tangi's expression turns serious, though, firing back. Being brave is one thing, but this is just reckless. Anyway, shaking off the gloomy vibe, Tangji reminds them they're supposed to be checking out the hall. Xiaoya, still a little heartbroken, quickly agrees, casually flexing that she spent all of high school at the pricey, brutal Bear Hall and that kicking back before the exam is a solid plan. Meanwhile, our protagonist, Shu Jing Ming, has already snagged himself an empty training room. He squares up to a massive target, spear in hand. But as he gets a grip, the spear feels like a toothpick. Then it hits him. The spear isn't different. He is. His stats have gone way, way up. He figures this old starter weapon probably can't keep up with his new build anymore. But with the exam breathing down his neck tomorrow, there's zero time to go gear hunting. Alright. First things first, he decides to see what this new bod can do raw. No flashy lightning powers. He sucks in a deep breath, grips the spear like he means business, and just unloads on the target. The spear smashes dead center into the target with enough force to make its ancestors weep. A beautiful spiderweb of cracks blossoms across the face of the supposedly state-of-the-art training target. The scoreboard flashes a respectable 321. Good thing the gear in here is made of some fancy memory metal, or else it would have been turned into scrap. Shu Jing's jaw just about hits the floor. His raw, unadulterated power has literally doubled. He knows for a fact that your average, run-of-the-mill unranked scrub tops out around 100 calories. This puts his base strength in a whole other league. Satisfied, but far from finished, he decides it's time to test out the new S-rank toy. His eyes flare up with a brilliant blue glow as he starts to summon the purple heaven's divine thunder. Wild arcs of purple and blue lightning start breakdancing all over his body. With a gravity-defying leap, he brings the spear down with the wrath of a thunder god. The impact creates a massive electrical boom that shakes the room. He glances up at the new score. A ridiculous 3,021 calories. Shu Jing is absolutely buzzing. This S-rank power is the real deal. To put that in perspective, the benchmark for a legit first-tier awakened is a measly 1,000 calories. And here he is, still technically a rookie, throwing down numbers like a mid-level pro. This just shows how broken his potential is. But oh, he's not done yet. With purple lightning still sizzling around him, he basically declares, "You ain't seen nothing yet? It's time to pull out his real trump card." A technique that stacks his buffed-up strength, his busted ability, and all his combat know-how into one glorious, over-the-top attack. He funnels every last drop of juice he has into the spear, which is now practically screaming with intense purple lightning. He winds up and swings the spear in a massive arc. Just as the tip is about to make contact, all that chaotic lightning collapses into a single, blindingly bright orb of pure power. With a roar of break, he lets it all fly. The spear hits home, and the result is a cataclysmic explosion of purple energy that completely vaporizes the target's personal space. The sheer force of the blast sends a shockwave ripping through the entire martial arts hall. Over in the main stadium, students are getting rattled, with one of them yelling out, asking if they're having an earthquake. Back on the training floor, Tanji, Xiaoya, and their crew are sent stumbling for their lives. Their buddy immediately recognizes the insane energy signature, pointing out that this is the kind of power you only see from a times-true times awakener. They're wondering if some new high-level awakener just showed up, since all the known powerhouses train at the other hall. Totally hooked by the mystery, Tangi says, "Dude, we have to go see what that was." The crew follows the intense energy trail down the corridor, and as they whip around a corner, they run smack into Shu Jing Ming. He's just casually leaving the area, his spearhead now sneakily wrapped in cloth, when Tangi calls out, totally shocked to see him there. Shu Jing Ming, playing it cool, just says he's heading home to cram for the exam, acting like he didn't just unleash the apocalypse. His friend wishes him luck, but then immediately dismisses him, telling the group to just forget that guy, and pointing to the room Shu Jing Ming just left. "The energy blast came from in there," he says, as the group cautiously approaches the door. Peeking inside, they're met with a scene of absolute, jaw-dropping devastation. The state-of-the-art memory metal target has been completely annihilated. And the reinforced wall behind it? It's now a massive crater of rubble. The whole room is a total wreck. Tanji, Xiaoya, and the others can only gawk in pure, unadulterated shock. They're completely unable to wrap their heads around the level of raw power that was just unleashed in a high school training room. Staring at the absolute carnage, Xiaoya gasps that it even blasted straight through the advanced memory metal, which would require a ridiculously powerful attack. She's baffled, wondering if any high schooler in their entire city of Zhangchangjian is actually capable of that. The brown-haired guy in the group completely shoots down that idea. Touching the edge of the crater, he says the leftover energy feels way too savage for any high school student. He guesses it had to be some powerful second-order ability user who took a wrong turn and ended up on the student floor. Another friend immediately agrees with that theory. He adds that not even a prodigy from the provincial capital could cause this much damage, making it flat-out impossible for someone like that to be in their small-time city. Xiaoya, though, isn't buying it. She pipes up with a completely different theory. She points out that the only person they saw anywhere near the room was Shu Jing Ming, and excitedly suggests he might be a hidden super genius. Her friends practically laugh in her face, with one asking if she's been reading too many fantasy novels. The other one scoffs, pointing out that Shu Jing Ming is a well-known E-class user who'd be lucky to break an attack strength of 300. Her friend then offers what he considers a much more sensible explanation. He suggests the real powerhouse just ducked out through the other corridor. He then turns to Tangi, who's been dead silent the whole time, and asks for her 2 cents. Tangi just shrugs. Could be. And strolls over to play detective with the wreckage. As her fingers trace the lines of absolute devastation on the wall, she spots impact marks that scream long spear. And, wouldn't you know it, a picture of her cousin and his trusty spear pops right into her head. The gears in her head start turning, and a heavy suspicion begins to form as she silently wonders if Shu Jing Ming entering the martial arts exam is less about bravery and more about him having a serious death wish. The next morning, the sun is shining. The birds are singing a perfect day for a bunch of teenagers to go fight for their lives in the martial arts exam. Bus after bus rolls up to this absolute fortress of a venue, looking like a field trip to a war zone. They're dumping out a sea of students armed to the teeth, and wading through the crowd is none other than our boy, Shu Jing Ming. He's strolling in like he owns the place, spear casually slung over his shoulder, not a care in the world. All the other students are glued to this massive fence, their faces a hilarious mix of, whoa, and I'm gonna die. Some poor soul starts freaking out, whining that the beasts in previous years were basically glorified petting zoo animals. Yeah, the general vibe is that this year's exam is set to nightmare mode. Just as the collective panic attack is about to peak, some loudmouth with an ego problem decides to cut through the chatter. It's some pretty boy with long hair and a comically large sword, and he's literally scoffing at everyone for being scared. He smugly announces that if you can't even handle a simple unicorn rhinoceros, you're basically worthless trash. This, of course, shuts everyone up. Nearby, Shu Jing's best bud, Lu Ji, leans over and asks, "Who's this clown?" Shu Jing Ming casually drops his name, Zhou Mingyang. Liu Ji's eyes go wide, explaining that Zhou Mingyang is basically a local legend, a so-called genius with a B-class ability, who's already powered up to become a first-order ability user, which is, completely insane for a high schooler. But Shu Jing Ming just glances at this prodigy with a smirk, a competitive fire lighting up in his eyes. His internal monologue is basically, "All right, pretty boy, let's see who's really top dog here." Suddenly, a booming voice that could wake the dead rips through the air, demanding every candidate's attention. A tough-as-nails guy with a nasty scar and a military getup introduces himself as Wang Haiyang, A.K.A., the head honcho in charge of this whole chaotic mess. Hopping onto a military jeep, he announces he's going to go over the important precautions, which is code for how not to die in the first 5 minutes. Commander Wang Haiyang lays it out. The exam is a grueling 12 hours, from 9 in the morning to 9 at night. He then gestures dramatically at the sprawling, post-apocalyptic-looking town that's going to be their playground of pain. He breaks it down for them. The whole place is split into 4 zones: outer, central, inner, and the core. The rules are simple. You get points for every beast you take down. And the bigger and badder they are, the more points you rack up. And that's when the commander's face gets dead serious, delivering one last warning. Calling the core area a bonus round meant only for the top-tier students. He basically tells everyone to know their place and act, within their limits, not to foolishly get themselves deleted for a higher score. Hearing this, Shu Jing Ming sizes himself up. Before his recent glow-up, he'd have been stuck farming mobs in the outer area. But now, absolutely juiced with power, he's dead set on blitzing the inner circle and maybe even taking a crack at that so-called bonus round. An announcement blares for all the students to grab their exam starter packs. Shu Jing Ming and his buddy roll up to their teacher, Chen Fan, who's busy dishing out tactical go-bags. Shu Jing Ming gets his, finding a smartwatch for scorekeeping, a pack stuffed with energy bars, a drink, a medkit, and a panic button, a safety ball that deploys a high-voltage nope field to repel beasts. As teacher Chen Fan hands over the gear to Shu Jing Ming, he drops one final piece of fatherly advice. He reminds Shu Jing Ming that staying alive is priority one, even if popping the safety ball means an instant fail. Shu Jing Ming gives a respectful nod and thanks his teacher. Just then, a familiar voice calls out his name. He turns to see his classmate, Lin Qing, jogging over to him. She kindly offers him a slot on her team, alongside their class president, Liu Qin, a class big shot who promises he'll protect Shu Jing Ming inside the exam hall. But, of course, another student just had to raise a stink about it, whining that the exam is a cutthroat competition. He complains that carrying an E-rank scrub like Shu Jing Ming is just gonna tank their score. Another teammate angrily agrees, accusing Liu Qin of going back on their strategy. The two haters make it crystal clear they refuse to be saddled with any dead weight. The trash talk immediately sets off Shu Jing Ming's friend, Lu Ji, but Shu Jing Ming calmly holds him back. With a polite but deadly smile, Shu Jing Ming rejects the offer. He tells Liu Qin and Lin Qing he appreciates the kind gesture, but he's planning on running this thing solo. A worried Lin Qing reluctantly accepts his decision, just begging him to be careful. The student who complained smirks, suggesting they go find the powerhouse Huang Tian to party up with instead, letting out a mocking laugh as they bounce. Shu Jing Ming just watches them go, a confident smirk of his own plastered on his face, convinced he's got more than enough juice to snag the top score all by himself. A booming voice suddenly echoes, announcing that the exam has officially begun. A whole fleet of drones zips into the sky, all set to live stream the glorious beatdown. The massive gates swing open, unleashing a tidal wave of students who storm into the ruined city, yelling about their grand ambitions. Lost in that sea of faces are Tang Qi and her crew, some girl who looks dead serious, lugging a massive sword, and the #1 hotshot Zhou Mingyang, who's already flexing his wind powers to launch himself way ahead of the pack. Meanwhile, Shu Jing Ming is keeping his cool. He takes a single, deliberate step, then settles into a smooth, even run, spear in hand, thinking to himself that the party's finally started, and he's more than ready to crash it. As he's cruising along, he gives his smartwatch a quick tap. A holographic screen flickers to life, confirming his identity and flashing the real-time rankings. The top 3 spots are already claimed, with Zhou Mingyang hogging first place with 7 points, followed by a couple of other tryhards. Shu Jing Ming just glances at the leaderboard with a smug little grin. He clocks that Zhou Mingyang is already out there, racking up kills, but that little head start just gets his own competitive juices flowing. While everyone else is messing around in the outer zones, Shu Jing Ming cooks up a much gutsier plan. He decides not to waste a single second and makes a beeline for the high-risk, high-reward core area. But as he ventures deeper into the city's carcass, he suddenly freezes. Just ahead, he stumbles upon a grim little tableau, the motionless body of another student lying in a pool of their own red stuff. Right next to the body is an untouched green safety ball, a silent testament to how insanely fast the attack must have been. The sight of it actually manages to unsettle Shu Jing Ming. It hits him that the student never even got the chance to pop his last-ditch defense. The brutal reality of the exam finally sinks in, and he gets what his teachers and the commander were so worked up about. He thinks to himself that if he hadn't just snagged his S-class ability yesterday, that could have very easily been him decorating the pavement. Shaking it off, he hardens his resolve and accepts the savage nature of this test. He kneels by the fallen student and uses the kid's own smartwatch to call for a body retrieval. He muses to himself that you can't have opportunity without a little bit of risk. All of a sudden, he hears something close by. Peeking out from the shadows of a ruined building, a huge, clawed paw emerges without a sound. A split second later, and out pops a ferocious shadow cat with glowing purple eyes. Shu Jing Ming instantly puts 2 and 2 together about this whole horrifying setup. So, the beasts use the dead student as bait. How cliché, it's a trap. Naturally, the overgrown kitty lunges at him, but despite the shadow cat's supposedly terrifying pounce, Shu Jing Ming remains cool as a cucumber. The beast growls like it's the scariest thing alive as it leaps with incredible speed, its spooky shadow claws all ready for action. But here's the kicker. Shu Jing Ming is even faster. With a smooth, almost lazy movement, he just sidesteps the attack, letting the beast go flying right past him. The shadow cat sticks the landing with style, though. Its glow-in-the-dark purple eyes are locked on its target. He'd heard it had a reputation, what with its agile body, sharp claws, and a bite force of over 1,000 kilograms. A well-deserved newbie killer for sure. It lets out a massive roar, really trying to sell the whole intimidation act to Shu Jing Ming. As he stares down the beast, Shu Jing Ming casually wonders what's supposed to make these things so dangerous anyway. He knows they have this special fear-inducing aura that's meant to paralyze their prey on the spot. He's heard the gossip that most newly awakened people, when they face a real monster for the first time, just completely freeze up under the pressure. They can't even tap into 30% of their strength and just stand there waiting to become lunch. He muses about how rich families hire bodyguards to take their little darlings on field trips into the wilderness, just so they can get used to this aura from a young age. A pay-to-win feature he never had access to. And now, in his first real boss battle, he lazily readies his spear as the shadow cat lunges at him for round 2. The monster closes the gap in a blink, its mouth wide open for the finishing blow. But Shu Jing Ming just stands his ground, looking completely and utterly unimpressed by the whole spectacle. Arcs of purple lightning start crackling along his spear as he channels a bit of power. Then, in one fluid motion, he thrusts the spear forward, its lightning-infused tip piercing the shadow cat's head for an instant kill. He looks down at the dead creature, a thoughtful look on his face. He realizes that whole intimidating aura thing didn't even tickle him. A moment later, a blue holographic window pops up from his smartwatch, like a game notification. Kill confirmed. You have defeated one unranked fierce beast, a shadow cat. Ability points +3. A little pop-up explains that fierce beasts are ranked from 1 to 9, and anything below rank 1 is considered unranked, basically the equivalent of unranked awakened humans. Shu Jing Ming just glances at the map of the venue on his watch, already bored and looking for the next challenge. He figures that offing these beasts is what gets him ability points, but he's totally unimpressed with the pathetic reward, realizing these unranked chumps give him practically nothing. Noticing that the so-called intimidating aura of these fierce beasts doesn't even make him blink, Shu Jing Ming decides there's absolutely no point in wasting his breath in this starter zone. He's made up his mind, get to the real party in the dangerous central area, and fast. So, he starts his trek deeper into the exam's playground. He carves a messy path through the low-tier mobs, effortlessly one-shotting shadow cats, iron-furred pigs, and a bunch of generic wolf-looking creatures. He's snagging a steady 3 to 5 ability points per kill, but then he realizes his strategy has a major flaw. Yeah, he's racking up points, but he's getting 0 actual combat experience. His shiny new S-rank ability is so ridiculously overpowered that it just deletes these unranked beasts instantly, which is great for his ego, but terrible for actually learning how to fight. He also starts thinking about the insane energy cost of his new power-up. It's common sense that higher-ranked abilities are massive energy hogs. Unlike his old, reliable E-rank skill that could run for hours, he can't even keep this S-rank monster going for a full hour. With the whole exam lasting a solid 12 hours, he knows he can't just blow all his energy before he even reaches the main event. He needs a new game plan. He'll stick to killing beasts with just his spear technique to level up his skills and save his juice. And right as he has this brilliant idea, a new, much bigger problem stomps into view. It's a massive, bipedal, unicorn-rhino hybrid, and it looks seriously angry. The beast roars and charges, casually tossing a wrecked car aside like a toy. But instead of running, Shu Jing Ming just plants his feet and decides to meet the charge head-on. The insane impact from the rhino's horn sends him sailing backward through the air. With some slick moves, Shu Jing Ming uses that momentum to flip himself around in midair, perfectly positioning himself right above the monster. Before the rhino can even process what happened, he dives down, lands on its back, and sinks his spear deep into its skull with one perfect, deadly strike. The colossal beast just crumbles to the ground, totally defeated. Barely even breathing hard, Shu Jing Ming is a little surprised by just how much his kill speed has jumped, noting that even a powerhouse like that rhino wasn't much of a warm-up. Then, a crazy thought hits him, and starts to wonder if his spear game just went Super Saiyan without him even noticing. He pulls up his stat screen, and yup, the system confirms his wild guess. His spear technique officially hit the intermediate stage, and his ability points shot up to a juicy 256. He figures, alright, forget everything else. Spamming my spear skill is clearly the cheat code to getting OP. Feeling just how buttery smooth this new intermediate technique is, he gets a devious thought. What if he just pumped it up even more? With a stash of points just waiting to be spent, he decides to go all in and upgrade his spear skill again. The result? Instantaneous. A whole library of god-tier spear techniques and crazy complex moves gets downloaded straight into his brain, hardwiring itself right into his muscle memory. He grabs his head, reeling from the info dump, absolutely floored by the sheer amount of skill he just mainlined. Now, armed with a ridiculous arsenal of new moves, Shu Jing Ming feels his confidence skyrocket. He tightens his grip on his spear and stands there in the middle of the rubble with a grin that screams, "I'm about to ruin someone's day." He practically shouts that he needs to find a first-rank beast, like, right now, to be his new guinea pig. Meanwhile, in a different part of the outer zone, Lin Qing and her crew are cautiously making their way through the streets. All of a sudden, Lin Qing freezes, totally confused. Way off in the distance, she swears she just saw a silhouette that looked suspiciously familiar. She decides to speak up, muttering that she thinks she just spotted Shu Jing Ming. One of her teammates just scoffs at the idea, asking her if she's hallucinating or something. He's like, no way that was Shu Jing Ming. A dude with his pathetic E-rank stats would be asking for a dirt nap coming this deep into the exam zone. Lin Qing has her doubts, but she just can't shake the feeling that it was really her classmate. She starts getting seriously worried about him, but her thoughts are cut short when another teammate yells for them to get over here. The whole squad hustles over to find him standing in front of a massive and very, very freshly dead unicorn rhinoceros. They can see the blood on it is still wet, which means this thing was taken down just a few minutes ago. They check out the killing blow, a super clean, piercing wound straight to the dome, definitely made by some kind of polearm. One of them yells out, "Dude, that's a spear wound." All the pieces suddenly slam into place in Lin Qing's head. The spear wound, the timing, and that silhouette she saw, it all points to one unbelievable conclusion. She whispers, "Could the person I saw really have been Shu Jing Ming?" The same skeptical teammate just laughs in her face at the suggestion, arguing that a unicorn rhinoceros is a monster that only a C-rank awakened could even dream of soloing. Alright. To put an end to this ridiculous debate, one of her teammates pipes up, "Let's just pull up the scoreboard." So, without a second thought, Lin Qingli taps her smartwatch, bringing up the live leaderboard. As the list materializes, her jaw practically hits the floor. Right there, sitting pretty at 46th place with 256 points, is Shu Jing Ming, second high school. She sputters, "No way, it's actually him." Her crew is completely stunned into silence, with faces that screamed, "Error 404, brain not found." They just can't process it. The E-rank scrub they all dissed is somehow chilling in the top 50, their only cope is that it has to be some other dude with the same name. Their entire reality is starting to crumble, leaving them totally mind-blown. Elsewhere, far from all the monster-slaying action, a bunch of suits and VIPs are watching the whole show on massive screens. One guy yawns, pointing out how predictable it is that First High is steamrolling everyone, since they've basically hogged all the top 10 spots. They zoom in on Zhou Mingyang, the golden boy sitting at rank 1 with a whopping 412 points, who's already basically crowned Jiang Cheng's top dog. Another suit muses, "Think he can crack the provincial top 100? A legendary feat that nobody from their city has pulled off in ages." And sitting right there among them is Zhang Wenshan, the big boss of the Jiang Education Bureau. Sporting a smug grin that could power a small city, he chimes in that Zhou Mingyang is totally their city's ace, betting his reputation that the kid will smash into the provincial top 100. He then swivels his chair to face the principals from first and third high and starts laying on the praise thick. The principals, of course, just bow and mumble their thanks. But after buttering up the top dogs, Director Zhang Wen pivots to the principal of second high, the one and only Xiao Yao. He looks down his nose at him and says his school really needs to step it up, pointing out that their best kid is barely clinging to 18th place. The poor principal starts sweating bullets, bowing and tripping over his words to agree. Inside, though, Principal Xiao Yao is absolutely raging. He knows that out of the entire top 50, a pathetic 8 students are from his school. He starts running through his mental roster of star players, including Shu Jing Ming. He's mentally screaming at them to get their heads in the game. But then, he freezes. Wait a minute, Shu Jing Ming? Who the heck is that? He actually says out loud, "Who is this kid? Why have I never heard of this name?" and turns to the teacher next to him, who happens to be Chen Fan, and demands to know about this mystery student, Shu Jing Ming. And when Chen Fan hears that his certified, bottom-of-the-barrel student is somehow in the top 50, his face becomes a priceless portrait of pure, unadulterated shock. He's got to take a deep breath to keep from losing it, mopping the nervous sweat off his forehead. He remembers Shu Jing Ming is just an E-ranker and wonders if the kid's been sandbagging this whole time. But nah, that's just crazy talk. Glaring up at the screens, his frustration is boiling over because he realizes only the top 10 students get their own dedicated camera feed. So there's absolutely no way to see how the heck Shu Jing Ming is racking up this insane score. Meanwhile, back in the exam zone, Shu Jing Ming has already breezed through the outer ring and strolled into the central area, a place that's supposed to be way more dangerous. He casually strolls down the street, crushing a bottle under his boot before pausing to munch on an energy bar. He notices there are actually fewer rampaging beasts around here. He figures it's because the ranked beasts have actual brains and are territorial, which just makes them a bigger pain to deal with. Then, suddenly, his crazy sharp senses ping. His eyes narrow as he declares, "About time, my next target showed up." A split second later, a massive striped beast explodes out from a pile of mangled cars. This thing is a bona fide first-rank fierce beast. An arm-blade tiger, named for the razor-sharp bones sticking out of its forelimbs. And Shu Jing Ming? He just stands there, totally unfazed. He actually chuckles about his good luck, thrilled to run into a first-rank beast this early. With a smirk practically splitting his face, he gets his spear ready, announcing that this big guy is the perfect guinea pig for his newly upgraded spear technique. The arm-blade tiger lets loose a deafening roar and lunges forward, its massive claws primed to rip him to shreds. Shu Jing Ming, however, stays cool as a cucumber. He holds his spear at the ready, and with an almost lazy spin, he effortlessly deflects the tiger's opening pounce, masterfully parrying the beast's savage strike with the shaft of his spear. The sheer force of the impact makes the tiger stumble back a bit. Shu Jing Ming, on the other hand, looks completely and utterly bored. With a cocky smirk spreading across his face, he taunts it. Is that really all the juice a first-tier beast has got? He muses out loud that it'd take at least a Tiger King to make him break a sweat. His little jab obviously enrages the beast. "All right, playtime's over," he declares. "Time to send you packing." Shu Jing Ming flips to the offensive, lunging forward with blinding speed, his spear a literal blur of motion as he lands a clean, deep gash on the tiger's shoulder, instantly drawing blood. The beast screams in pain and rage, but Shu Jing Ming isn't about to give it a coffee break. He's keeping his cool, but his little poke seems to have seriously triggered the rank 1 beast. Oh great, its eyes are now glowing with a nasty teal light as it gets up on its hind legs. It looms over Shu Jing Ming and lets out a window-shattering roar, clearly about to go all out. The arm-blade tiger slams its colossal, bladed paws down in a world-ending swipe, but Shu Jing Ming, with some seriously insane reflexes, dodges the attack and uses the momentum to swing around a freaking lamppost like some kind of action hero, easily avoiding the killer claws and setting himself up for a nasty little surprise. Sticking the landing like a pro after his slick acrobatic stunt, Shu Jing Ming has to admit this Tier 1 beast is a stubborn one. He can see that despite being busted up, the arm-blade tiger is still looking to put up a pathetic, desperate fight. Deciding he's had enough fun, he basically tells it that any more struggling is completely futile. He starts to charge up his signature spear technique, Lightning Gale Break. A gnarly vortex of blue energy erupts around his weapon as he lets out a wicked war cry. He unleashes the move, his body becoming a total blur as he pulls off a devastating spinning attack. The raw energy pouring from his spear creates a storm of slashing light arcs that connect perfectly, making the tiger let out one last pained scream as the move tears it to pieces. The absolutely massive beast collapses to the ground, totally owned. A notification immediately dings on Shu Jing Ming's smartwatch, confirming the kill of a Tier 1 armored tiger and dropping a cool 14 ability points into his lap. He smirks, noting that the payout from a Tier 1 monster is almost double what he gets from some unranked scrub. A whole new, devious perspective starts to dawn on him. He realizes that while this exam hall is a death trap for everyone else, for him, it's a personal, all-you-can-eat buffet for leveling up. With a fresh wave of determination, he vows to farm as many ability points as possible by hunting down the biggest baddies in the building. Back in the audience, the vibe is super tense as the officials and teachers stare at the live rankings. The leaderboard shows Shu Jing Ming is now tied for 32nd place with 328 points. An official swivels his head toward teacher Chen Fan, asking if this surprise contender is actually from his class. Just like that, Chen Fan is the star of the show. The other teachers are practically singing his praises, absolutely floored that only kids from his class managed to crack the top 50 for their whole school. They're all gushing about his amazing teaching methods, but a flustered Chen Fan just waves it off humbly, trying to insist it was all the students' own hard work, not him. But their little powwow gets cut short when someone yells and points at the screen. Shu Jing Ming's ranking just went ballistic again. He shot all the way up to number 25. One of the officials practically shrieks, "How did he just gain 44 points at once?" While director Zhang Wenshan starts crunching the numbers in his head. He remembers that a peak unranked beast is worth a measly 6 tier 8 points, while a low-grade, first-tier beast nets you somewhere between 14 to 16 points. Principal Xiao Yao picks up the train of thought, his face going pale as a ghost. It hits him that the kill count refreshes every 4 seconds, and a completely insane idea starts clicking into place. And that's when director Zhang Wenshan finishes the mind-blowing math. In just 4 seconds, Shu Jing Ming must have taken out either 5 peak unranked beasts or 3 low-grade, first-tier beasts. A satisfied grin spreads across his face as he mutters that they haven't seen a performance like this in ages. He turns to Principal Xiao Yao and is like, "This kid is one heck of a prospect, so why have I never heard of him before?" The principal, still totally bug-eyed and flustered, admits that he just found out about Shu Jing Ming himself, and says they'll have to drag the kid's homeroom teacher over. On cue, he immediately summons a very nervous-looking Chen Fan, telling him to spill the beans on Shu Jing Ming's whole situation for the bigwigs, especially about his talent. So there he is, standing in front of the city's top education brass, and a sweating Chen Fan stammers out the absolutely ridiculous truth. Shu Jing Ming awakened an E-grade ability. Weak electricity. The principal looks like he's just seen a ghost. He's like, "Are you absolutely sure you're not misremembering?" But Chen Fan swears he's got it right. He even adds that he specifically told Shu Jing Ming not to even bother with the exam because of his bottom-of-the-barrel ability. Director Zhang Wenshan is just listening to all this, his curiosity officially piqued. He figures that for a student with a measly E-grade ability to get this far, the kid must be packing some other kind of secret sauce. This whole mystery has him hooked. He decides to just sit back and watch, confidently betting that with Shu Jing's current momentum, he's got to be on the verge of cracking the top 10. And when that happens, they'll finally get a dedicated camera feed on him and see what kind of shenanigans he's pulling. But he throws in a stern warning. If this kid is actually cheating, there's going to be heck to pay. Right as the words leave his mouth, both teacher Chen Fan and Principal Xiao Yao's jaws hit the floor. A fresh update pops up on the leaderboard. Shu Jing Ming has done the unthinkable and smashed his way into the top 10, landing squarely in 9th place. And just a few spots behind him, at number 12, is his own cousin, Tangi. Elsewhere in the exam hall, Tang Chi, now sporting some cute cat ears and a tail, is chilling on top of a defeated beast. She gazes into the distance with a smug little smile. She's now 100% sure her cousin was the one who wrecked the martial arts hall. Even the top-ranked student, Zhou Ming, can't help but notice the new name crashing the party on the leaderboard. He's a little thrown off, noting that with a solid 6 hours left on the clock, some random new face has squeezed into the top 10. He thinks to himself, Shu Jing Ming? Never heard of him. And, because he's now officially in the big leagues, the top 10, a dedicated camera drone gets dispatched to tail Shu Jing Ming. The live feed shows him casually one-shotting another first-tier beast with his spear. As the monster collapses, a notification dings, awarding him another 14 points. He mutters to himself that the beast-slaying grind is way more efficient in the central area. Then he spots the drone and it clicks. He must have broken into the top 10. Looming over his latest victim, Shu Jing takes a moment to think about what this exam is really all about. He gets it. It's a massive flex of strength and potential, where bigger scores mean bigger clout. With that in mind, he figures there's zero reason to keep his true power on the down low. He declares that cracking the top 10 is just the warm-up. But before he takes on the core area, he decides it's time for another power-up. He pulls up his system panel, which shows his spear technique has hit the advanced level, and he's sitting on 312 ability points. He notes with a hint of disappointment that his class hasn't auto-promoted from Awakened. He figures the only way to level up for real and become a true ability user is by learning a special cultivation method, which is totally off-limits during the exam. And since he can't rank up his class, he decides to just keep dumping points into his basic stats. He casually dumps some points, jacking up his physique by a solid 40 and his spirit by 22. Feeling that sweet, sweet power-up rush through his veins, he cracks his knuckles, thinking it's about damn time he strolled into the core area. Before long, he's standing at the gates of the core area. You know, the place with the "do not enter" signs for mere mortals. And what a welcome party it is. A grisly scene unfolds before him, a pack of 9 armored tigers chowing down on what's left of some giant rhino-looking creature. From what a normal person would call a safe distance, Shu Jing Ming sizes up the pack. It doesn't take a genius to spot the big cheese right in the middle, the one that's way bigger and practically screaming, "I'm the boss, the armored tiger king." But intimidated? Pfft, not a chance. All he sees is a giant pile of EXP just waiting to be farmed. He's about to make his move when he picks up on another player in the lobby. With zero hesitation, he calls out, "All right, you can stop lurking in the shadows now." And who should step out from behind a rock but Zhou Mingyang, looking genuinely surprised. He gives props to Shu Jing Ming for his sharp senses, admitting, "So you're the mystery kid who crashed the top 10. Didn't see that coming." Shu Jing Ming, our boy in the spotlight, isn't fazed in the slightest. He instantly clocks the #1 ranked student and shoots back. "And how exactly would you know who I am?" Zhou Mingyang explains that he's made it his business to know every heavy hitter with the guts to step into the core area. And since Shu Jing Ming was the new dark horse that shot up the leaderboard out of nowhere, it was only natural for him to put 2 and 2 together. Zhou Mingyang then admits he's been eyeing the tiger pack for a while, his hand already moving to the hilt of his sword. Shu Jing Ming's eyes narrow instantly. "Hold on, you're not thinking of trying to steal my mobs, are you?" Zhou Mingyang quickly clarifies, holding up a hand. "Whoa there. I'm not here to KS you." He explains that the Armored Tiger King is no joke, it's a seriously powerful mid-grade first-tier beast. And with its crew of 9 other tigers backing it up, it's basically suicide for anyone to take them on alone. He lays out the obvious solution. They should team up to take down the pack. But, of course, Shu Jing Ming shuts him down with 2 simple words. Not needed. The look on his face is pure, unadulterated confidence. He basically declares that he's more than enough to handle this little problem all by his lonesome. Without giving Zhou Mingyang's offer a second thought, Shu Jing Ming casually strolls out into the open, right into the tiger's den. His sudden, nonchalant appearance instantly snaps the entire pack to attention. Warning growls ripple through the air, and the Tiger King, still perched on its dinner, lets out a deafening roar to make it clear who's in charge here. Shu Jing Ming's eyes narrow, scanning his opponents like he's reading their stat sheets. He notes, just as you'd expect from a pack with a king, they're smart enough to form a basic battle line, putting their beefiest members up front. The whole pack is snarling, looking like they're ready to rip him to shreds. They're about to pounce as a unit, but one impatient tiger just can't wait and bolts forward, letting out a massive roar as it leaps. Meanwhile, from his little hidey hole, Zhou Mingyang is watching this whole circus with a look of, is this guy for real? He figures he'll stick around and watch the show, dying to know if Shu Jing Ming is on a suicide mission or if he's actually got the goods to back up that insane swagger. As the furry missile barrels towards him, Shu Jing Ming doesn't even flinch, just stands there looking zen as heck, getting his spear ready. Then, in a flash, he starts whipping that spear around so fast it's just a blur, the shaft practically vanishing into a shimmering circle of death as he powers up his move. And boom. He lets loose a ridiculously wide spin attack, launching a huge wave of energy that just plows through the air, hitting the charging tigers with absolutely zero chill. In one single, savage motion, his spear slices through a bunch of the tigers at the same time, redecorating the street in a lovely shade of crimson. Ping, ping, ping. The system notifications start rolling in, confirming the K, O, S, and handing out those sweet, sweet ability points. The now very dead tigers just drop, piling up on the blood-slicked pavement. Yeah, that first wave? Totally wiped out by one casual swing. You can bet the big boss, the Armored Tiger King, is absolutely fuming over its minions getting deleted. But Shu Jing Ming? He's looking at his handiwork like he just got a B- on a test. He literally mutters that it's a shame his strength stat is still so low, since he couldn't even one-shot the whole mob. The survivors, rallied by their ticked-off king, start closing in, looking for some serious payback for their fallen buddies. The Tiger King lets out a world-shaking roar, a sonic boom designed to scramble his brain. This thing is so loud, it literally blows out the windows on all the nearby buildings, showering the street with glass. Even our boy Zhou Ming, hiding a safe distance away, gets rocked by the shockwave, grabbing his head like he's got the world's worst migraine. But Shu Jing Ming? He's just standing there in the middle of a glass storm, totally unfazed, like it's a light breeze. He knows exactly what the Tiger King is trying to do, and he just gives it a look that says, "Is that all you got?" He then announces that while the big cat might spook some people, it's not even registering on his scare-o-meter. As the rest of the angry furballs leap at him from every direction, Shu Jing Ming moves like water, meeting their charge with effortless style and lethal accuracy, casually batting away one tiger's attack, then pulls a pro-gamer move, using the beast's own body as a launch pad to rocket himself into the air, effortlessly dodging the snapping jaws of another. The Tiger King, spotting what it thinks is an opening, charges in for the kill, but Shu Jing Ming is already 5 steps ahead. Still hanging in the air, he lines up the perfect, decisive strike. With a ridiculously powerful overhead smash, he brings his spear crashing down directly onto the Tiger King's dome. The insane force splits the beast's skull wide open, an instant KO. He sticks the landing like a 10.0 gymnast, as a system notification confirms the kill of an upper-rank, first-order arm-blade tiger, dropping a massive 20 ability points right into his lap. Watching from the bushes, Zhou Ming is completely shell-shocked, sweating bullets with his eyes bugged out, unable to process the absolute beatdown he just witnessed. He's muttering to himself, "No freaking way. One guy can't just solo the entire mob," wondering what kind of cheat code character Shu Jing Ming actually is. Shu Jing Ming, on the other hand, is on cloud 9. He's geeking out over the insane haul of ability points he just farmed from the Tiger Pack. He's practically buzzing, wondering just how many points he can rack up before this 12-hour exam is over. Knowing that more points mean more power, he decides it's time to speed run to the next monster spawn. But before he can take off, Zhou Ming comes scrambling out of his hiding spot, demanding to know how Shu Jing Ming just steamrolled those tigers with nothing but a long spear. He's practically yelling, "Is your ability a reinforcement type or something?" Trying to make sense of his ridiculous physical stats. Without even slowing down, Shu Jing Ming just leaps away, casually calling back, "Nah, I'm a lightning type." Zhou Ming is left absolutely fuming, completely refusing to believe that lame excuse. He clenches his fists in pure frustration, convinced Shu Jing Ming is just looking down on him. Then, a horrible thought hits him. He realizes that with all those fresh kills, Shu Jing's score has to be catching up to his. He frantically pulls up the leaderboard on his smartwatch, and to his absolute, soul-crushing horror, he sees that Shu Jing Ming didn't just catch up, he blew right past him. The leaderboard now shows Shu Jing Ming sitting pretty in first place with 1,122 points, while he's been booted down to second with 985. The reality of it all sinks in, and he just lets out a raw scream of utter defeat. Back in the viewing stands, the officials are losing their minds with excitement. Director Jiang Wen jumps to his feet, shouting that Shu Jing's god-tier spearmanship is proof that he's a true one-in-a-million genius. He gives a beaming Principal Xiao Yao a proud slap on the shoulder. He's practically shouting from the rooftops that with Shu Jing Ming repping them, Zhongcheng is a shoo-in for the provincial top 100. He even promises to hook up the second high school with some sweet digs after the exam, sending the principal into a fit of happy tears. Principal Xiao Yao is just a complete emotional wreck right now, thinking what an absolute bombshell Shu Jing Ming turned out to be, finally giving his school a moment in the sun. 3 hours later, deep in the core zone, Zhou Mingyang is wandering the streets, looking totally bewildered. He's muttering to himself, wondering where the heck all the fierce beasts went. A voice from behind him chimes in, suggesting he should probably ask the guy at rank number 1. He spins around to see his cousin Tangji, along with fellow top rankers Wu Ha and Meng Di. Tangji just casually gestures to the deserted streets, explaining that Shu Jing Ming has already cleared out every last beast. She says they couldn't find a single monster to fight, so they had to join forces, leaving Zhou Mingyang utterly speechless. He just can't process how one guy could have possibly wiped the entire core zone clean. Tanji gives Zhou Ming that "oh, you sweet summer child" look, telling him it's obvious he's new to the big leagues. And just to prove her point, she tells him to take a gander at her cousin's current score, pulling up the leaderboard on her smartwatch. Zhou Mingyang's jaw hits the floor as he stares at the ridiculously huge number next to Shu Jing Ming's name. 3,435 points. That's more than triple his own score. He just stammers in disbelief, while Tangyi coolly breaks down the insane math. She explains that even after subtracting the roughly 700 points Shu Jing Ming farmed in the central zone, he still managed to rake in over 2,500 points. That means he single-handedly took down almost 200 fierce beasts in the core zone alone. A bead of sweat rolls down Zhou Mingyang's face as the terrifying reality sets in. It wasn't that Shu Jing Ming was worried about kill stealing. This absolute madman planned to monopolize the whole zone from the very beginning. Wu Ha then lays out their current, desperate situation. With just a few hours left, the remaining top students have been forced into an alliance. Their Hail Mary plan is to charge into the innermost core zone, a place they know is swarming with upper-rank beasts and even a second-order beast king. He flat-out admits that going in solo is basically asking for a dirt nap. Meng Di then formally extends an invitation for Zhou Ming to join their party, and seeing no other way forward, he accepts, yelling, "Deal me in." Then, we cut to a silent, moonlit rooftop. There, perched like a king on his gruesome throne of monster carcasses, sits our boy, Shu Jing Ming. His trusty spear is jammed into the pile next to him. He's fresh out of snacks and supplies, and the exam's final bell is about to ring. But for this power-hungry goblin, the grind never, ever stops. He figures it's time to dive deeper for those sweet, sweet ability points, knowing full well the innermost zone is crawling with nasty second-order beasts. So naturally, he decides to squeeze in one last Roid Rage power-up before the show's over. He pops open his system menu, revealing a frankly ridiculous stash of 2,413 ability points. Sporting a grin that screams, "I'm about to do something stupidly awesome," he decides it's time to go on a little shopping spree. Moments later, crackling with freshly unlocked power, he's standing over the body of some huge, unfortunate bear thing. He lets out a long, satisfied sigh, like he just finished a 5-star meal. Yeah, he's feeling pretty good that this last-minute juice-up will be more than enough to ace this year's combat exam finale. Meanwhile, the rest of the so-called top students are huffing and puffing their way to the final area. Their desperate final dash is on. But deep inside that very same zone, something absolutely monstrous claws its way out of the rubble. It's a colossal, white-furred wolf thing with glowing crimson eyes and a back studded with menacing red crystals. The final boss has entered the chat. And right on cue, Shu Jing Ming strolls onto the scene, looking as chill as ever with his spear resting on his shoulder. He's got this smug look on his face, practically wondering what new chew toy the examiners have set out for him this year. Just as our main character sizes up his final opponent, the try-hard squad of top rankers finally stumbles into the innermost core zone. Their eyes lock onto the massive, crystal-backed monstrosity, and they immediately peg it as a bloodthirsty savage bear. As if on cue, the beast demonstrates its insane strength by casually pancaking a wrecked car with one lazy swipe. The whole team just about wets their pants. Zhou Mingyang yelps that they are, to put it mildly, royally screwed. Mungi, the team's walking encyclopedia, nervously explains that this rare beast's hide is as tough as E-grade alloy. We're talking about stuff that literally laughs off missile strikes. She adds, absolutely terrified, that one hit from that paw would turn them all into a fine red mist. Seeing the overwhelming odds, Tanji, being the only one with a functioning brain cell, suggests they should probably just bail. This whole situation is way worse than they imagined. Because it hits them, they're not just dealing with the big boss monster here. Nope, it's also got a massive welcoming committee of high-ranking, first-level beasts. One of them points out the grim reality. If they charge in, the minions will probably tear them to shreds before the savage bear even bothers to get up. Staring down this suicide mission, one dude straight up rage quits, yelling that a high score is useless if you're Monster Chow. Zhou Mingyang tries to talk some sense into him, fuming about what's the point of that pretty face if he's just gonna go get it mauled off by a zillion beasts. Yeah, so morale is officially in the toilet. But then, Meng Di points down at the compound, screaming for everyone to look. Some lone wolf is just waltzing into the kill zone. Tanji's jaw hits the floor when she realizes who it is. It's none other than Shu Jing Ming, strolling into the belly of the beast like he owns the place. He even does this slick, graceful leap into the compound, and everyone else just stares, completely baffled. Zhou Ming is whining about how rigged this test is, while some other kid starts freaking out, yelling that Shu Jing Ming's grand entrance just aggroed the entire mob, and now they're all laser-focused on him. Totally ticked off by this new challenger, the whole stampede of angry monsters charges straight for him. But Shu Jing Ming, he just stands there in the middle of the street, cool as a cucumber, and in a flash, he's completely swallowed by a tidal wave of fangs and claws. Up on the roof, the other students are absolutely losing their minds. Tanji's freaking out for her cousin, but Wu Hao just scoffs, saying the idiot was asking for it. Tanji shouts she's gotta go save him, But Ming Di yanks her back by the arm, and Wu Ha calls her nuts, telling her it's just a one-way ticket to getting unalived. Tangi screams that he's her cousin and she can't just stand there while he gets shredded. But before she can do anything stupid, K-boom. A massive blast of purple and blue lightning erupts right from the middle of the monster dog pile. The sheer energy unleashes a flashbang so bright, it forces everyone on the roof to cover their eyes. Zhou Ming just gawks, muttering, if this is that lightning superpower Shu Jing Ming was bragging about earlier. When the light fades, it reveals a scene of absolute, beautiful destruction. The whole mob of level 1 beasts has been totally vaporized, their crispy remains scattered around a single, unscathed dude. Shu Jing Ming is just standing there amidst the wreckage, with purple lightning still crackling around him. He casually admits his physical stats alone weren't gonna cut it, so he had to whip out his superpower. A smug grin spreads across his face as he soaks in the OP feeling of his S-grade ability. With the trash mobs cleared, he finally turns his gaze to the main event. And there it is, the bloodthirsty savage bear, lording over the fresh remains of its own goons. The oversized furball lets out a world-shaking roar, but Shu Jing Ming? He's just chilling, sizing up his next punching bag. He's thinking, okay, this guy's a total tank, massive for sure, but probably slow as a turtle, which means my powerful thunder ability is gonna turn him into a crispy critter. This should be a piece of cake. Then he spots them. Turns out the big guy brought his crew a bunch of smaller, but still seriously annoying ankle biters. Realizing these little pests are just going to get in the way, he figures there's only one logical move. His eyes start crackling with power, a look of pure, unadulterated, I'm about to end your whole career on his face. He announces to absolutely no one, time to clear the mobs. And then he's gone. A blur of pure speed. His body is supercharged by that sweet, sweet S-grade lightning power. He zips around like a lightning bolt, absolutely shredding through the leftover monsters and effortlessly deleting a high-rank shadow cat. His smartwatch dings, confirming the kill. Cha-ching, that's 13 points for the scoreboard. He flashes a cocky grin, marveling at the insane boost his superpower gives his body. But he's gotta admit, he can't keep this god mode activated for too long. Still, it's more than enough time to wipe these small fry off the map. With one epic sweep of his spear, the last of the peons goes down. And boom, another 15 points for bagging a high-rank unicorn rhino. Alright, appetizers are done. Time for the main course. The savage bear absolutely loses it, roaring in fury and smashing its giant paws into the ground, sending a shockwave that rips the pavement to shreds. Here it comes. The whole ground trembles as the beast barrels forward like a freight train. Shu Jing Ming, cloaked in his crackling lightning aura, doesn't even flinch. He meets the charge head-on. He pulls off a slick, powerful leap, dodging the charge like it's nothing and brings his spear around in a nasty arc. Smash. One of those big red crystals on the bear's back just got turned into glitter. The fight becomes a total whirlwind, with Shu Jing Ming weaving around the bear's clumsy attacks and landing hit after perfect hit. He keeps popping those crystals like bubble wrap, chipping away at the big guy's health bar. His watch is going nuts, racking up points as he systematically tears down the Beast King's defenses. The big bear is having a full-blown tantrum, roaring as it watches its backup get deleted one by one. Shu Jing Ming, still glowing like a lightning god, decides it's time for some trash talk. He's all like, "Aw, is someone getting a little mad? Don't worry, big guy. I'll put you out of your misery soon." As he moves to finish off the last of the ads, charging the final rhino, the Bear King watches with a surprisingly clever look in its eyes. Right as Shu Jing is about to land the killing blow, the Bear King moves with a speed that's just plain wrong for its size, and it straight up obliterates its own minion just to block his attack. Well, that's one way to do it. Shu Jing Ming's eyes widened. He couldn't believe the overgrown furball actually predicted his move. The Bear King then performs a dramatic clap with its massive paws, sacrificing its final minion to unleash a gnarly shockwave that absolutely demolishes the ground and nearby cars. The last rhino is completely vaporized in the blast. But the attack totally whiffs its intended target. Shu Jing Ming, glowing with his lightning aura, just casually flips through the air, sticking a perfect landing, completely untouched by the massive explosion. With the battlefield now clear of all the small fry, it's just the two bosses left. A wicked grin spreads across Shu Jing Ming's face, his entire body crackling with untamed energy. He declares that with no more meat shields, it's time to see if that thick armored hide of his can handle a little static electricity. Then, with a single, explosive thrust, Shu Jing Ming rams his lightning-wreathed spear straight into the bloodthirsty savage bear's skull. The impact triggers a colossal explosion of purple energy, completely blanketing the drone that was following him, and the camera feed cuts to static. The students on the rooftop get smacked by the shockwave, throwing their arms up to shield their faces from the blast. Down in the VIP stands, the officials are just staring, dumbfounded, at the snowy screen. A shocked director Zhang Wenshan whirls on Principal Zhao Yao and starts yelling, "You call what we just saw an E-class ability? Are you seriously kidding me right now?" Another official, just as blown away, points out that Shu Jing Ming just insta-gibbed a high-tier rank 1 beast and is now brawling with a rank 2 boss, a stunt that even a seasoned A-class user would find ridiculously difficult. Principal Xiao Yao, sweating buckets and totally at a loss for words, can only guess it might be some kind of freak ability mutation. Either way, director Zhang Wenshan just lets out a huge laugh and says that after today, the entire Great Xia nation is going to be talking about Xu Jinping's name. Back on the battlefield, the result of Xu Jinping's all-out attack is crystal clear. The bloodthirsty savage bear is definitely wounded, sporting a deep new gash on its head, but it is far from defeated. The beast roars and swats Shu Jing Ming with its paw like he's a pesky bug, sending him sailing through the air. He's in total disbelief. His ultimate attack only left a scratch, basically. He crashes hard onto the ground but uses a skill to recover instantly. Time for a quick tactical reassessment. He quickly figures out the savage bear's hide has some crazy high resistance to piercing damage and is a total non-conductor for electricity. He has to admit to himself that with his current stats, trying to one-shot this tanky boss is going to be a major headache. The ticked-off savage bear starts juicing up with some seriously bad juju, and as Shu Jing Ming feels that crazy power spike, he can only stare, thinking, "Uh-oh, it's one of those times boss phases." Sure enough, that bloodthirsty furball goes full-on rage mode, cloaking itself in dark energy, and starts rolling forward like a living wrecking ball, absolutely demolishing everything in its path. The ground itself cracks under the sheer force of it all. Shu Jing Ming just casually hops onto some rubble, letting his own purple lightning spark to life, like he's about to drop a sick mixtape. He's actually a little surprised the beast hit its rage quit button so fast. Man, this thing must really have it out for him. A system notification pops up. Berserk is a monster's last-ditch comeback move, kinda like a human's ultimate technique. The infuriated beast, now shimmering with edgy dark energy, crouches low. It lets out a roar that could shatter glass, then charges with way more speed and a whole lot more "I'm gonna kill you" energy. Not bad, Shu Jing Ming thinks with a smirk. This roid rage mode is actually pretty legit. He knows, however, that going full-on berserker comes with a hefty price tag. The bear's brain pretty much checks out, leaving it running on pure, dumb instinct. A new, trollish strategy immediately pops into his head. Time to play. You can't catch me. All he has to do is dodge its telegraphed attacks and use his slick moves to keep the big lug at a safe distance. And so, the game begins. He effortlessly zips around the bear's frantic rampage like it's all in slow motion. He's just biding his time, waiting for that golden opportunity to hit the pause button on this furry freight train. The second the beast lunges, he overclocks his spear with lightning and stabs it right out, unleashing a massive shockwave that T-bones the creature mid-lunge. The blast stuns the giant beast for a precious second, locking it up completely, its whole body spasming from the jolt. Bingo. That's the opening he was waiting for. With the bear frozen in place, Shu Jing's eyes begin to glow ominously as he winds up for the grand finale. He lifts one hand, and a frankly ridiculous amount of purple and blue energy starts swirling into a vortex above him. He taps into the full, unadulterated power of his S-rank skill and yells, "Nine heavens, divine lightning," gets smited, and a colossal pillar of holy lightning descends from the heavens, slamming down right on top of the totally screwed savage bear. The bear gets completely engulfed in the light show, its roars snuffed out by the sound of pure power. When the smoke clears, the massive beast is now just a well-done, smoking heap on the landscape. Shu Jing Ming stands over the aftermath, a smug grin on his face while purple lightning playfully crackles around his fingertips. He muses aloud that after a solid 30 seconds of his purple divine lightning, not even the beefiest health bar or the thickest plot armor could have tanked that hit. But hold on, this boss battle ain't over yet. The beast's eye snaps wide open, glowing with a rage-quit red. With one last, desperate screech, it lunges, its massive jaws gaping for one final chomp. But psych, the electricity running through it causes a full-body lag spike freezing it just inches away from becoming a new piece of face jewelry. Seeing his window of opportunity, Shu Jing Ming just calmly goes, "It's go time." He funnels every last drop of mana into his spear. His eyes start glowing, for dramatic effect. As he channels his ultimate skill, even saying the edgy name out loud, lightning, gale, break, and then he lets it rip. A massive orb of pure lightning yeets itself directly into the paralyzed beast's open mouth. The resulting K-boom is ridiculous. A vortex of power that just shreds the beast from the inside out, leaving a brand new crater in the middle of the street. The sheer force of the blast is enough to finally log off the mighty second-order beast for good. Its colossal body just face-plants onto the pavement. Good game, no re. A system notification dings, confirming the kill and dropping him a sweet plus 124 ability points. Kneeling beside the Beast King, Shu Jing Ming lets out a sigh, announcing, "And that's a wrap on the final boss." He thinks to himself that to take down this second-order chump, he had to upgrade his Lightning Gale technique, and man, he is not disappointed with the buff. A triumphant smirk spreads across his face. He notes that even though the whole fight lasted a measly 2 minutes, it was the most epic speedrun he's ever pulled off. He then starts wondering how many points he's going to farm after wiping out all the mobs in the core area. As night falls, the exam officially ends. Back in the spectator stands, the final results flash up on the Jumbotron, and the crowd absolutely loses it. In first place is Shu Jing Ming, with a completely broken score of 10,835 points. In a hilariously distant second is Zhou Mingyang with 1,130 points, followed by Wu Hao with 945. The VIPs are ecstatic. Director Zhang Wenshan, Principal Xiao Yao, and teacher Chen Fan all rocket to their feet, cheering like crazy. They're freaking out that Shu Jing Ming didn't just break their city's record, but he completely shattered the entire Jiangnan province record. They're calling him a monster-tier genius. They're pointing out that last year's provincial champ only scored a little over 8,000 points. With a score like his, they declare that Shu Jing Ming has basically pre-ordered this year's champion title with express shipping. Standing there, surrounded by the absolute carnage, Shu Jing Ming glances at the sky, noting the clock is ticking down, a cocky smirk on his face as he reviews his handiwork. He's already wiped out every last beast in the inner circle and the core area. With time to spare, he figures he'll just mosey on back to the central area and farm whatever's left. So, as he casually strolls back, he passes the rooftop where the other top rankers are hiding out, their jaws practically on the floor. Tangi is floored that her cousin just soloed a Tier 2 Beast King, while Zhou Mingyang is completely bewildered. He's trying to process why Shu Jing Ming is heading back when he's already locked in first place. Mengde puts the pieces together, realizing he's heading straight for the central area. The horrifying realization hits her as she wonders aloud. Don't tell me he's going back to clear the entire map? The other students are just speechless at the sheer greed of it all. Then reality crashes down on them. Zhou Ming realizes that, with Shu Jing's ridiculous speed, he might actually do it. And if they don't get a move on right now, they're not going to score a single point in the final hour. He shouts, "Alliance is off," and is the first to bail. The others immediately follow, scrambling desperately to hunt down any scraps he might have left behind. 1 hour later, an official announcement booms across the exam grounds. The 2037 Zhongqing Martial Arts College entrance examination has officially concluded. No more points will be awarded for killing beasts, and all candidates are ordered to return. All across the battlefield, the remaining students finally react. A worn-out Tangi wipes sweat from her brow, sighing, "Thank God, it's finally over." Elsewhere, one student is having a meltdown, just one beast away from passing, while another is celebrating like crazy for just barely scraping by. But in the middle of all the carnage, Shu Jing Ming stands over his last victim, looking completely unimpressed and wondering why the exam had to end so soon. He felt like he was just getting warmed up. As the students finally limp out of the exam venue, they're met by guards, their faces a mix of pure exhaustion and overwhelming relief. Outside, Tanji's friend Xiaoya is still trying to wrap her head around Shu Jing's monstrous power. She's clinging to Tanji's arm, asking for the third time, "Are you 100% sure that guy is your cousin?" Tangi, looking completely drained, just confirms that he is. And just like that, Xiaoya's crush is back online. With a massive blush, she starts begging Tangi for his number. Tangi gives her a deadpan look. "Funny, because yesterday you said he wasn't your type." Xiaoya frantically waves her hands. "That was before he was number 1. Things are different now, so please just give it to me." but their little chat gets totally railroaded by a massive uproar. Someone screaming that the man of the hour, Shu Jing Ming, is making his grand entrance. And just like that, a whole mob of students stampedes the exit, all dying for a glimpse of the new king. Shu Jing Ming strolls out of the gate, looking cool as a cucumber with that spear slung over his shoulder. Naturally, the crowd goes absolutely wild with cheers and backpats. A few jokers are yelling at him to spare 100 points for the poor. He just flashes a grin and gives them the celebrity wave, soaking up his newfound fame as he moseys on over to the buses. Meanwhile, lurking in the crowd, are Wu Ha and Zhou Mingyang. Wu Hao mutters that it should have been Zhou soaking up all that glory, but Zhou Ming, ever the good sport, just shrugs it off, saying he's totally cool with his score, admitting he had no clue the second high school was capable of spawning such an absolute beast. Just as Shu Jing Ming's about to hop on the bus, he gets intercepted by none other than Principal Xiao Yao, who's gushing with congratulations before introducing him to the big cheese, Director Zhang Wenshan. The director lays it on thick, telling Shu Jing Ming he'll be his personal chauffeur for the day. Shu Jing Ming glances back at the absolute zoo of a crowd and figures, yeah, probably a good call. He knew the bus ride would be an endless interrogation. So, he slides into a slick black car with the suits, and they peel out of there. Inside the car, Director Zhang gets right down to business, asking Shu Jing Ming which superpower university he's got his eye on. Shu Jing Ming just kinda confesses he's been too busy grinding his stats to even think about college applications. The director just chuckles, promising him that, with scores like his, pretty much any university would be begging him to enroll. However, he advises that half the country's top-tier espers come from the big three universities, so he should probably aim high. And then Director Zhang Wenshan starts dropping the knowledge, breaking down the top three. First up, you've got Qingjing Superpower University, the government's pet project. Grads from there get a fast-track ticket into the system to become patriotic public servants. Then there's Madu Superpower University, famous for its insane resources and super-exclusive clubs. Finally, you have Jinqing Superpower University, the old-school powerhouse with a legendary history and a faculty full of masters. The real kicker? All three of them have top-tier cultivation methods that are kept under lock and key, not available to the public. Shu Jing Ming is all ears, soaking this in. He gets it awakened. Folks need these secret techniques to actually level up into real-deal espers. So he asks, what's so special about a top-tier method anyway? The director breaks it down for him. With some basic, run-of-the-mill method, you're looking at a 3 to 4 year grind just to rank up. With a top-tier method, though, it'll only take about 6 months. He tells Shu Jing Ming that with a score like that, he's practically guaranteed special admission into even the top 3 universities. After seeing the officials off, Shu Jing Ming finally gets back to his apartment late that night. The next day, he hits the shower, feeling totally refreshed. He pulls up his system panel and sees he's got 2,534 ability points left, which he figures is plenty for a top-tier superpower university. As he towels off, he's already wondering if they'll have beast-slaying competitions after he enrolls. He decides he'll have to hit the wilderness again to keep leveling up. Meanwhile, his cousin Tang Chi rocks up to his apartment with her mom, Shu Qingwan, in tow. Tang Chi spots the busted door and thinks it's the perfect opportunity for a sneak attack. They slip inside, and Tang Chi belts out a massive surprise. Her timing is, shall we say, absolutely catastrophic. Shu Jing Ming is standing there in nothing but a towel, having just stepped out of the bathroom. He's completely frozen, staring at his aunt and cousin. His aunt, equally flustered, stammers out, "What are you doing?" while Tang Chi is just a blushing, speechless mess. Then, his aunt's eyes land on the absolute disaster zone that is his apartment, and she furiously demands to know how it got so trashed. A quick flashback shows that after his parents passed away, his aunt was the one who stayed by his side, taking incredible care of him and making the place feel like a home. She totally aced her guardian duties, even occasionally cooking up his favorite meals. Back in the present, after the initial chaos dies down, Shu Jing Ming is sitting with his aunt and cousin. His aunt, Shu Qingwan, finally breathes a sigh of relief. She admits she was an absolute nervous wreck when she heard he was taking the martial arts exam. Now that she can see he's in one piece, she's finally able to relax. She tells him his score doesn't matter, which leaves Shu Jing Ming confused, asking if Tang Chi didn't tell her the results. Tang Chi just gives him a sly wink, saying it's way more fun if he tells his mom himself. Rocking a bashful smile, Shu Jing Ming tells his aunt that he, did pretty well. As in, he scored over 10,000 points. The news is so wild his aunt does a literal spit take. She starts coughing, asking him to say that again. Tang Chi jumps in to confirm it's the real deal, telling her mom he scored a whopping 11,124 points. His aunt is completely floored. A moment later, she just bursts into happy tears and pulls him into a suffocating hug, sobbing that the Shu family finally has a genius in the ranks. His parents must be beaming down from heaven. Meanwhile, in some swanky, high-tech boardroom, a bunch of university headhunters are freaking out over the latest exam scores. One woman pulls up the data on Shu Jing Ming, pointing out his age, his supposedly trash-tier E-class ability, and his status as a complete nobody, an unranked awakener. One recruiter is adamant, saying they have to grab this kid if the score is legit. But another one is calling total BS, arguing there's no way some E-class scrub could possibly rack up a score that high. The argument blows up, with some claiming his ability has to be at least A-class, maybe even a hidden S-class. Another recruiter just scoffs, suggesting he obviously pulled a fast one and cheated. Before a full-blown brawl can break out, a senior executive tells them all to shut it. Then, a woman with some serious boss energy makes the call. She tells the team to tentatively list Shu Jing Ming as an S-class special recruit. And as for whether the score is the real deal, she declares she's personally flying down to Zhangcheng to find out. The very next day, Shu Jing Ming's phone pings with a notification. The Jiangnan Province martial arts exam rankings are officially live. It tells him he snagged the top spot in the entire province with a completely bonkers score of 11,124 points. A ridiculously smug grin spreads across his face as he kicks back, celebrating his new title as the top scholar of Jiangnan Province. Naturally, word of his victory blows up online, completely dominating all the trending topics. The internet is in an uproar, debating how some random dark horse from Zhangqing could just waltz in and become the provincial champ. Everyone's asking, who the heck is Shu Jing Ming? And is it even possible for an E-class to post a score like that? The haters are screaming fake news, while everyone else is demanding the receipts and want to see the exam video for proof. In response to all the drama, they hold an awards ceremony where Principal Xiao Yao steps up to face the media circus. A reporter gets right to the point, asking him to come clean about the authenticity of Shu Jing Ming's results. Principal Xiao Yao, cool as a cucumber, just announces that the school has already uploaded Shu Jing Ming's entire exam video to their website, basically telling everyone to see for themselves that the exam was 100% legit. As people scramble to watch the video, their minds are collectively blown. They're all shouting that Shu Jing Ming skewered a Tier 1 rhinoceros's skull in a single shot, showing off power way beyond a Tier 1 superhuman. They're all baffled, wondering how that's even possible for someone with a dinky E-class lightning ability. Principal Xiao Yao, beaming like a proud papa, assures everyone the video is the real deal, confirms the results are legit, and hypes up Shu Jing Ming as the very first top scholar to ever come out of Zhangcheng. That's when director Xiao Yao steps up to the plate, presenting a comically oversized check for 1 million yuan to Shu Jing Ming while offering his congrats. He announces that this fat stack of cash, along with some exclusive superpower training methods, is a special gift from the city's education bureau. And that's not all. The city government is also throwing in an equally massive bonus and a sick luxury villa, as reporters frantically capture the whole spectacle. Meanwhile, a real boss lady flanked by 2 beefy bodyguards leans against a car, remarking that just because Zhang Cheng released the footage, it doesn't mean Shu Jing Ming wasn't on some special vitamins to boost his performance. She insists that the most critical step is to verify his actual superpower level. Back at the ceremony, things are getting awkward. Director Xiao Yao corners teacher Chen Fan, demanding to know why the man of the hour, Shu Jing Ming, is a no-show. Teacher Chen Fan just grins, explaining that he literally just got off the phone with Shu Jing Ming, who told him he's still grinding it out at the martial arts gym. The director just bursts out laughing, finding it absolutely wild that the new top scholar is still in training mode even after acing the exam. So, with Shu Jing Ming supposedly on his way, the scene cuts to a meeting room where Principal Xiao Yao is sweating bullets while serving tea to 3 seriously intimidating figures he calls teachers. When one of them casually waves off the tea like it's beneath them, Principal Xiao Yao starts to drip sweat, completely overwhelmed by the powerful aura radiating from these high-level superhumans, which is making his heart do a tap dance in his chest. Turns out, these 3 are top-dog recruiters from the nation's most elite superpower universities, and the air is so thick with their insane spiritual pressure you could cut it with a knife. They look ready to throw down at any second. The woman with the short, grayish-purple hair, Zhang Xiaoyui, the admissions director for Madu Superpower University, is the first to break the tense silence. She slyly asks her rivals who exactly they're here to poach. A woman in a light blue dress, Su Yun from Qingjing Superpower University, immediately tells Zhang Xiaoyui to cut the crap. She declares with total confidence that as long as the kid's scores are legit, Qingjing University is claiming him. But then a dude with long black hair, Wu Yuan from Jin City Superpower University, just scoffs at her, shot-calling that Jin City University is the one that's going to recruit him. As literal sparks of energy start to crackle between the three of them, Zhang Xiaoyui just sighs to herself, thinking that recruiting these top-tier geniuses always turns into a battle royale with these same old faces. Just when you could cut the tension with a knife, the door slides open and in strolls Shu Jing Ming, spear slung over his shoulder, calmly greeting the three big shots as teachers. His sudden appearance totally catches the recruiters off guard. Zhang Xiao eyes him with keen interest, noticing his energy is overflowing and he's still holding his weapon, a sure sign he hasn't let up on his training for a second. Even more impressive, she's amazed he didn't even break a sweat under the crushing pressure from three elite superhumans. Principal Xiao Yao quickly steps in to make the formal introductions for Shu Jing Ming. He starts with Director Zhang Xiaoyui from Madu University, followed by Director Su Yun from Qingjing University and Minister Wu Yuan from Jin City University. Director Zhang Xiaoyua speaks up first, showering him with praise for his mind-blowing combat skills in the exam footage. But then, she cuts right to the chase. She asks why his superpower is no longer the pathetic E-class static shock they have on record, and demands a full explanation. Shu Jing Ming, who was expecting this, delivers his perfectly rehearsed lie. He coolly explains that while he was training at home right before the exam, he got zapped by a bolt of natural lightning, and whoops, his superpower got a massive boost. Wu Yuan and Su Yun buy it immediately, concluding it must be a classic case of superpower mutation. Zhang Xiaoyu then chimes in, suggesting that Shu Jing Ming probably doesn't even know the true rank of his mutated power. Conveniently, she's brought a power-level scanner with her and offers him the chance to test it. She presents a glowing, disc-shaped device, telling him to let loose with his power on it. Shu Jing Ming puts his hand on the gadget and unleashes the floodgates. A ridiculously huge and violent surge of purple and white lightning erupts from his body, completely overwhelming the device. Su Yun's jaw drops at the sheer, raw power of the lightning. The scanner finishes its analysis, identifying the superpower as the epic-sounding purple cloud divine thunder. But as it tries to assign a rank, the machine starts beeping erratically as cracks spiderweb across its surface. In a blinding flash of golden light, the instrument overloads and shatters into a million pieces. The explosion sends arcs of electricity flying across the room, startling everyone. A stunned Principal, Xiao Yao, asks what the heck is going on. Wu Yuan and Su Yun, on the other hand, look absolutely thrilled. They both declare that the situation is crystal clear. His power completely fried their little toy, which means his ability has to be S-class, minimum. The moment Shu Jing's S-class potential gets confirmed, Director Zhang Xiaowei flashes a smug grin, thinking to herself, "Yep, we definitely bet on the right horse this time." That confirmation immediately kicks off an all-out bidding war, with Wu Yuan from Jin City University being the first to jump in. He practically screams that his university will drop a 4 million bonus on Shu Jing Ming, plus a complete set of class starter gear, and an all-access pass to their superpower training methods for all 4 years. But Su Yun from Qingjing University just scoffs at his pathetic offer. She turns to Shu Jing Ming with a killer smile and slides in with her own proposal. "How about a 5 million bonus?" she purrs. "And for 4 years, you get unlimited access to all of our S-class superpower training methods and combat techniques." Our boy Shu Jing Ming is completely floored by her absolutely stacked offer. Finally, the final boss enters the arena. Zhang Xiaoyua from Madu Superpower University makes her play. She announces that Madu doesn't bother with petty cash, bonuses, or equipment, but she can match their training methods. And then, she drops her ultimate trump card. She adds that they'll also hook him up with an S-class cultivation resource every single year. The sheer mention of an S-class resources makes both Wu Yuan and Su Yun's jaws hit the floor. Meanwhile, our clueless protagonist, Shu Jing Ming, just asks, what in the world is an S-class cultivation resource? Zhang Xiaoyui breaks it down for him, starting with, "Kid, you ever heard of dragon-type fierce beasts? She explains they're basically creatures born with cheat codes, starting out at a high tier 4 or 5, making all the other beasts look like total chumps in comparison. Then she reveals the absolutely mind-blowing details. The S-class resources include the heart's blood of an 8th tier adult dragon. After you chug this dragon blood, your body gets a massive stat boost, and your physical strength will be jacked up to the same level as an actual dragon-type beast. She hammers it home, saying every S-class resource is on this legendary tier. The other recruiters are just broken. Even Su Yun admits she's tempted, muttering about how ridiculously loaded Modu University must be. Wu Yuan, completely flustered, sputters that S-class resources are reserved for the top dogs, and throwing them at a newbie freshman is totally insane. It dawns on both of them that it's game over. They can't compete. With all the offers on the table, the three recruiters stare down Shu Jing Ming, telling him it's time to choose his destiny. Rocking a confident, trollish smirk, Shu Jing Ming gives his answer without a single shred of hesitation, announcing that his final choice is the one and only Madu Superpower University. With the decision locked in, Shu Jing Ming breaks down why he picked Modu Superpower University. It wasn't just because their offer was stacked, though that was a nice bonus, but because their combat training is the undisputed king of the entire university alliance, with a boatload of founders hailing from Madu. He then gives Su Yun and Wu Yuan a respectful bow, thanking them for playing but ultimately getting second place. The two of them look absolutely crushed, which only seems to make him more pleased with his choice. A smug director Zhang Xiao materializes a glowing admission letter and hands it to Shu Jing Ming, officially welcoming him to the big leagues. She tells him that while the regular peons have to enroll on September 1st as a VIP recruit, he gets to skip the line and register early, and they'll even set him up with his own digs. Already itching to grind, Shu Jing Ming asks if he can get early access to the library's juicy superpower training methods and combat techniques. Zhang Xiaoyu is like, say no more, agreeing without a moment's hesitation. She even throws in that the school can hook him up with a private study room for maximum grinding. She slides him her personal contact card, telling him to hit her up the moment he sets foot in Magic City. Gripping his shiny new admission letter like a winning lottery ticket, Shu Jing Ming gives the beaming director a look that says he's ready to start yesterday. A little while later, there's Shu Jing Ming, posted up at the train station with his luggage, looking like a hero about to start his journey. He's practically buzzing with hype as the announcer calls for all passengers on the G91 train to Magic City to get on board. Over at the family farewell committee, his aunt Shu Qing Wan is a total emotional wreck. She's busting out the waterworks, while her husband, Tang Dane, plays the role of supportive rock. He's beaming with pride, saying their kid's all grown up and that once Xiaoming leaves, the kid's gonna fly, all while Tangi just watches. Her dad seizes the moment to remind her that it's about time she started filling out her own university choices. He not so subtly suggests that since her superstar cousin is going to Magic City Superpower University, she should probably try to pick a university in the same city. Shu Wan is all for this plan. She adds that it would be great for them to keep an eye on each other, for family reasons. A totally flustered Tanji just quietly agrees. Meanwhile, on the train, with 6 hours still on the clock, Shu Jing Ming is already deep in study mode. He's thinking to himself that the real jackpot from the exam wasn't the admission, but the universal C-rank training method he scored. See, just like superpowers, training methods have their own ranking system. You've got your beginner, intermediate, advanced, and then the legendary top-tier stuff. A graph pops up, breaking it down. The higher the level of the method you use, the faster you level up and the more OP you become. All this, while our hero is just on a train ride. Shu Jing Ming buckled down to grind out the universal C-tier training method. He pegged it as a mid-tier technique, and man, with his spiritual power at a solid 180, it still took a whole half day just to get it down. He remembered that, by sticking to the script, he actually started sensing that funky world energy on his very first try. That little stunt unlocked a shiny new plus sign on his system panel, right next to his level, which basically screamed that he was ready to evolve from a mere awakened to a full-blown superpower user. But hold up, he decided to pump the brakes on leveling up for now. He recalled the training manual's big warning. The better the method you use for your class change, the sweeter the loot. And since he was about to get his hands on some S-tier methods at the university, there was no way he was going to blow his first big upgrade on some mid-level junk. The second he rolled into Magic City, Shu Jing Ming's jaw hit the floor looking at this university campus. Even from the car, He could see the school grounds, stretched for hundreds of meters. Then, Director Zhang Xiao rolls up in a slick red sports car, greeting him like a VIP. She told him to hop in, saying she'd personally handle his admission paperwork. Cruising through a campus that looked like a cherry blossom paradise, Director Zhang Xiao couldn't help but flex about its insane size, explaining it covered 40,000 mu. She even bragged that visitors couldn't see the whole place in a single day. Shu Jing Ming was blown away, admitting that the legends didn't even do it justice. After breezing through registration, Director Zhang Xiao slapped a new student ID in his hand, an all-access keycard for everything, including the dorms. As they got closer to his new digs, Shu Jing Ming's mind drifted back to his past life. He'd seen it all, from cramped four-person rooms to fancy three-bedroom apartments, but absolutely nothing could have prepared him for the sight that was about to smack him in the face. He just stood there, gawking at his new dorm, a freaking magnificent, over-the-top luxury villa. Director Zhang Xiao casually explained that every student at Madu gets a villa, with the level of bouginess tied to their test scores. And since he was the top dog of the entire province, Shu Jing Ming scored the platinum tier model, clocking in at over 800 square meters. She told him the villa was a two-person setup, with a whole upper and lower floor, meaning he and his future roomie would each get their own private floor. Shu Jing Ming figured, hey, having a roommate couldn't be that bad. Better than rattling around this massive place all alone. Anyway, he mulls over his lonely orphan past and, get this, admits he'd still take a cozy four-person dorm over this any day. So, as he's trailing the director up the stairs of this ridiculously fancy villa, Director Zhang Xiao Yui sits him down, ready to drop the main quest info about how this university actually works. She boils it down to two critical things: the credit system and the mentor system. Kicking things off, she explains that at Madu, credits are basically life. They're the in-game currency for everything, from chowing down in the cafeteria to snagging some OP gear. She then drops the bomb that a single credit is worth a whopping 10,000 Daxia currency. Director Zhang Xiao Yui explains there are a bunch of ways to grind for these credits, and one of them is an annual stipend you get based on your student rank. And since our boy is a top-tier S-class student, he gets a fat stack of 100 credits to start the year. To prove it, she summons a little floating robot ball, calling out, Eva. The gizmo hovers and beams out a message, showing Shu Jing's credit balance is a cool 100. The director casually introduces this high-tech sphere as Eva, the standard issue AI for every single dorm. She explains that Eva's main consciousness is the school's central supercomputer, and these little floating orbs are just its mini-mes. But don't let that fool you. She points out that even a mini-me is a level 4 AI that can help with pretty much anything. Shu Jing Ming is totally floored, realizing the AI tech on Blue Star is light years ahead of the junk he was used to in his past life. Alright, with the money talk out of the way, Director Zhang Xiao switches to the next big feature, the mentor system. She explains every student gets to pick a master they look up to and beg for training, but, and it's a big but, the mentor has to actually accept them. Shu Jing Ming's ears perk up, wondering if he can actually score some private lessons. Since he's just a freshman, she gives him a big yes, adding that every single mentor here is a high-level, super-powered beast. Most of them have their own secret, ultimate combat techniques, and insane training regimens that they absolutely do not share with just anyone. You can only learn these forbidden arts after becoming their official, bona fide disciple. And considering Shu Jing's own crazy powers, she lets him know the university has a solid 4 mentors who are basically masters of the lightning element. Her #1 recommendation for him is a guy named Yang Zhentian, the head honcho of the Weaponry Academy. On her word, Eva zaps up a full profile of the dean. The stats pop up. Yang Zhentian is a 52-year-old Tier 7 high-rank monster with an A-rank lightning superpower. And to top it off, the dude is a master of pretty much any weapon you can think of, especially with a spear, which is how he snagged the epic title Thunder Spear. The file also mentions he went toe-to-fin with an 8th-tier demonic whale for 3 straight days and nights before soloing the beast. The director also drops the deets on the other 3 potential mentors, but makes it clear to Shu Jing Ming that the final call is all on him. After sizing up his options, a ridiculously smug grin plasters itself across Shu Jing Ming's face. He clocks that Dean Yang Zhentian isn't just a lightning slinger, but a master of the spear too. Basically, the perfect mentor for him. With his mind made up, Shu Jing Ming makes a beeline for the mentor's residential area, which turns out to be this crazy serene compound of traditional buildings tucked away in a lush forest. As he rolls up to the massive gate of Yang Gentian's place, he can't help but think that a mentor's crib is way more baller than the student villas. But before he can even step foot inside, some dude with brown hair, casually leaning against a stone lion like he owns the place, asks if Shu Jing Ming is also here to try and get a mentor. The guy does a double take when he realizes Shu Jing Ming is just a freshly popped, awakened, and figures he's gotta be one of those specially recruited prodigies. Shu Jing Ming confirms it, and the other student points out that in past years, the special recruits were usually rocking mid to high rank Tier 1 status already. The guy introduces himself as Tanming Yang, a junior from the Weaponry Academy. Shu Jing Ming returns the favor, saying he's a freshman who literally just signed up. Tan looks genuinely impressed, muttering that Shu Jing Ming sure doesn't waste any time trying to score a mentor. He spills that most newbies don't even find out about this stuff until after the freshman competition, which definitely piques Shu Jing Ming's interest. Tan explains the whole thing is a university tradition that goes down a few days after registration. Apparently, all the teachers are watching, and students who crush it get swarmed with offers, with some even getting hand-picked by mentors on the spot. He clarifies that, look, it's not impossible for a special recruit like Shu Jing Ming to shoot his shot early, but trying to become the dean's disciple right out of the gate, that's basically like trying to hit the Powerball jackpot. Shu Jing Ming gives him a polite, thanks for the info, and then asks if Tan is also there to get a spot with Teacher Yang. With a heavy sigh, Tan admits that's exactly why he's here, revealing he's made a bunch of trips over the last 6 months, only to get rejected every single time. He was pretty much ready to throw in the towel, but figured he'd give it one last Hail Mary. The second he's done talking, these massive doors swing wide open, and some middle-aged dude who's gotta be a butler pops out, totally making Tan jump out of his skin. The butler's whole vibe softens up as he greets them, letting them know that Teacher Yang is waiting, and they should follow him right on in. Tan is completely blown away by this VIP treatment, wondering if the dean himself waiting inside means he might actually have a shot for once. The butler leads them into a room where they come face to face with two guys. Shu Jing Ming immediately feels this overwhelming pressure from the older man, who's got a power stance, a full-on gray beard, and eyes that could pierce through steel. He knows instantly it's the dean of the Weaponry Academy, Yang Gentian. A younger fellow with long hair is standing right next to him. Dean Yang Gentian looks straight at Shu Jing Ming, saying, "So you must be the kid Director Zhang Xiaoyu was talking about." Completely ghosting Tan, he tells Shu Jing Ming to follow him to the training room. Inside, a traditional dojo packed to the gills with weapons, Dean Yang Gentian tells Shu Jing Ming he's already seen his martial arts exam video, giving him props for his combat skills and killer aim. However, before making his decision, the dean insists he needs to see that S-rank ability, the legendary Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, with his own 2 eyes. Shu Jing Ming just calmly agrees. As the dean watches intently, Shu Jing Ming starts channeling his power, and arcs of wild purple lightning begin to crackle around his arms. He then unleashes a colossal, violent blast of purple and white energy that just floods the entire room. The raw power crackles with an insane amount of force. Dean Yang Gentian is visibly impressed. A huge grin spreads across his face as he recognizes the sheer power of an S-rank ability. He's mentally stacking it up against his own A-rank ability, admitting to himself that the gap between A-rank and S-rank is a freaking canyon that can't be crossed. He sees some serious potential in this kid, thinking that if Shu Jing Ming really grinds out his skills, his future could be just as bright as his own. With the show over, the dean declares that with Shu Jing's potential, becoming his disciple is a done deal. However, he throws out a pretty heavy warning, explaining that he's made plenty of friends and even more enemies over the years. He says he can't promise his enemies won't put a target on his disciples' backs, and asks if Shu Jing is still willing to take him as a master, knowing full well what he's signing up for. Without a single moment of hesitation, Shu Jing Ming drops to his knees in the ultimate sign of respect. Sporting a massive, determined grin, he practically shouts that he's all in. He gushes about how he's a total fanboy for high-level users who've clawed their way to the top through absolute carnage. To him, the massive body count his new master has racked up is the ultimate proof of his insane fighting skills. Totally digging this answer, Dean Yang Gentian lets out a booming laugh and officially takes him on, declaring that from this moment on, Shu Jing Ming is now his 32nd disciple, and, more importantly, his very first S-rank student. He tells the kid to get off his knees and drops the first round of welcome gifts on him. First up is a top-tier ability training manual, the Extreme Ability Training Method. And, for the main course, a body-forging combat technique called the Thunder Indestructible Body. Yeah, you heard that right. The dean cooked up both of these himself. Shu Jing Ming is so stunned by this insane loot drop he can barely function. He gets it now. A technique that literally beefs up your physical body is a total game changer, way more valuable than some run-of-the-mill skill. The dean, probably enjoying the kid's shocked face, starts explaining that while the ability training manual is one of only 3 top-tier methods in the entire school, the real main event is that Thunder Indestructible Body technique. It's basically his magnum opus, the culmination of his entire career. He casually adds that it's been certified by 2 major martial arts halls and, oh yeah, it's officially rated as S rank. This little tidbit completely fries Shu Jing Ming's brain. He's never even heard of an S rank combat technique actually existing. See, combat techniques, just like abilities, are ranked on a scale from F all the way up to SSS. The higher you go up the ladder, the bigger the pain it is to master, but the payoff is some seriously broken levels of power. Shu Jing Ming's gears start turning, as he finally starts to grasp just how ridiculously stacked his new master really is. He knows that most 7th-level masters are considered geniuses if they can whip up a single A-rank technique in their lifetime. But for his master to have casually created an S-rank technique, the guy's martial arts talent is just on another plane of existence. Meanwhile, Dean Yanggentian starts dropping more deets about his S-rank masterpiece. He explains that the Thunder Indestructible Body is exclusive content for Lightning Element users and has a whopping 13 levels. With every single level up, the user's body gets a complete, revolutionary overhaul. But, of course, there's a pretty major catch he needs to mention. To even start grinding this thing, you first have to evolve from a mere awakened to a true ability user. And just like that, he drops the first official quest on Shu Jing Ming. His mission, should he choose to accept it, is to use that extreme ability training method to finally achieve his breakthrough. The deal was simple. Once Shu Jing Ming leveled up, he was to come back, and the dean himself would personally lay the groundwork for his Thunder Indestructible Body. Completely floored by the offer, Shu Jing Ming gives a deep bow, thinking to himself, man, having a top-tier mentor is a total game changer. But then, the dean drops a personal bombshell, revealing he'd only managed to push the technique to the 10th level himself. He gazes at Shu Jing Ming, his eyes filled with expectation, confessing that, if he can't break through to the pinnacle of a martial saint, then Shu Jing Ming would be their last, best hope to truly show the world what this technique could do. A glint of madness appeared in his eyes as he revealed his ultimate theory. If someone could actually master this technique to its final stage, their body would basically become eternal and completely indestructible. So, as Shu Jing Ming headed out from his new master's place, he waved goodbye to the butler, only to find Tan Mingyang moping on the front steps like a kicked puppy, clutching his head in total despair. Shu Jing Ming casually strolled over and asked, "Yo, what's eating you?" Turns out, Tan Mingyang's big shot at becoming a disciple had crashed and burned spectacularly. He got pitted against one of the dean's senior disciples for his entrance exam. The catch? He had to beat the senior, who was only allowed to use a measly 1/10 of his actual combat power. A task Tan Mingyang found completely impossible, which explains why he got totally wrecked. So, there he was, sulking on the steps, and he looked up at Shu Jing Ming, obviously assuming he'd met the same pathetic fate. Getting into Dean Yang's inner circle ain't easy, he sighed. Then asked, "Hey, you need me to share some of my hard-earned wisdom on failing?" Completely unfazed, Shu Jing Ming just calmly shut him down, flatly stating, "Nah, I'm good, I already passed." Those words hit Tan Mingyang like a 10-ton truck. His already bruised face twisted into a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. He sputtered out that he's never, ever heard of a dean-level mentor taking on a disciple before the annual freshman competition even started. Meanwhile, Shu Jing Ming just casually strolled off, not a care in the world, leaving a totally bewildered Tan Mingyang staring at his back, trying to process the absolute madness that just went down. With a new mission in mind, Shu Jing Ming headed straight back to his dorm's training room and plopped down, cross-legged. It was time to fire up the extreme ability training method he just got from his new master. As he sank into his meditation, he was absolutely blown away by just how overpowered this top-tier technique was. He could feel an insane amount of energy, way more than that old intermediate-level garbage he was using before. A smug grin spread across his face. He already knew the theory inside and out. He figures there's no point in grinding it out the slow way. Instead, he's just going to use his cheat system to get a direct power-up. He pulls up his system panel and commands it to pump his ability points into his level, and the effect is instantaneous and brutal. A wild surge of energy rips through him, forcing a grunt of pain out of his lungs. He grabs his clothes as pure, untamed energy screams through his veins. The power then detonates from his body in a massive explosion of light and force that makes the whole room tremble. A moment later, the energy finally chills out, leaving him breathing heavily. Shu Jing Ming pushes himself up, thinking, heck yeah, breakthrough, complete. A system notification pops up, confirming he's now a bona fide first-tier, lower-rank ability user. He checks out his hand, where a stable and potent blue lightning now crackles like it's always been there. When he tests his new control, a much larger and more destructive torrent of lightning erupts from his hand, which is a pretty clear sign he got a major buff. He clenches his fist, completely impressed with the upgrade. He can feel the power in his body has been cranked up by at least 4 or 5 times. He confidently thinks that if he had to throw down with that second-tier bloodthirsty tyrant bear again, his thunder ability alone would be more than enough to turn it into a pile of ash. He pulls up his system panel to peep his new stats and finally understands why all ability users simp for higher-level cultivation methods. He does some quick math and realizes that if he'd used the mid-tier method, his vitality and spirit would have only gone up by a measly 30 or 40 points. But with this top-tier method, they skyrocketed by almost 100 points in one shot. The gap in performance is just ridiculous. He notices the whole power-up only cost him 300 ability points, and he decides to be a good little saver with the rest. He knows that learning a busted combat technique like the S-rank Thunder Indestructible Body is way more important. He's fully expecting the ability point cost to master that bad boy will be astronomical. Now that his breakthrough is squared away, Shu Jing Ming is ready for the next part of the quest. A new thought pops into his head. Seeing as he's already at the university, maybe it's time to go check out the school's library for some loot. The next day, Shu Jing Ming casually drops by his master's residence, and Dean Yang Gentian is absolutely flabbergasted to see him. The dean is basically shouting, "How did you level up so dang fast?" while pacing back and forth. He's rambling that in his 20 years of teaching, he's seen countless geniuses. But this kid is on another level. But even the certified prodigies took a ridiculously long time to awaken their powers. He's pointing out it hasn't even been a full 24 hours since Shu Jing Ming got the manual. With a totally not-so-humble grin, Shu Jing Ming admits that, hey, maybe the only thing he's got going for him is his insane leveling speed. He tacks on that when he first tried to fire up the Thunder Indestructible Body technique, even the tutorial level felt like a boss fight. The dean just soaks it in and then breaks it down for him. To forge your foundation, you gotta use the blood of a lightning element beast. As a starter, mix it with your own sparky boom man powers, and basically barbecue your own muscles and bones. Then he drops a super critical pro tip. The final OP level of the technique depends entirely on how high grade the beast blood is. Now that Shu Jing has leveled up, the dean declares they're gonna forge that foundation right here, right now. He lets it slip that top-tier lightning beasts are crazy rare, and his original budget plan was to use some 7th-tier storm giant bear blood. However, after he found out Shu Jing Ming gets a free S-rank resource coupon every year, he decided to pull some strings. The man decided to cash in all his chips and basically went crying to the university's principal for an even sweeter SS rank resource. And with a grand flourish, he whips out a little vial filled with some angry, glowing red liquid, the primo essence blood of a ferocious 8th-tier beast, the one and only Thunder Tyrannosaurus. Shu Jing Ming is absolutely floored that his new master and the head honcho would go to all this trouble for him. He snags the vial and swears he'll pay back this favor 1,000,000 times over. Super pleased, the dean's like, "Alright, no time to waste." And they zip over to a training room where a shirtless Shu Jing Ming is already kneeling. The dean pops the top and just starts dumping the ridiculously potent, glow-in-the-dark red blood all over Shu Jing Ming's head and back. Shu Jing Ming is already gritting his teeth, groaning the second the stuff hits his skin. The dean just tells him to suck it up, buttercup, explaining that the blood is basically super toxic for noobs, and the "I think I'm dying" level of pain is a feature, not a bug. Next up, the dean gets ready to jump in with his own powers. He tells Shu Jing Ming he's about to blast him with his A-rank Windfire True Thunder to forge the foundation, adding that how much power he can actually sponge up is totally his problem. Then the dean just lets it rip, a whole-ass torrent of violent red lightning, and channels it straight into Shu Jing Ming's body. A tidal wave of raw power floods his system, making these wicked red tattoos light up all over his back and chest. And let me tell you, it hurts like heck. So Shu Jing Ming just throws his head back and lets out this gut-wrenching scream as the insane power literally forges his body anew. A whole 5 days into this hardcore makeover session, his senior, Liu, is just casually sipping tea with the dean's butler, Uncle Fu. Liu's like, man, this new kid is a real tank, lasting a full 5 days in there. He gets a little salty, remembering how he tapped out after only 2 days during his own glow-up, and that was with the bargain bin 7th-tier beast blood. He has to admit, Shu Jing's performance totally earned him that premium 8th-tier dragon-type juice. Plus, with that S-rank lightning ability, Liu's actually hyped to see what kind of thunder indestructible body his new junior cooks up. And right on cue, a massive crash from the training room makes them both jump out of their skins. Liu bolts upstairs, thinking, did the kid finally finish his power-up sequence? He takes a little peek through the door and is immediately greeted by a nightmare. There's Shu Jing Ming, shirtless and looking like he just wrestled a blender, with glowing red eyes and this wild aura of dark energy and blue lightning crackling all around him. Yeah, he's totally lost it. The dude looks less like a person and more like a rabid animal. Liu is completely frozen stiff, getting major final bosses vibes from Shu Jing Ming's terrifying aura, which sends a shiver right down his spine. Stuck in this berserker mode, Shu Jing Ming spots Liu in the doorway and immediately lunges, ready to turn him into a smear on the wall. But before he can land the hit, the booming voice of Dinyang Gentian echoes through the hall, yelling at Jing Ming to snap out of it. The dean's shout cuts right through the crazy, and Shu Jing slams on the brakes, his fist stopping just inches from his senior's terrified face. Dripping in sweat, a super confused Shu Jing Ming asks his teacher, what just happened? Why did I suddenly want to break everything? The dean breaks it down for him, explaining that the fancy essence blood from that thunder tyrannosaurus probably messed with his head a bit. He points out that the creature was known for being super aggressive, and since Shu Jing Ming's body was, perfectly in sync with it, he basically got a dose of its bad attitude, and experienced this gnarly side effect. But the dean tells him not to sweat it. As long as he keeps his cool and doesn't get too emotional, he'll be totally fine, and the whole going feral thing will fade away as he keeps leveling up. A massive wave of relief just crashes over Shu Jing Ming as he stares down at his own hands, totally freaked out that he almost let his emotions go completely berserk. With the crisis officially over, Dean Yang Gentian's whole vibe flips to pure hype. He tells a bewildered Shu Jing Ming to wipe that look off his face, because the forging wasn't just a success, it was a flawless victory with an insane 98% absorption rate. He puffs out his chest, explaining that out of all the disciples who've ever leveled up the Thunder Indestructible body, the highest score on the leaderboard was a measly 92%. With this one move, Shu Jing Ming just shattered a long-standing high score. His senior disciple, Liu, strolls over with a grin, looking like he just won the lottery. He tells his brand new junior that, since he's laid the foundation, his whole martial arts career is basically on easy mode from here on out. The dean makes it official, introducing him as senior disciple Liu Ming, an absolute beast of an ability user at the peak of the 3rd tier. He then tells Shu Jing Ming to hit up Liu if he ever gets stuck on his cultivation grind. Shu Jing Ming gives his senior a proper greeting, and the guy immediately whips out his phone. Liu's just like, my bad dude, I didn't get you a welcome gift, so I'll just Venmo you some credits. Shu Jing Ming's phone buzzes, and his jaw hits the floor when he sees a 200 credit transfer. He practically shouts, whoa, 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 that's way too much. His brain does a quick calculation and realizes the gift is worth a staggering 2 million Great Sha coins. The dean just scoffs at his panic, saying that 200 credits is just pocket change for Liu, and that it's a senior's sacred duty to spoil their juniors. He then adds that one day, when Shu Jing Ming has his own underclassmen, he'll be the one expected to make it rain, a lesson Shu Jing Ming takes to heart with a nod. With the tutorial stage complete, the dean tells Shu Jing Ming that after 5 straight days of no food or water, he seriously needs to go home and crash. Then he drops the next quest objective. Get back here tomorrow morning. You're gonna learn fist and spear techniques with your senior. Shu Jing Ming throws his teacher a grateful, thanks, coach, and bounces. Back at his swanky, over-the-top villa, Shu Jing Ming spots some guy with spiky white hair and red eyes glued to a video game on the couch. The gamer dude turns, finally noticing he's not alone, and gives Shu Jing Ming a nod. Oh, you must be the new roommate, he guesses. introducing himself as Lu Wentao. The second Shu Jing Ming says his own name. Lu Wentao's eyes practically bug out of his head. He excitedly points a finger and yells, "No way, you're times top scorer from Jiangnan province." When Shu Jing Ming asks how he knew, Lu Wentao puffs out his chest, bragging that his nickname is basically Mr. Know-It-All, since he's got the scoop on almost every freshman. He casually admits he didn't even have to look up Shu Jing Ming specifically, because the guy caused such a massive uproar that the gossip just found its way to him. He's totally freaking out that the legendary dark horse, the top-scoring genius, is his new roomie. Throwing a chummy arm around our boy's shoulder, he unleashes a non-stop barrage of questions, grilling him about whether he's really from Zheng and if he seriously awakened his powers during the exam. He then adds that there's no way his ability is just a measly E rank. Despite the endless interrogation, Shu Jing Ming finds himself actually liking this hyperactive chatterbox. It gets him thinking about how he's always hated the feeling of being alone. Cue the tragic backstory montage. Growing up in an orphanage, never feeling like he belonged anywhere. School was an improvement because he had friends, but his absolute best memories were from his college days. Just goofing off and gaming with his roommates. He even remembers getting his master's and PhD. He never in a million years thought that after getting a little too wild at his graduation party, he'd pull the ultimate cliché and wake up in a completely different world. He can't help but chuckle at the cosmic irony of getting transmigrated just to be an orphan all over again. But with a roommate like Lu Wentao, he gets the feeling he won't be lonely this time around. Meanwhile, Lu Wentao is back to flexing, proudly announcing he's a top student from Sichuan province with an A- rank ability and is already a first-tier, middle-rank user. He then goes on to declare, his ultimate life goal is to major in college tactics, command an entire military region, and just delete every single ferocious beast from the face of Blue Star. Swiftly changing the subject, Shu Jing Ming mentions he's on his way to the martial arts hall, which immediately gets his new roommate's attention. Lu Wentao instantly decides to tag along, confessing that he hasn't gotten around to checking out the university's hall yet. They show up at the absolutely massive Thunder Martial Arts Hall, the official magical university branch. Inside, it's a scene of beautiful chaos, with students training and showing off their powers left and right. The resident AI, Eva, materializes and explains that they're currently in the public training room, a massive area that can hold a whopping 300 people. The hall is built with a C-rank alloy mixed with memory metal, which basically means it can take a ridiculous amount of punishment. Eva also points them toward the more exclusive private training rooms, but Shu Jing Ming is cool with the public area. Lu Wentao, however, is already getting sucked into the competitive vibe. He's yelling with excitement while pointing out some guy who's an A-rank enhanced werewolf user. Shu Jing Ming deadpans that his roommate isn't exactly the poster child for silence either. Shu Jing Ming then hits up Eva, asking what the deal is with the giant numbered pillars in the middle of the room. Eva explains they're the Punch Power Challenge boards, and there are a total of 5 leaderboards, one for each of the 5 tiers of ability users. She lets them know that if they can crack the top 3,000 on their respective boards, they'll snag a 50 credit reward. Liu Wentao is instantly hyped for the challenge, thinking it sounds like a total cakewalk. Eva then casually clarifies there are just over 4,000 students currently enrolled at the university. With $signs in his eyes, Liu Wentao decides to give it a shot. Eva tells him to swipe his student ID to start, adding the super important rule. Abilities and combat techniques are strictly off-limits. Liu Wentao, buzzing with excitement, steps up to the pillar and slaps his student ID on the scanner. The AI Eva's voice rings out, announcing his attempt. His challenge immediately gets the attention of some upperclassmen, who start snickering that he's just a first-tier, middle-rank freshman. Feeling the pressure of all the eyes on him, a determined Liu Wentao resolves not to get clowned. With a massive yell, he throws a monster of a punch, smashing into the pillar with some pretty decent force as the result flashes on the screen. A punch power of 476 kilograms. Feeling pretty good, Liu Wentao thinks he didn't look too bad, and hitting the top 3,000 should be no sweat. His pride lasts for about 3 seconds before Eva drops a devastating reality check. His rank is way beyond 100,000. Liu Wentao is just floored, screaming in disbelief and yelling about how that's even possible. He argues that there are only about 4,000 students at the whole university, to which Eva coldly clarifies that the leaderboard tracks the scores of every student since the university's founding 100 years ago. The absolutely soul-crushing realization smacks Liu Wentao right in the face. The entire crowd was just waiting to watch him make a complete fool of himself. The upperclassmen absolutely erupt in laughter, with one of them remarking how this bit never gets old. As his roommate wallows in his own cringe, Shu Jing Ming offers a little bit of comfort, reminding him that as a spiritual element user, raw punching power was never his main stat anyway. A grateful Liu Wentao immediately pushes Shu Jing Ming to try, positive that he'll be stronger. Shu Jing Ming agrees, admitting he was curious to test his strength anyway. He swipes his ID, and once again, Eva announces the challenge. The crowd's attention swings over to him, but this time, they look even less impressed. Pfft. They're all thinking he looks like some low-rank, first-tier scrub. Bet his punch won't even break 400 kilograms. But wait. One guy in the crowd thinks that name, Shu Jing Ming, sounds suspiciously familiar. Meanwhile, Shu Jing Ming is brimming with confidence, just thinking about his recent power-up. He just hit first tier and spent 5 straight days and nights tempering his body to lock in his new techniques. A quick glance at his system panel is all it takes to confirm his shiny new stats. We're talking a seriously upgraded physique and his brand new skill. Thunder Indestructible Body. He slowly clenches his fist, a smirk playing on his lips. He's dying to see just how hard he can hit now. With a massive surge of power, he unleashes the punch, and the sheer force creates a shockwave that blasts through the air. The insane shockwave from Shu Jing's punch rips through the hall, leaving the entire crowd completely stunned. Then, the digital screen flashes with the unbelievable result. A fist power of 45,589 kilograms. This score doesn't just land him in first place. It completely obliterates the long-standing record for all first-tier ability users. Those upperclassmen who were just talking trash are now standing there with their jaws on the floor. One of them just yells out, "He shattered the record," while another stammers, "How can a low-rank, first-tier nobody have that much power?" A third guy grimly points out that a punch with that kind of kick would turn him into a human smoothie. He just can't believe this monster is a freshman. A couple of girls in the crowd are equally freaking out. One of them gushes. Anyone in the top 1,000 is basically a legend who defines the era. So can you even imagine how OP this new number one must be? Her friend adds. That record stood for over 10 years. I have to record this legendary moment. His roommate Liuenta is going ballistic, grabbing Shu Jing Ming and shouting, "You're my true brother. I'm following you from now on, boss." Shu Jing Ming just flashes a smile and tells him, "Dude, chill, don't exaggerate." Looking down at his fist, Shu Jing Ming thinks to himself, pretty satisfied with the results. He figures the Thunder Tyrannosaurus's essence, blood must be a perfect match for him, and the boost to his strength was pretty much instantaneous. The AI, Eva, floats over and formally congratulates Shu Jing Ming for breaking the record. She then announces that a 400 credit reward has been sent to his account. A curious Shu Jing Ming immediately asks, "Hey, so if I break the record again, do I get more credits?" Eva lays it out straight. The prize is a one-time deal for first-timers only. But hey, he can always go smash the other level pillars to snag some new loot. Shu Jing Ming glances up at the 4 other pillars for the 2nd to 5th tier players and just casually decides, yeah, I'll get to those later. Meanwhile, his roommate has fully embraced his new role as chief hype man, as a whole squad of impressed girls starts crowding around Liu Wento, who's busy pointing over at his absolutely legendary roommate. In a flash, the girls descend upon a completely clueless Shu Jing Ming, some offering to show him the ropes on the equipment and others desperately trying to recruit him for their club. Totally overwhelmed by his sudden fame, Shu Jing Ming gets yanked out of the mob by Liu Wento, who masterminds a tactical retreat to a private training room. Elsewhere, over at his master's place, Dean Yang Genshin is just chilling, sipping some tea, when his senior disciple, Lu Ming, shows up. He shoves his phone in the dean's face, reporting that their junior brother Shu is blowing up the campus forums. Dean Yang Genshin just stares in awe at our boy's ridiculously overpowered stats, wondering why on earth the kid ran off to shatter records instead of, taking a nap. This gets Liu Ming thinking, taking a little trip down memory lane. He remembers back when he was a top dog, first-tier user, and had just barely mastered the first level of the Thunder Indestructible Body. Back then, his punch was packing just a little over 3,500 kilograms. He realizes with total shock that his new junior brother isn't just a little stronger, the kid is on a completely different planet. Cut to some swanky, high-end apartment, where some dude with dark hair and a brown jacket is glaring at his phone. And then, he just completely loses it. He slams his fist down on the marble countertop so hard the glass next to it explodes, his hand now crackling with orange flames and blue lightning. The guy is absolutely seething. He's cursing the fact that Shu Jing Ming had the nerve to show up in Magic Capital too, clenching that fiery fist of his. His entire face twists into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. He's stewing over how Shu Jing Ming's epic win cost him his shot at being the top scorer in Jiangnan province, basically turning him into the punchline of every joke back in his hometown. He furiously swears that this time he's taking back every last scrap of glory he thinks he deserves. Meanwhile, back at the university training room, Shu Jing Ming is just sitting there, calm as can be, fiddling with a small knife. He's just contemplating the awesome perks of his new Thunder Indestructible body technique. He's amazed that even after 5 straight days of intense tempering, with 0 food or sleep, he's still bursting with energy. So, to test out his new tank-like durability, he just casually drags the sharp blade across his own hand. Asterisk, clang. Asterisk. The blade just skids right off his skin without so much as a scratch. All it left was a pathetic little white line. He couldn't help but be impressed. His body was now tougher than an E-grade alloy. Regular knives were basically just toys to him now. This S-grade body refinement technique was the real deal. All right. Just then, his roommate, Liu Wentao, barrels into the room, screaming his name like a madman. He shoves his phone in Shu Jing Ming's face, yelling that the campus forum had absolutely blown up over him, shattering the record. Apparently, tons of students were spamming the comment section, all of them saying they wanted a piece of him. But far from being annoyed, a cocky little smirk spread across Shu Jing's face. Looks like the fighting spirit at Magic University is pretty intense, he thought to himself. This could be fun. Seeing all the keyboard warriors throwing down the gauntlet, a fired-up Liu Wentao waved his phone around, offering to digitally demolish those wannabes for underestimating his bro. Shu Jing Ming just calmly pushed his roommate's arm down. Nah, forget it. Don't waste your energy. He explained that he had way more important stuff to deal with, since he was on his way to the Battle Technique Library, and told Liu Wentao to just head back to the dorm. Before long, Shu Jing was standing in front of the absolutely massive, ultra-modern Battle Technique Library. As he neared the entrance, he held his hand up to a scanner, and a crazy, complex, glowing orange security circle materialized. Yeah, this place's security was definitely not messing around. He had to admit, he was pretty blown away by the setup. He remembered hearing a rumor that the university's own vice principal personally stood guard here, a legendary 9th-tier powerhouse. With a monster like that on watch duty, not even the top-dog Martial Saints could dream of swiping the goodies inside. After tapping his student ID card on the reader, he strolled through the gate as the security circle gave him one final scan before letting him pass. Stepping into the grand hall, he was immediately met by a trio of female librarians. The one in the middle greeted him with a warm smile, using his full name. "Welcome, S-grade student Shu Jing Ming. How may we assist you today?" He was a little surprised they knew who he was. "Wait, how did you know my name?" Shu Jing Ming asked. The librarian explained politely that students with S-grade clearance, like him, were VIPs with access to literally every battle technique. Apparently, their system sent out an alert the second his ID was scanned. A peek inside the librarian's mind reveals her true, greedy intentions. She instantly clocked that his SG-level authority meant he was a future big shot, basically a guaranteed grandmaster. And just like that, Operation Become Besties with the Future Legend was a go. Oblivious to her scheming, Shu Jing Ming just asks where he can find the lightning-based superpower techniques. The librarian, practically tripping over herself to help, explained that the B-grade and lower stuff was on the 2nd and 3rd floors, but the Times Real Times juicy techniques were stashed away in a special reading room up on the 4th floor. She then casually mentioned that his fancy card was the all-access pass he needed. Next thing you know, she's giving him the 5-star treatment, personally escorting him to this swanky private room on the 4th floor. Floating in the middle of the room was a little AI gadget, just chilling over a table. The AI piped up, explaining that once he picked his skills online, the actual, honest-to-goodness secret manuals would be delivered right to him. It even gave him a friendly warning to, not spill anything on them. Finally left alone, Shu Jing hit the AI with a command, "Show me every lightning technique, B-grade and up." The AI was like, "You got it, boss?" And bam. Dozens of glowing blue holographic screens flooded the entire room, each one displaying a different, electrifying technique. As he scrolled through the insane menu of options, 2 in particular practically jumped out and slapped him in the face. First up was an absolutely bonkers SSS grade technique called 10,000 Prisons Heavenly Thunder Guidance. This bad boy could create a whole thunderstorm domain. The catch? You had to be at least a 5th-tier user to even look at it funny. The next one was a slightly less insane SS grade skill named Wrath of the Thunder God. It let you call down some seriously angry lightning from the sky. And, surprise, surprise, this one was locked too, requiring a user to be at least 4th tier. Still, Shu Jing Ming's jaw was on the floor just looking at the quality on display. I mean, SS grade, and even SSS grade options, just sitting there for the taking. He couldn't help but marvel at how stacked this university was and wondered if he could actually view them for free. But that hype train came to a screeching halt as he realized the cultivation of these god-tier techniques came with some ridiculously strict requirements. With his current status, looks like he was stuck window shopping in the A-grade section for the time being. He saw endless A-grade options, realizing picking one without his master's guidance would be a total nightmare. But luckily for him, he didn't come in flying blind. He whipped out a cheat sheet, a recommendation list straight from his master, Dean Yang Gian, saving him a massive headache. With his master's picks in hand, he started tapping away at the holographic displays, pointing out his top picks like he's ordering from a menu. He finally settles on a killer combo of 4 specific A-grade techniques. First up is Thunder Spear, for when you absolutely, positively have to zap something out of existence. Next on the list is Chain Thunder Gun, for that sweet, sweet, continuous damage. And for number 3, we've got Thunder Flash, 'cause you gotta be nimble. And to wrap it all up, Thunder Prison, a little something for crowd control. He's already running the specs in his head. Thunder Spear for sniping fools from a distance, Chain Thunder Gun for laying down some serious, non-stop hurt, and Thunder Flash for zipping around the battlefield, and Thunder Prison to keep the mobs in check. He's thinking, yeah, with these 4 bad boys and my S-rank Thunder indestructible body, his combat style is going to be basically flawless. What weaknesses? The system AI, EVA, chimes in to analyze his bold selection. It informs him that the times average times person takes a solid 6 months just to get the basics down for a single A-grade technique. The AI even suggests mixing in some baby-level techniques for a more balanced approach. But Xu Jinping just scoffs. Advice is for people who need it. A little while later, the librarian shuffles back into view, arms full. He presents our hero with the 4 legendary manuals for the chosen techniques. As Xu Jing reaches out to grab them, he can't help but admire how ridiculously fancy they are. His mind immediately starts calculating their street value. I mean, even a measly C-grade manual goes for millions. So these 4 A-grade originals are basically priceless artifacts. He cracks open the first one, and a freaking golden light blasts out from the pages. He's instantly hit by the sheer artistic depth and overwhelming aura. This is the kind of high-def experience a bootleg copy could never hope to replicate. Alright, time to get serious. He hunkers down and starts cramming, the hours just melting away. But soon, his intense focus curdles into pure frustration. Sweat's pouring down his face as he clutches his head in agony. This stuff is written in, like, cosmic hieroglyphics. It's completely incomprehensible. But does he give up? Heck no. He grits his teeth and forces his way through every single page. After what feels like an eternity, he leans back, having read all 4 manuals. Then, with a smirk, he calls out to his personal cheat code, Deep Blue, you're up. Dump the points. And just like that, the system responds instantly. Asterisk, ping, 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 asterisk, 4 notifications pop up, confirming that 200 superpower points have been yoinked for each technique. And boom, all 4 are now mastered at the elementary level. Time to admire his handiwork. He pulls up his status panel to check out the glorious updates. And there they are in all their glory. Thunder Spear, Thunder Flash, the A-grade Chain Thunder Gun, and Thunder Prison, all neatly listed at the elementary level. And as for his body refinement technique, the Thunder indestructible body is still stuck on layer 1, and his available superpower points have tanked to 1,434. Getting to his feet, Shu Jing Ming cracks his knuckles, a wicked aura practically crackling around him. Now that he's loaded up on some seriously OP battle techniques, he glances up with a predatory grin, wondering which poor soul is going to be the first guinea pig for his new bag of tricks. Later that night, back at their swanky villa, Liu Wentao, chilling on the couch, gives Shu Jing Ming the rundown on an alert from Eva. Apparently, the freshman assembly is tomorrow at training ground number 1. He also brings up some new freshman group chat, telling Shu Jing Ming he should probably hop in. Shu Jing Ming just plays it cool and agrees. That's when Liu Wentao gets nosy. asking what tier of combat techniques he picked out at the library. Without even blinking, Shu Jing Ming says he just grabbed 4 A-rank combat techniques. Liu Wentao's jaw practically hits the floor. He sputters that mastering 4 A-rank techniques is something you wouldn't expect from anyone until they're a sophomore, or even a junior. The guy realizes his roommate is clearly built different. Liu Wentao's gears start turning. He figures that to even look at A-rank techniques, Shu Jing Ming must have A-rank clearance. But Shu Jing Ming just smirks and corrects him, saying his clearance level is actually S-rank. The bombshell absolutely floors Liu Wentao, who shoots up from the couch, practically screaming in disbelief. He's yelling about why the school would even have a clearance level above A-rank. Then, it hits him. He starts stammering that all those online rumors about Shu Jing Ming being some E-rank scrub have to be fake, and asks, completely shell-shocked, if this means Shu Jing Ming has an S-rank superpower. Shu Jing Ming just grins, trolling him with, looks like Mr. Know-It-All just learned something new today, huh? The confirmation just leaves Liu Wentao completely starstruck. He blurts out that he knew Shu Jing's rating was high, but he never in his wildest dreams thought it'd be S-rank, especially when the other provincial top dogs are only A-rank. A massive, goofy grin just takes over his face as he flashes a big thumbs up. He's thinking, yep, hopping on this hype train early was the best decision ever. He's officially an OG fan now. Later on, Shu Jing Ming is up in the second-floor training room. He picks up a practice spear, but it feels like a toothpick. He thinks to himself, all right, I've got the skills. Now I just need the gear to match. He mused that his old F-rank obsidian spear, currently chilling back home, was basically a toothpick for him now. Yup, it was definitely time for a serious upgrade. He casually told the AI, Eva, pull up the school mall and show me the spears. Like magic, Eva flooded his vision with holographic displays, showcasing everything from F-rank starter sticks to top-tier D-rank lances. Shu Jing Ming noticed he could even fine-tune the length and weight. Nice. He knew that better gear meant more weight and a much bigger price tag, so he settled on a solid E-rank spear, a hefty 210 kilograms, plus a matching E-rank combat suit and boots. Without a second thought, he smashed that confirm purchase button. A notification popped up. Total damage, 237 credits. His balance plummeted to a measly 382.6. Delivery was confirmed for the next day, and he couldn't help but sigh, watching his hard-earned credits just poof. His wallet was now nearly half empty. Ouch. But with fresh gear inbound, he gripped the dinky practice spear, a fire igniting in his eyes. He knew he'd have to make do with this glorified stick for now, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He declared, all right. You and I are going to master my 4 new A-rank combat techniques tonight. The next morning, all the freshmen at Madu Superpower University were herded together for the big assembly. The moment Shu Jing Ming strolled in, every single eye in the place locked right onto him. Whispers erupted through the crowd as they realized he was that times guy, the one who shattered the school's punch power record. Then the whispers got louder. He was the top scorer from Jiangnan province. They couldn't stop gawking at his insane power and, let's be real, his good looks. But before he could even find a place to chill, a tall figure blocked his path. It was some imposing dude named Lei Zhou, who jabbed a finger in his face and bellowed a challenge for everyone to hear. The gossip mill went into overdrive. Everyone knew he was the runner-up from Jiangnan province, the guy who scored over 9,300. The tea started spilling about his loaded family, with both of his parents being crazy powerful Tier 4 superhumans. Someone muttered sympathetically, man, what a shame. Nobody ever remembers who came in second, which, kinda explained why he was acting like such a sore loser. But despite the public spectacle, Shu Jing Ming was completely unfazed. He just calmly shot him down. Nah, not interested. A comeback that left his roommate, Liu Wentao, absolutely floored. Li Zhou, on the other hand, just smirked and said, don't be so quick to say no. Then he decided to make things personal. He brought up how Shu Jing's aunt's family had a business selling rare plants. Leaning in with a nasty grin, he dropped the bomb. His family was his aunt's biggest customer. On top of that, she's on the hook for a massive loan to them. He then drops a thinly veiled threat, hinting that if the payment comes in late, his aunt's family might just run into some unfortunate trouble. The threat immediately kills the mood. Shu Jing Ming's face turns to ice as a ferocious dark blue aura explodes from his body. He asks in a dangerously low voice if Lei Zhou is trying to threaten him. The sheer pressure from his aura physically shoves the startled Lei Zhou a step back. Sweating bullets and totally shaken, Lei Zhou can't process the monstrous, beast-like presence he just provoked. He immediately starts backpedaling, stammering that it wasn't a threat, just a friendly heads up. Having made his point crystal clear, Shu Jing Ming's aura vanishes. He calmly asks for the time and place for their little duel. After getting his act together, Lejo declares the fight is on in 7 days. At high noon on broadcast platform 3. Shu Jing Ming accepts, warning his new punching bag not to regret this decision. The whole confrontation gets the student body buzzing, everyone eager to see the upcoming beatdown. A short while later, the assembly officially gets underway. An older, gray-bearded university official takes the stage. He welcomes the freshmen, explaining that this is just a Q&A session about the university's systems. However, he announces the very first thing he wants to introduce is the school's combat power ranking. He lays it out. Students will use a virtual dive pod for holographic combat simulations, and their rank will be based on how many levels they can clear. A fires everyone up, telling them to give it their all and emphasizing that the rewards are absolutely stacked. After the 1-hour-long snooze fest is over, Shu Jing Ming lets out a huge yawn. He thinks to himself that the only interesting part was the virtual dive pod, which he'll have to check out sometime. For now, his priority for the next few days is to keep up his daily training grind with his senior Liu Ming and his mentor. For 7 straight days, Shu Jing Ming goes all out, dedicating himself to some insane training under his senior Liu Ming and his master, Dean Yang Gentian. After the training blitz, Liu Ming approaches Shu Jing Ming, completely flabbergasted. He points out that his junior brother has already shot up to the mid-level of the first tier and demands to know how in the world it happened so fast. Shu Jing Ming just flashes a smirk and chalks it up to good luck, but his inner monologue reveals the real secret sauce. Turns out, he'd been sandbagging for a few days before cashing in his system points to level up, which dropped the advancement cost to a measly 380 superpower points. He figures if he'd ranked up any quicker, he probably would have given his senior a heart attack. Switching gears, Liu Ming brings up the duel, asking Shu Jing Ming if he's still on for that showdown at noon. Shu Jing Ming just confirms with a confident smirk. Liu Ming claps him on the shoulder, saying he'll be holding a 3-minute moment of silence for the poor sap he's about to fight. Naturally, he decides to tag along and watch the fireworks. We cut to broadcast platform 3, a massive arena already packed with a buzzing crowd. Leiho strolls into the ring, flanked by his posse. One of them remarks, "This is a perfect chance to see what the top scorer is really made of." But another buddy scoffs, calling Shu Jing Ming's high score a total fluke and putting all his money on Leijo. When someone brings up how Shu Jing Ming shattered the punch power record, Leijo just laughs it off, claiming some physical record is totally worthless when superpowers are the only thing that counts. And, right on cue, Shu Jing Ming himself makes his grand entrance, with Liu Ming in tow. Rocking a slick new black coat and his brand new spear, his arrival definitely turns some heads as he makes his way to the ring. Liu Ming can't help but chuckle to himself, thinking that with his junior's killer looks, the guy is going to have female students falling all over him once he makes a name for himself. Over in the ring, Leijo sizes up his opponent's aura and notices Shu Jing Ming's rank has jumped. But he's not sweating it, not one bit, thinking he's got a few aces up his own sleeve. Wanting to spice things up, Leiho suggests they put a little something on the line. How about all of their credits? Shu Jing Ming accepts, without even blinking, coolly stating he has 370 credits to his name. Impressed? Leijo says he'll cover any difference with cold hard cash. He proposes they both wire their credits to an account held by Old Master Joe, a neutral third party, to keep things on the level. The teacher officiating the match is a blonde woman with her hair in a ponytail, known as Jo Yoon, and she's a powerhouse tier 6 mid-level healing type super. As he finishes up the credit transfer, Shu Jing Ming clocks the high-tier healer's presence, the one and only teacher Jo Yoon. He gets it. Fights between soups can get messy, so the school obviously brought in the big guns to make sure nobody gets permanently deleted. He's all in. The crowd is absolutely electric, buzzing about the massive wager, now worth a whopping 3. With a cool 7 million in the pot confirmed, teacher Jo Yoon strolls out to make this beatdown official. She gives a nod that the funds are secure and tells our two combatants to get ready. She lays down the law. The match ends the moment someone either cries uncle or takes a dirt nap, and the winner is forbidden from landing any cheap shots after that. Both Shu Jing Ming and Leijo give a cool nod, showing they get it. As the two rivals square up, Shu Jing Ming casually holds his spear, looking bored already, as Leijo dramatically unsheaths his blade. With a face full of edgy determination, Leiho immediately unleashes his A-rank fire ability. He calls it the Dense Pine Industry Fire. A massive vortex of fire explodes around him, while he vows to reclaim the dignity he thinks Shu Jing Ming took. The audience totally freaks out, jaws on the floor, amazed by the terrifying spectacle of an A-rank fire ability in action. Looking like a walking bonfire, Leiho makes his move and charges straight ahead. He leaps into the air, channeling all his power into a massive raging flame slash, but in response, Shu Jing Ming just stands there and gives his spear a little flick, like he's shooing away a fly. In a moment that breaks everyone's brain, his ridiculously simple block just stops the giant flaming sword cold. The entire arena goes dead silent. They can't wrap their heads around it. He didn't even use a combat technique, yet he parried that insane move. No way! A normal swing just cancelled an ultimate skill, they shout, while Leiho himself is completely short-circuited. He's just gritting his teeth, his face a mask of pure disbelief. Now that his big move has been made a total joke, Shu Jing Ming stares him down with the cold, indifferent gaze of someone looking at a bug. Ominous purple lightning begins to dance around his body as he calmly informs Leiho that nothing is impossible. "It only seems impossible," he says, "because you're just too weak." And before his rival can even process that epic burn, Shu Jing Ming explodes into motion, launching a brutal counter. Engulfed in a maelstrom of violent purple lightning, he closes the distance in an instant and slams his attack square into Leijo's chest. The blow sends him flying like a rag doll, while the purple lightning from the attack electrocutes him from the inside out. He can't help but let out a blood-curdling shriek of pain. The sheer force of the hit knocks his sword from his grasp, sending it spinning through a shower of blood as he's blasted away. He hits the deck hard, slumping over in total defeat while his body sizzles and smokes. The audience is just completely gobsmacked by the sudden, one-sided conclusion. Leiho's cheer squad can't believe their eyes, one of them screaming in utter disbelief that the whole thing was over after Shu Jing Ming made, like, 2 moves. 2. Some guy in the crowd yells, "Stronger? Are you kidding me? He just got one-shotted." The whole crowd starts buzzing, agreeing that Shu Jing Ming is playing in a completely different league than the other freshmen. Meanwhile, Lu Wing, chilling on the sidelines, looks like he's about to fall asleep from boredom. He's just thinking to himself, "Man, what a total snooze fest. My boy didn't even have to use 1/10 of his real power." Back in the arena, teacher Zhou Yun starts to announce the winner, but hold on a second. A battered Leiho staggers back to his feet, calling out her name through gritted teeth. He's snarling that he hasn't lost, that this fight isn't over. In a desperate Hail Mary, he whips out a little red pill. Teacher Zhou Yun's eyes go wide. She knows exactly what that is. She screams in alarm, "That's a rampaging blood pill, don't you dare take that." She pleads with him, saying this is just a school match, not something worth throwing his life away for. The audience recognizes the forbidden candy, too. They start whispering that, while it can supercharge a user's strength for a bit, the crash and burn afterwards is absolutely brutal. We're talking being stuck in a bed for months. They're all wondering if this guy has a death wish, especially with the massive university competition just 1 month away. But Leiho completely tunes them out, declaring he'll face any and all consequences himself. He's determined to go all in on this gamble, and he'll only accept defeat if he loses after this power-up. In the crowd, some students, Lu Wenta included, start calling foul. They're shouting, "Isn't using a performance-enhancing supplement cheating?" But teacher Zhou Yun shuts them down. She clarifies that since this is just an unofficial throwdown, there aren't really any strict rules. She explains that weapons, combat suits, and even special juicers are all considered part of a fighter's arsenal. As she's talking, Leiho swallows the pill. She finishes her point by saying that if Shu Jing Ming had a similar power-up pill, he'd be perfectly welcome to use it too. And right on cue, the pill kicks in hard. Leiho's body explodes in a fiery aura, way more intense than before. His eyes start glowing a menacing orange as he lets out a roar of pure, juiced-up power. Teacher Zhou Yun watches this all unfold, her expression filled with worry. She can tell it's a high-grade pill, and it's already jacked Leiho's power up to the lower level of the second tier. She comes to one conclusion. Shu Jing Ming is in some serious trouble now. Faced with his opponent's desperate, all-or-nothing power-up, Shu Jing Ming's own battle aura just cranks up to 11, becoming even more insane as a torrent of purple lightning erupts all around him. Meanwhile, over on the sidelines, teacher Zhou Yun is watching all this go down with a big ol' grin. He's thinking, "Yep, Shu Jing Ming's got that fire in him. The mindset of a true champion." Back in the ring, Shu Jing Ming tightens his grip on his spear, a cocky smirk plastered on his face. He's like, "All right, finally, this isn't just me bullying a toddler anymore." He takes just one step, and the lightning crackling off his boots completely demolishes the floor beneath him. Then, faster than you can blink, he zips straight for his opponent. Leiho's jaw just about hits the floor at that insane speed as the two of them collide right in the middle of the arena. Their souped-up attacks crash together with a massive boom. Leiho somehow manages to block Shu Jing Ming's first jab, but the sheer, raw power behind it is just ridiculous. The impact sends Leiho flying backwards like a rag doll, forcing him down to his knees just to handle the shockwave, his pathetic flames flickering around him. He's grinding his teeth, totally baffled. He just can't wrap his head around it. Even after juicing himself up to Tier 2, he's still getting absolutely wrecked by Shu Jing Ming. He's probably wondering what kind of demon he picked a fight with. Realizing a face-to-face brawl is a lost cause, Leiho switches up his game plan. He figures if he can't win up close and personal, he'll just start chucking stuff from far away. He jumps back and lobs a bunch of fireballs right at Shu Jing Ming. But honestly, Shu Jing Ming couldn't look more bored by this sad display. He just casually swings his spear in a big circle, kicking up a lightning tornado that swats every single fireball away like they're flies. He even yawns. "Is that really all you got?" Leiho, now sweating buckets, starts cursing his opponent's ridiculously OP lightning powers. But our boy Leiho desperately clings to a sliver of hope, figuring there's no way in heck he can get close to him again. But hey, if he can just run out Shu Jing Ming's battery before his own roid rage wears off, maybe, just maybe, he's got a shot. Yeah, about that. Shu Jing Ming has zero plans of letting this drag on. He decides it's time to wrap this up. He lifts a hand and starts gathering a truly insane amount of purple energy, squishing it all down into a solid spear of pure, crackling lightning. This is his A-rank technique, the Thunder Spear, and with a flick of the wrist, he yeets the thing straight at his opponent. That spear rockets through the air and slams right into Leiho's shoulder, punching right through whatever defenses he had left. He staggers back, clutching the new hole in his body, completely stunned. And that's when the horrifying truth hits Leiho. Oh crap, this guy has long-range attacks too. But before Leiho can even process that nightmare, Shu Jing Ming is already dropping another technique on him. A massive orb of lightning just pops into existence above Leiho, and a torrential downpour of purple energy begins to rain down, frying him to a crisp. Zapped and utterly bewildered, he stares up, trying to figure out what kind of fresh heck this new battle skill is. With an ice-cold expression, Shu Jing Ming points a single finger and casually announces the name of his A-rank control skill, Thunder Prison. Instantly, a cage of crackling purple lightning snaps into place around Leiho, trapping him completely. He lets out a curse, realizing he just got caught in a classic lockdown-type technique. In a last-ditch effort, he dumps all his remaining power into a flame barrier, a swirling vortex of fire to protect his sorry hide. Trapped but still trying to act tough, he taunts Shu Jing Ming, yelling that if he can't get out, then Shu Jing Ming can't get in, trying to challenge him to a boring waiting game. Shu Jing Ming, however, looks completely unimpressed, glancing at the fiery little whirlpool with absolute disdain, probably thinking that sad excuse for a barrier looks pathetically weak and wondering if it could even take one hit. So, instead of playing that little game of attrition, he just leaps high into the air, effortlessly clearing the so-called flame barrier and parking himself directly above his trapped victim. And while he's just chilling up there, he decides it's time to unleash his ultimate beatdown. He flexes his power, and dozens of massive, glowing purple spears made of pure lightning materialize out of thin air, with every single one aimed squarely at the helpless Leiho. The lethal rain of lightning spears begins its descent. It's like his chain thunder gun, but on some serious, world-ending steroids. Staring up at this absolute overkill of an attack, Leiho is filled with pure, unadulterated terror. He knows for a fact that if that barrage connects, he is absolutely, 100% dead. With his life on the line, all that pride shatters into a million pieces, and he screams out his surrender. At the very last possible millisecond, just as Leiho yells that he gives up, the tip of the lead lightning spear freezes just a few inches from his eyeball. The entire storm of spears just vanishes, as Shu Jing Ming lands gracefully back in the ring. Then, for the final, definitive troll move, he thrusts his actual, physical spear forward, piercing Leiho's chest and leaving zero doubt about who just won this fight. Shu Jing Ming yanks his spear out, leaving Leiho kneeling on the floor, utterly defeated and broken. With an aura of absolute, commanding power, with Shu Jing standing triumphantly over his fallen foe, teacher Zhou Yun makes it official. We have a winner. The crowd is absolutely gobsmacked. all whispering about how that wasn't just a loss, it was a total annihilation. They're losing their minds over how Shu Jing Ming perfectly comboed 4 different battle techniques in the span of a few seconds, a move that's way out of league for any normal freshman. A couple of students start breaking down the insane power levels they just witnessed. One of them guesses, "Dude, those skills had to be at least B grade, right?" His friend is totally floored, admitting the best technique he's got is a measly C grade. Watching from the sidelines, Lu Ming overhears their wild speculation and looks seriously stressed out. He thinks to himself, "You guys are lowballing my junior by a mile." Because he knows the terrifying truth. Shu Jing Ming, the absolute madman, actually chose 4 A-grade techniques and has already mastered them to a battle-ready state. He starts having a flashback to his own rookie days, remembering how he only had the guts to pick a single A-grade technique, and it still took him over 4 months to get the hang of it. He has to admit, having a junior who's a straight-up monster is putting a ton of pressure on him. Back in the arena, the dust is settling. A thoroughly humbled Leiho staggers to his feet, genuinely thanking Shu Jing Ming for not ending his career and accepting his complete and utter defeat. He promises the credits and cash they bet are all his for the taking, and he swears he'll make that payment to his aunt's business on time, for real. Teacher Zhou Yun strolls over to Shu Jing Ming to confirm his big payday. A cool 50 credits and 3.2 million in currency have just been wired to his student account. Shu Jing Ming's just thinking, man, these high-stakes duels are a pretty sweet get-rich-quick scheme. The second the duel is over, Liu Wentao comes barreling down to the ring, absolutely losing his mind with excitement. He's screaming congratulations at Brother Ming, telling him he's a rich man now and that they have to hit the city center tonight to celebrate, but Shu Jin Ming starts to decline. He tries to explain that he's got a training session scheduled with his senior, but Lu Ming, who's just chilling nearby, chimes in and tells him to go for it. He drops some sage advice, saying a good work-life balance is the secret sauce for long-term leveling up. Taking his senior's words to heart, Shu Jing agrees to go party. As they're getting ready to bounce, Liu Wentao suddenly points at Liu Ming like he's just spotted a superstar. He starts fanboying hard, gushing about how he's the vice president of the Ash Club and wields a sick A-rank lightning superpower. As he and Shu Jing Ming stroll away together, Liu Wentao can't stop gushing about how that famous senior is even more of a legend in person as they exit the arena. Liu Wentao tells Shu Jing Ming to just roll with it, assuring him he's got the entire night's agenda locked down. Shu Jing Ming throws him a suspicious side-eye, looking back and asking, what times of agenda are we talking about here? Liu Wentao spins around with a massive trollish grin, pointing dramatically at his friend as he unveils the master plan. It's the one, the only, the can't-miss college experience, a full-blown mixer with the girls' dorm. Cut to a scene where a table is absolutely overloaded with food, all set for a party. Liu Wentao saunters over to Shu Jing Ming, who's already chilling at the table. He's practically bouncing, telling Shu Jing Ming he's basically become a campus celebrity. He explains that he just dropped a little post about a mixer on the school forum. Liu Wentao brags that over 100 people signed up, and he had the tough job of handpicking the lucky winners. Shu Jing Ming just smirks at his friend's over-the-top effort and asks who actually made the cut. Liu Wentao gets all secretive, telling him it's a surprise for now, but he'll be meeting them any second. And just like that, he spots the guests arriving and shouts for them to come on over. 2 young women walk up. The one in glasses introduces herself as Qi Dongjia, the official guest of honor. Her friend, a girl with dark hair, pipes up that she's her roommate, Song Chuku. Liu Wentao proudly presents them to Shu Jing Ming, immediately starting to hype up their stats. He explains that Qi Dongjia is packing a nasty A-rank beast-type ability, while Song Chuku is a top-tier user with an A-rank light element ability, who also happened to be the #1 scorer in her whole province. Shu Jing Ming, smooth as ever, just politely introduces himself, but the moment his name hits their ears, Song Chuku's expression completely flips to one of pure shock. Without even a second's hesitation, she asks Shu Jing Ming if he's down to throw down in a sparring match. She tells him he can name the time and place. Her friend Qi Dongjia just calls her a total battle junkie for trying to start a fight 2 seconds after meeting someone, reminding her they were literally there to hang out. Song Chuku flat out admits that the only reason she even showed up was for a shot at fighting Shu Jing Ming. Shu Jing Ming, the pro mediator, steps in to cool things down, inviting them to have a seat. Liu Wentao quickly jumps in to clarify the plan is just to chill, eat, and maybe hit the stores. With that, the group heads out to spend the night at the ridiculously crowded Hai commercial street. Song Chuku gawked at the massive skyscrapers, completely floored by how insane the city was. As they strolled on, Chiangya was already glued to a window display, practically drooling over the clothes. Meanwhile, Shu Jing Ming's attention was snagged by the insane collection of high-end gear for ability users. We're talking A-rank weapons, folks. He scanned a display case full of wicked-looking blades and potent elixirs. He couldn't help but think this place made the item shops back in his hometown of Jiangcheng look like a joke. Yeah, this commercial district was on a whole other level. Their epic quest continued with a pit stop for street food, followed by a raid on a fancy clothing boutique. As the girls unleashed their shopping fury, Shu Jing Ming, ever the gentleman, offered to be Chuku's official bag holder. And boom, the classic handbrush moment as he took the bag. Afterwards, Shu Jing Ming just watched the two girls bounce ahead. Their next target was a jewelry display that sparkled so bright it was a safety hazard. By the end of the night, Shu Jing Ming had been officially demoted to a walking, talking shopping bag rack. Liu Wentao was stunned they'd casually burned through several million in just a few hours, noting that for a girl with a simple look, Xiong Chuku sure swiped her card like a pro. He pointed out she was one seriously loaded young lady, and when Shu Jing Ming looked intrigued, Liu Wentao leaned in to drop the real bombshell. Her family's background was also ridiculously powerful. Right on cue, Chiangya cheerfully yelled for them to come help haul the final boss of their shopping spree, one last bag. At the same time, Chuku was thinking it was probably time to retreat before they bought out the entire city. The evening concluded with Shu Jing Ming and Liu Wentao on escort duty, walking the girls back to their absolutely massive villa. At the gate, Song Chuku admitted to the guys that she actually had a really good time. Both Shu Jing Ming and Liu Wentao waved them off as the girls started toward their fortress of a home. But just before she vanished inside, Chuku stopped, turned around, and leveled a dead serious look at Shu Jing Ming. She told him she was 100% serious earlier and made a promise that, one day, she was going to formally challenge him to a sparring match. Her sudden challenge threw Shu Jing Ming for a loop for a second, but the guy recovered like a champ. A smug grin spread across his face as he accepted her throwdown. "I'm looking forward to it," he said. That seemed to satisfy Chuku, who gave a small nod before finally heading inside. The second that door clicked shut, Chiangya immediately went into teasing mode. She pointed out that she'd never seen Xiong Chuku give a single guy a pleasant look since college started, with Shu Jing Ming being the one and only exception. She then happily declared that it was a brilliant idea to bring her along. That's when Chuku finally explained her usual Ice Queen routine. She revealed that her A-rank light element ability lets her literally hear the inner thoughts of other people. So, she's basically stuck listening to the thirsty, unfiltered thoughts of every guy around her. But get this, she says, our boy Shu Jing Ming is built different. Her mind-reading powers showed he's just appreciating the art, you know? Zero sketchy intentions detected. So she's all thoughtful, concluding he's a rare breed. And when she says this, Chidongjia gets this massive troll face grin and immediately calls her out, saying Miss Song is totally crushing on him. Meanwhile, back with the guys, Liu Wentao lets out a huge sigh of relief, saying it's awesome to just chill for once. And Shu Jing Ming just quietly nods along. But our main character, Shu Jing Ming, is totally zoned out, deep in his own world. He's busy crunching the numbers on Xiong Chuku's insane power level, realizing he's still a total newbie by comparison. That reality check just fires him up to grind even harder. Fast forward 15 days. We find Shu Jing Ming in his training room, deep in meditation. He can feel it, the time is now. He decides it's time for a major power-up and tells his personal system, Deep Blue, to get to work. Yo, Deep Blue, dump all my points into an upgrade. And bam! A massive surge of purple lightning explodes from his body. System alerts start popping up, confirming he's pulling off a double whammy advancement. He's jumping from a mid-level to a high-level first-tier user, and leveling up his Thunder Indestructible body technique to its second stage. Once the epic light show finally dies down, Shu Jing Ming takes a moment to soak in his newfound power. He notes the rank-up gave him a serious stat boost, and the second level of his body technique is all about beefing up his bones and muscles. So, naturally, he whips out the instruction manual, which reveals that once he hits the third level, he'll unlock a crazy special ability. It's called the Thunder Extreme State, which basically gives him a temporary but absolutely insane boost to his power and speed. He immediately pulls up his stat screen to check out the new numbers, and while he's pretty stoked, he's also kinda bummed to see he's only got 62 ability points left. That's nowhere near enough to hit the next level. He figures it's time to ask the boss for some time off, to go farm some monsters in the wilderness and rack up more points. A little later, Shu Jing Ming rolls up to his master's place. Dean Yang Gentian's jaw just about hits the floor, completely stunned by his progress, and asks, "Did you seriously break through again?" Shu Jing Ming, cool as a cucumber, just confirms he had a productive evening. He also casually drops that his body tempering technique hit the second level. The dean is absolutely losing his mind on the inside, thinking his student talks about insane breakthroughs like he's just ordering a pizza. The dean figures with an S-rank ability, and that kind of insane grind, there's literally nothing Shu Jing Ming can't pull off. His senior, Liu Ming, just shakes his head, muttering that his junior is a straight-up monster. He's still salty, remembering it took him a whole 6 months to get that far. Dean Gentian then tells Shu Jing Ming that while leveling up is great, he can't forget how to actually throw down. So, to see what this new power can really do, the dean suggests a friendly little beatdown with his senior, Liu Ming, an offer Shu Jing Ming accepts so fast you'd think it was a free power-up. Over in the training room, Liu Ming says he'll nerf himself down to a low-level second tier, just to make it fair. He tells Shu Jing Ming to come at him with everything he's got. After a quick 3, 2, 1, it's on. Both fighters launch themselves into action, their spears smashing together in the center with a bone-rattling boom. A massive explosion of purple and green energy erupts, and the sheer force of it has Liu Ming's jaw on the floor. He's thinking, holy crap, this kid's power is off the charts. It's nearly as strong as his, even with the power limiter on. Meanwhile, Shu Jing Ming, crackling with purple lightning, is feeling an absolute rush. It finally hits him. For the first time since getting his system, he's actually found someone who can keep up. Time to push the advantage, he decides. Shu Jing Ming gathers a ball of pure lightning in his hand and unleashes his Thunder Prison technique. This giant freaking meatball of electricity zips across the room, forcing Liu Ming to go on the defensive. But before his senior can even catch a breath, Shu Jing Ming is in the air, already winding up another attack. He unleashes a hail of lightning spears, a move that looks a lot like his chain thunder gun technique. Liu Ming immediately recognizes that 1-2 punch. With a cocky smirk, he points out that this is the same combo that took down Le Zhou, but then declares, "I ain't no rookie." He channels his own energy and unleashes a ridiculously powerful counter. It's a massive wave of teal-colored lightning he calls Jade Pivot True Thunder. 20 minutes later, the epic showdown is finally over. A totally gassed Shu Jing Ming is using his spear as a crutch. He calls it admitting his divine thunder juice is all tapped out and that he lost fair and square. But Liu Ming just gives him a pat on the back. He explains that Shu Jing Ming didn't lose on skill, he just had a smaller mana pool to work with. Just then, their master, Dean Yang Gentian, strolls on over, hyping up the fight like it was the main event. He even admits Shu Jing Ming's performance was way crazier than he'd ever imagined. Dude totally thought Liu Ming was going to wipe the floor with him. No sweat. But nope, they were trading blows like a couple of titans, and it all came down to a good old-fashioned slugfest to see who'd run out of juice first. That's when Liu Ming hits his junior brother with a classic question. "Yo, do you even realize what your power level just hit?" Shu Jing Ming just gives him the "huh" face, and that's when Liu Ming drops an absolute bombshell. He's now the undisputed king of Tier 2. That new title hits Shu Jing Ming hard, leaving him looking like he's already planning his next power-up. So, with that epic training arc in the bag, Dean Yang Gentian calls it a day and tells everyone to go chill. Right on cue, the butler, Uncle Fu, rolls up with a tray of premium spirit fruits, saying they're basically top-tier health potions. Seeing his chance, Shu Jing Ming slides up to his master with a big ask. He's about to drop his next big plan. He's getting ready to ditch school for a little vacation in the wilderness. The dean's jaw just about hits the floor and he's like, "For how long exactly?" Shu Jing Ming casually mentions he'll be gone for, over a month, and he'll pop back in right before the freshman tournament. The thought of this month-long grinding session is clearly giving his master a heart attack. Putting on his serious teacher face, the dean lays it out straight. The wilderness isn't some cushy exam zone, it's the real deal. He's like, there's no army to save your butt, and the beasts out there don't follow a script, meaning you could stumble into a raid boss at any second. He hammers home that staying for over a month is basically asking for trouble. But, seeing that classic protagonist-level determination in his eyes, the dean caves. He figures if Shu Jing Ming is this dead set on his suicide mission, who is he to stop him? He claps a hand on his student's shoulder and gives him the one piece of advice that actually matters. If things go south, you run. Don't think, just book it. The dean says the road to becoming OP is paved with near-death experiences, and since his student has ambition leaking out of his ears, he's not about to be the guy who holds him back. Shu Jing Ming gives a respectful nod, thanking his master for green-lighting his crazy plan. So the dean's like, all right, which high-level zone are you planning to farm? While snagging a spirit fruit from Liu Ming, Shu Jing Ming just casually says he's heading to the wilderness out by Yuani City. Hearing this, the dean let out a sigh of relief so big it could have blown a house down. He pointed out the area is right next to Magic Capital, where the beasties top out at a measly tier 4 or 5. In his old man book, that made it a relatively safe choice. He told Shu Jing Ming he'd have his senior, Liu Ming, drop some pro tips on him later and hook him up with a little something. Shu Jing Ming was like, "Aight, bet." For one last go-get-'em, tiger moment, the dean explained that since he couldn't exactly babysit him out in the boonies, he'd at least set him up with some decent gear. A ring on his finger started flaring up with a wicked teal light, and he grabbed Shu Jing Ming's hand, ready to pass on the goods. Back in his dorm, Shu Jing Ming was chilling on his bed, his brand new spear and a go bag right beside him. He told his AI, Eva, pull up the university's quest board. A bunch of holographic screens instantly popped into existence. He remembered the advice his senior disciple, Liu Ming, had dished out. Before you peace out into the wild, it's a brilliant idea to stack up on some side quests to farm extra credits. So, he scrolled through the list, checking out all the gigs they had on offer, from your basic fetch quests for beast parts and herb-picking chores to some light bounty hunting. The pay scaled with the danger, of course. C and D rank missions offered chump change, while the S and A rank gigs were where the real money was at. Shu Jing Ming noticed a pattern. All the high-paying jobs involved throwing down. He smirked to himself, figuring this was Madu University's whole school of hard knocks philosophy. Just yeet your students into the meat grinder and see who comes out stronger. Classic. It reminded him of that old saying. The real A-listers aren't cooped up in some lecture hall. They're out there, getting their hands dirty. With that fresh in his mind, he casually picked 1 A-rank and 3 B-rank missions for his little field trip. And just like that, prep was done. Shu Jing Ming geared up in his slick new combat attire, threw his backpack on, and was ready to roll. As Ava wished him good luck, he thought to himself, time's a-wastin', let's get this show on the road. His journey brought him to the front door of the Yuanche City Supply Base, a rowdy town in the mountains that acted as the last pit stop for anyone heading into the wilderness. The streets were crawling with adventurers, all shouting to recruit people for their beast-hunting squads. Then, Shu Jing Ming rolled up, soaking in the chaotic energy with a satisfied smirk. He thought, all right, the real game starts now. Our boy strolls down the street and waltzes into a massive building, the official registration hall for adventurers. The place is absolutely packed with other weapon-toting individuals. A receptionist in a snazzy red dress flashes him a warm smile and asks how she can help him out. Shu Jing Ming cuts right to the chase. He's here to sign up and become an adventurer, plain and simple. He flashes his ID, knowing full well you can't just step foot in the wilderness without getting that nationally recognized adventurer status first. The receptionist takes a look at Shu Jing Ming's university ID and her eyes widen. He's a student from the prestigious Madu Superpower University. She comments that it's pretty rare to see a first-tier user like him trying to brave the wilderness so soon. She lets him know it's going to take a little bit to process his registration, so he should probably just chill in the hall while he waits. So, as Shu Jing Ming waits, he takes a lap around the hall, checking out the competition. All of a sudden, a huge commotion kicks off near the entrance. A whole crew of guys starts losing their minds as a newcomer makes her grand entrance. They immediately recognize her as the goddess Zhang Chu Quan, fawning over her beauty and her ridiculously powerful aura. They're all muttering that a presence like that is exactly what you'd expect from a Madu University student. The center of all this chaos is a super stylish woman with long white hair and sunglasses, strutting through the hall like she owns the place. She's trailed by 2 beefy bodyguards and her own personal cameraman. This is, of course, Janang Chuchuan. She's a second-year student from Madu Superpower University, and the rumor mill is already in overdrive. Everyone's guessing she must be here to film some new content for her online videos. They're all gushing about her content and her fame, with one dude claiming she has at least 10 million fans. Another guy immediately jumps in to correct him. He insists she has over 15 million followers, and then dramatically declares he'd trade 10 years of his life just to be her boyfriend. From a safe distance, Shu Jing Ming just watches the whole spectacle unfold. He recognizes her from school and internally makes a note. Her beauty is right up there with Song Chuku's. His train of thought is derailed when the receptionist calls him over. She hands him his shiny new adventurer card and a high-tech satellite smartwatch. She explains the watch comes with a map of the wilderness that tracks beast activity and shows all the danger levels. Shu Jing Ming gives her a quick thanks, but as he turns to leave, some shady-looking character steps in his way. The guy sizes him up, figuring this is Shu Jing Ming's first rodeo in the wilderness, and warns him that showing up unprepared is a death sentence. So, naturally, he offers to sell him some essential elixirs. Playing along, Shu Jing Ming feigns interest and asks about the price. The dude eagerly flashes his coat open, revealing a stash of pills, offering first-grade healing elixirs for 20,000 and antidote elixirs for 15,000. He even tries to upsell him on some more potent second-grade versions, though he mentions they'll cost a pretty penny. Shu Jing Ming just casually remarks that the prices don't even seem that high. The merchant's face lights up, and he starts boasting that he's famous for his cheap and effective potions. But that's when Shu Jing Ming's whole vibe shifts. Internally, he's thinking, yeah, something's not right. He knows a standard first-grade elixir should run at least 30 or 40,000. The guy's bargain bin prices could only mean one thing. He's a low-life scammer targeting clueless newbies. But instead of getting spooked, Shu Jing Ming calmly asks how many elixirs the guy wants to sell, then immediately calls him on his BS, asking just how many other rookies he's ripped off. The merchant, realizing he's been made, drops the nice guy act. He gets all aggressive and shoves his face right into Shu Jing Ming's, snarling about whether he was just being played from the start. Shu Jing Ming, completely unbothered, just asks, "What do you think?" The merchant's face twists into a nasty grin. He declares that Shu Jing Ming is the first moron to ever dare mess with him inside the supply base. However, before things could really pop off, a young woman with short dark hair jumps in, shouting at the scammer. She calls him out by name, Xiao Chunlin, and accuses him of trying to swindle new adventurers again. The woman starts walking toward them, and looking super annoyed. Xiao Chunlin mutters that Shu Jing Ming got lucky this time. Before taking off, he leans in and drops a sinister threat, warning Shu Jing Ming not to step foot outside the supply base for the next few days, or he's gonna be sorry. As Xiao Chunlin storms off in a huff, the other adventurers start gossiping like crazy. They're all whispering that the new guy is in deep trouble for getting targeted by Xiao Chunlin and that he totally provoked the wrong person. One adventurer mentions that the rumor is Xiao Chunlin is a mid-level second-tier user, making him way out of the league for a high-level first-tier guy like Shu Jing Ming. The girl who intervened walks up to Shu Jing Ming and warns him that Xiao Chunlin is a seriously vengeful dude, telling him it's probably a good idea to just lay low inside the base. Shu Jing Ming gives her a polite thanks, but he's gotta ask, why is a known con artist still allowed to operate around here? She spills the tea. Xiao Chunlin's got some serious backup, so nobody dares to mess with him. Her final piece of advice? Stick to the official shops for his gear, and seriously, don't even think about stepping outside. And with that ominous warning, she heads off. Shu Jing Ming watches her leave, thinking to himself, what a nice lady. But, whatever. Shu Jing Ming just shrugs it off and gets back to the mission at hand. First things first, he needs to stock up for the month. He runs through a mental checklist. Health potions, check. Antidote elixirs, check. And all the other usual goodies. With his shopping spree complete, Shu Jing Ming strolls over to an official vendor to cash out his haul. After cramming everything into his inventory, backpack, he's out the door of the adventurer's hall, fully kitted out and ready to rock the wilderness. But of course, the second he steps foot outside, his way is blocked by none other than Xiao Chunling and his crew of wannabes. And oh boy, the scammer looks absolutely livid. He starts running his mouth, calling Shu Jing Ming a defiant little fool for daring to leave after being told to stay put. He's practically screaming, "Are you trying to disrespect me?" But Shu Jing Ming, totally unfazed, just calmly asks what his deal is. That chill attitude just pours gasoline on the fire, and Xiao Chunlin's face contorts into a seriously ugly sneer. He practically spits that, since Shu Jing Ming decided to throw shade his way, he's gonna personally snap both of his legs and gift him a lifetime subscription to a wheelchair, shouting that it's the only way he'll feel better. Meanwhile, not too far away, that same kind adventurer from before spots the whole showdown going down. She's like, "Ugh, I told him so," and decides she has to jump in. But hold on, Her buddy grabs her arm, saying, maybe it's for the best if this guy learns his lesson the hard way. Back to the main event, Xiao Chunlin gets ready to follow through on his big, tough guy threat. Some sketchy-looking dark energy starts swirling around his arm as he powers up his skill. He starts bragging about his awesome C-rank, metallic skin, superpower, claiming that with his D-rank combat suit on top, our boy Shu Jing Ming won't be able to lay a single scratch on him. Then comes the ultimatum: fork over 1 million and get on his knees to apologize, or he's getting his legs turned into noodles. Shu Jing's reaction? Instantaneous. A faint crackle of purple lightning arcs across his body as he lets out a single, utterly disdainful word. Absolutely shameless. Xiao Chunlin practically jumps out of his skin as our boy's power level just skyrockets, his eyes bugging out in pure disbelief. But before he or his goon squad can even blink, Shu Jing Ming just vanishes in a blur of purple lightning, pulling a classic, nothing personal, kid move. He materializes right behind the clown and clobbers him with one absolutely devastating hit. The sheer force of that one-hit wonder sends Xiao Chunlin sailing backward like a ragdoll, leaving him looking like a modern art piece made of blood and regret. He gets launched so hard, he redecorates a nearby stone wall by, smashing clean through it. The peanut gallery, especially that nice adventurer lady and her crew, are left completely gobsmacked by this sudden and ridiculously brutal flex of power. Meanwhile, Shu Jingming just stands there, in the newly wrecked courtyard, looking as chill as if he just ordered a coffee. The crowd gives him a wide berth, all of them still trying to reboot their brains after that spectacle. They're all whispering about how Xiao Chunlin got absolutely deleted in the blink of an eye. One guy's like, dude, I didn't even see him move. Was that lag? While another admits they were actually worried for the new guy, not expecting him to be a total raid boss. Yeah, the verdict is in. Xiao Chunlin majorly messed up and picked a fight with the final boss. Back with the adventurer ladies, they're also struggling to process the absolute beatdown they just witnessed. The nice one confesses she couldn't track his movements at all. It was just a blur. Her blonde friend gives a grim diagnosis, guessing Xiao Chunlin's legs and, everything below the belt are probably dust now. She figures that even if by some miracle he pulls through, he's done for. The kind woman notes that Shu Jingming isn't just strong, he's absolutely merciless. Totally what you'd expect from a student at the elite Madu superpower university. And when her buddy asks how she's so sure, she points out, his combat suit is primo, exclusive gear, straight from the university's catalog. Completely floored by his display of power, the kind woman, who her friend calls Xiao Qian, suggests they should totally try to get him on their team since they're down one damage dealer. Her teammate immediately hits the brakes on that idea, reminding her about their whole girls-only squad rule. The one where they agreed to a strict no boys allowed policy. The other teammates start playfully ribbing Xiao Qian about it, saying she's only interested 'cause he's a looker, though they admit they wouldn't exactly say no either. All the teasing gets Xiao Qian totally flustered, while the cause of the commotion couldn't care less. So, Shu Jing strolls up to the wilderness entry gate like he owns the place and slaps his adventurer card on the scanner. A little ding confirms he's legit and gives him the green light to go get into trouble. He casually waltzes through this ridiculously huge gate, right into the sprawling expanse of the UNE wilderness area. We're talking a super dense, you'll get eaten kind of forest. And naturally, just a few steps in, he has to pause because some big-shot beast lets out a roar that practically shakes the leaves off the trees. Our boy immediately clocks it as some powerful monster's way of saying, "Get off my lawn," probably a tier 4 at least. But is he scared? Nah. He just kinda shrugs, thinking to himself, "Sorry, pal. You're not on my hit list for today. Time to get down to business and plan his farming route." He recalls that the Yuan wilderness has two main flavors, a spooky ruined city and a you'll definitely get lost mountain forest. He figures the city critters are generally the squishier, low-level mobs, making them the perfect punching bags to farm the sweet, sweet ability points he's craving. He whips out the holo map on his high-tech watch and pinpoints a charming little place called Pinggan County. The intel says the place is crawling with tier 2 beasts, a few tier 1 weaklings sprinkled in, and absolutely zero big bosses. With a massive area and an estimated 500 to 600 monsters just waiting around, he basically hits the jackpot, realizing it's the ideal hunting ground. With a totally extra battle cry, Shu Jingming announces his grand entrance to Pinggan County and then just bolts into a full-on sprint. His body is glowing with this faint blue aura as he zips through the forest like a lightning bolt. Before you know it, he's tearing through the busted, creepy-looking streets of the county, where his main character energy immediately baits a ferocious wolf thing that lunges at him from the shadows. Cool as a cucumber, Shu Jing Ming identifies his new friend as a Tier 2 shadow cat, basically seeing it as a walking bag of XP, delivered right to his doorstep. However, just as he's about to throw down, he suddenly clutches his chest like he's having a heart attack. Turns out that gnarly Thunder Tyrannosaurus blood in his veins is having a bit of a temper tantrum, and it's flooding his brain with an overwhelming urge to just go absolutely bonkers. He quickly realizes that trying to bottle up this crazy impulse is like trying to hold in a sneeze. It only makes it worse. A completely unhinged, manic grin spreads across his face as he decides he's done playing nice. He unleashes a torrent of crackling purple lightning, fully embracing his inner edgelord. His sudden power-up and terrifying aura leaves the poor shadow cat frozen solid with pure, unadulterated regret. And, scene. We jump forward 1 month later. A new squad of 4 adventurers is creeping through the now eerily empty streets of that very same county. One of them asks their bald buddy. The red-bearded captain's buddy whines, asking why the whole area is such a ghost town. He's totally fed up, griping that they've been wandering all day and haven't spotted a single monster. The captain snaps back that he doesn't have a clue, admitting this whole situation is seriously creeping him out. He mutters that a city this big should be crawling with hundreds of beasts. Even a mass exodus wouldn't explain why it's this bone dry. But right on cue, their luck finally turns as a massive, tiger-like, arm-blade tiger materializes right in front of them. The sudden appearance totally spooks the crew, but they're just relieved to finally have something to fight. "All right, boys, let's take it down together," the captain roars, rallying his men. But, before a single one of them could even twitch, a colossal spear of pure purple lightning plummets from the heavens. The crackling spear of energy slams directly into the unsuspecting beast. It's instantly vaporized in a spectacular explosion of purple energy and flying rubble. The adventurers are just left standing there, completely dumbfounded by the insane overkill attack. One of the guys nervously stammers, Was that some new kind of laser cannon?" The captain immediately shuts that down. "Nah, a laser would have been way faster," he explains, his voice grim. He correctly figures out that what they just witnessed was an absurdly powerful lightning element combat skill. The cold, hard reality of the situation dawns on the adventurer captain in an instant. He realizes that devastating attack wasn't for the monster, it was a crystal-clear warning shot. Some absolute monster has claimed this entire county as their personal hunting ground. "We're leaving. Now," he hisses, and his men don't need to be told twice. One of them mutters about how utterly terrifying that lightning spear was, while another guy finally gets it. "Oh. So that's times why there are no beasts left." This crazy powerful lightning user had already cleared the entire map. The captain just screams at them to move faster. He's terrified of what'll happen if they stick around and tick off whatever powerhouse is running this show. The camera then pans up to reveal our powerhouse, Shu Jing Ming, just chilling on top of a skyscraper. A system notification cheerfully pops into his view. It confirms his kill of a Tier 2 Armblade Tiger and awards him a neat 19 ability points. He thinks to himself, pretty pleased that after getting his proficiency up, his Thunder Spear technique now has a ridiculous range of over 1,000 meters. Feeling pretty good about himself, he pulls up his status panel to check out his gains from the last month. By farming up a whopping 8,000 plus ability points, he's not just a high-level first-tier user anymore, he's blasted his way up to a high-level second tier. Plus, his Thunder Indestructible body just hit a breakthrough to the 3rd level. Talk about a glow-up. And get this, he smugly notes that he's already pushed several of his A-rank combat techniques to the intermediate stage. A ridiculous feat he's pretty sure no other chump could pull off this fast. With the entire county basically wiped clean of monsters, Shu Jing Ming figures it's time to call it a day. The plan? Head back to the supply base for the night, then dive even deeper into the wild tomorrow. So, the next day, back at the Yui supply base, a crowd of adventurers just stares, their jaws on the floor, as Shu Jing Ming casually strolls back in, lugging a backpack so massive and overstuffed it looks like it's about to explode. Naturally, the peanut gallery starts cracking jokes. They're wondering if his bag sprouted legs, guessing the fool must have dragged back an entire beast carcass. Little do they know, Shu Jing Ming is just thinking to himself, man, good thing I splurged on the reinforced model of this backpack. Any other bag would have burst trying to hold the 400 plus kilograms of monster loot he'd stuffed inside. He saunters over to the adventurer's hall and plops himself down at the receptionist's counter to sell his haul. The woman politely asks what he's looking to sell today and points him toward a massive industrial scale. Shu Jing Ming just unzips his ridiculously huge pack, unleashing a literal mountain of valuable, high-grade monster parts all over the place. He casually tells the stunned receptionist he's got over 400 kilograms of Tier 2 beast materials and asks her to tally up the score. Still completely gobsmacked, the receptionist starts sifting through the pile, realizing they're all the most valuable, perfectly preserved parts. We're talking tiger tendons, claws, and rhino horns. Totally in over her head, she stammers an apology and begs Shu Jing Ming to just wait a moment, explaining that this sheer volume of loot is way too much for one person to handle and she needs to call for backup. A moment later, a sharply dressed man flanked by 2 female attendants in red dresses glides over. He introduces himself as Xiao Yi, the manager in charge of all acquisitions here. After Shu Jing Ming gives his own name, Manager Xiao Yi firmly shakes his hand, openly admiring how someone so young could possibly hunt so many high-level beasts. He offers to have his staff handle the tedious inventory count and invites Shu Jing Ming to have a seat with him while they wait. As Shu Jing Ming settles in, so there's Manager Xiao Yi, head honcho at the Adventurer's Hall, with his crew using these slick floating drones to tally up a literal mountain of monster parts. The manager's jaw is practically on the floor. He's thinking this kid is a golden goose, and he needs to get on his good side, like yesterday. So, he whips out the VIP treatment for Shu Jing Ming, presenting him with a shiny platinum membership card for the base, complete with a sweet discount on everything, calling it a small token. Shu Jing Ming, playing it cool, just accepts with a nod and a thanks. A moment later, an employee hustles over with the final damage report. The inventory list. She reports a grand total of 89 high-tier drops, 107 mid-tier, and a whopping 221 low-tier, Tier 2 monster bits. The manager is internally freaking out at these insane numbers, wondering if Shu Jing just cleared an entire freaking dungeon by himself. He turns back to our boy and lays out the final payout. A cool 24.7 to 6 million. Then he's like, let's just call it an even $25 million. An offer Shu Jing Ming is more than happy to accept. Seconds later, Shu Jing Ming's phone buzzes with that sweet, direct deposit notification. His new bank balance? Just a casual 29 million plus. A smug grin spreads across his face. Achievement unlocked. Become a millionaire overnight. As he's about to bounce, Manager Xiao Yi slides him a business card, casually suggesting they grab tea sometime. Shu Jing Ming plays along and heads out, while the manager watches him leave, muttering to himself that this kid's potential is completely off the charts. But the second Shu Jing Ming is out the door, the manager's phone starts blowing up. He picks up, and guess who it is? Zhao Chunlin, calling from a hospital bed, no less. Dude's wrapped up like a mummy and stuck in a wheelchair. The ticked-off merchant is screaming into the phone that he saw the guy who wrecked him waltz right back into the base, and he's demanding the manager help him get some payback, like, now. And surprise, the manager is actually Zhao Chunlin's powerful inside man. He calmly asks if he's talking about that high-level, first-tier user, and inquires just how he wants to play this. Zhao Chunlin, still fuming, demands he send in the Tiger Shark Squad to make Shu Jing Ming's life a complete nightmare. The manager actually agrees to loan him the elite squad, but lays down one simple rule. After this little stunt, they are done. Finito. Zhao Chunlin doesn't even hesitate, promising he'll skip town the moment he gets his sweet revenge. The second he hangs up, Manager Xiao Yi gets this nasty feeling in his gut. He tries to write it off, telling himself he's just being paranoid. Come on, the Tiger Shark Squad is a crew of elite Tier 2 users. They should totally smoke some random Tier 1 newbie, right? In the meantime, as Shu Jing Ming is strolling through the supply base, he lets out a massive sneeze that practically echoes. He rubs his nose, thinking, whoa, where did that come from? Someone must be seriously trash-talking me right now. Back at the office, Manager Xiao Yi is on the line with the big boss. He's practically gushing about this hotshot new ability user, Shu Jing Ming. Apparently, his haul of beast materials was bigger than what a dozen other teams brought in, combined. The head honcho, base chief manager Wang Chuang, hears that name and pauses. He's all like, let me just pull up his file. As he starts typing away, his eyes practically bug out of his head. Manager Wang Chuang immediately calls back, his voice pure panic. He's screaming at Xiao Yi that this Shu Jing Ming kid is a VIP, and to ping him the absolute second he returns. Xiao Yi. completely bewildered, just stammers out an agreement. He's left wondering how one kid could make his boss freak out so hard. He figures Shu Jing Ming must have some crazy connections and breathes a huge sigh of relief that he was nice to him. Meanwhile, manager Wang Chuang is staring at Shu Jing Ming's profile like it's the Holy Grail. He recognizes him as another one of the legendary Yang Zhentian's disciples, and notes his talent seems to blow even Lu Ming's out of the water, who's another one of the dean's star pupils. His final verdict: Shu Jing Ming is a freaking prodigy, a total do not touch case. Elsewhere, our boy Shu Jing Ming is casually window shopping in the supply base's commercial district. He spots a shop selling spatial storage rings and nearly has a heart attack when he sees that even the dinky ones, no bigger than a suitcase, cost over 10 million. But even with that insane price tag, he can't deny how sweet a space ring would be and starts wondering how much a bigger one for his spear would set him back. His expensive daydreams are cut short by his phone buzzing. He picks up, and it's his super cheerful roommate, Liu Wento, on the other end. The dude's asking when he's finally dragging himself back to the university. Shu Jing Ming tells him it'll be about half a month and casually asks if something's up. Little does he know, he's got stalkers. Lurking in a shady alley, a very salty Xiao Chunlin is sitting in a wheelchair, flanked by a bunch of mercs. Not just any mercs. The Tiger Shark Squad. And their squad leader, a dude with a blonde buzz cut, sporting a very fashionable arm sling, points out their mark. He gives the grand order: rearrange Shu Jing's limbs, then drag the remains to Xiao Chunlin. A female member of the squad, cool as ice, simply nods in acknowledgement. At the same time, Shu Jing Ming is casually on the phone, listening to Liu Wentao complain about some arrogant new freshman at school. But then, Shu Jing Ming just stops cold. His danger sense is going wild, picking up on some seriously hostile vibes. Liu Wentao asks, "What's up?" But our boy already knows it's ambush o'clock. He just glances over his shoulder and smoothly tells his roommate, "Nah, it's nothing, keep going." And like a champ, Shu Jing Ming strolls right into the deserted alley where the oh-so-scary Tiger Shark Squad is hiding. The squad leader gives the signal the target's in the kill zone and tells a member named Heiji to scan his power level. Another one of the goons mutters that their captain is being way too careful for just a single upper first-rank nobody. So Heiji fires up her psychic scanner, getting ready to read the guy's stats. Her face immediately twists in sheer disbelief as she stammers that what she's seeing is absolutely impossible. The captain, sensing the sudden "we're all gonna die" mood, demands to know what the heck is wrong. Heiji mind melds with the team, giving everyone a front-row ticket to the horror show she's witnessing. In their shared vision, their own auras look like sad little flickering candles. But Shu Jing Ming? He's a freaking galactic vortex of raw purple energy that makes them look like gnats. The whole team is terrified. They finally get it. His power is way beyond an upper second rank user, and he could literally erase them with a sneeze. The leader's expression contorts with rage as he realizes their intel was a joke and Xiao Chunlin just sent them on a one-way trip to oblivion. He immediately screams to abort the mission, ordering a full retreat and swearing he's going to settle this little bill. From the alley, Shu Jing Ming just watches these clowns suddenly leap away and vanish into thin air. He's left standing there, completely baffled by their bizarrely quick exit. It takes him all of 2 seconds to figure out the only person at the base with a petty grudge is Xiao Chunlin, and this must have been his latest failed revenge scheme. He just scoffs at the thought. He figures losers like that never learn, and he'll just have to teach him a proper lesson next time. The absolutely livid Tiger Shark Squad makes a beeline straight back to Xiao Chunlin. Their leader storms right up to the merchant and delivers a slap so epic it echoed through the building. The sheer force of it sends Xiao Chunlin flying right out of his wheelchair, leaving him stunned and hurting on the floor. He actually demands to know why he got hit, while the leader just stares down at him with pure, unadulterated contempt, screaming that Xiao Chunlin's garbage intel practically gift-wrapped them for the Grim Reaper. Then he drops the bombshell. Their mark wasn't some upper first-rank scrub, but a monster at the peak of the second rank. This little tidbit of information completely short-circuits Xiao Chunlin's brain. He just couldn't process how Shu Jing Ming had leveled up that insanely in a little over a month. While the squad leader, looking at him like he was something scraped off his boot, announces he couldn't care less and is officially calling off this suicide mission. He ditches Xiao Chunlin, leaving him a crumpled, pathetic mess on the floor as his team just walks away. Back at HQ, the Tiger Shark Squad leader makes his report to manager Xiao Yi, who's pretty shocked to see them back so early. The squad leader just confirms the mission was a total bust. He lays it out plain and simple. Xiao Chunlin's intel was a complete joke. The target was an upper second rank user. No, wait, he corrects himself, it was way worse than that. Their scanner was screaming that his combat power was at least third rank, which is exactly why they booked it out of there. Hearing this, Manager Xiao Yi absolutely loses his mind, muttering about how that idiot Zhao Chunlin could screw up this badly. Then, a cold, sinking feeling hits him, and he has to ask for the target's name. The squad leader shrugs, saying Zhao Chunlin only gave them a description to go on. Some beefy dude, about 1.9 meters tall, lugging around a massive spear. The description clicks into place, and all the blood drains from Manager Xiao Yi's face as he realizes exactly who they just tried to jump. Cut to Manager Wang Chuang's office, where he slams his fists on his desk so hard it sends a tsunami of paperwork flying as he absolutely roars at Xiao Yi, demanding to know who in their right mind gave him the gall to try and ambush Shu Jing Ming. A terrified Xiao Yi stammers that he's just some upper second-rank kid, wondering if this level of freakout is really necessary. Manager Wang Chuang calls him an absolute moron before having a drone project Shu Jing Ming's entire file for him to see. And as Xiao Yi reads, the soul-crushing reality of his screw-up smacks him right in the face. The file confirms it. Shu Jing Ming, an 18-year-old, upper second-rank user. Not only that, he's the top scholar from Jiangnan province and a freshman at the legendary Madu Superpower University. But the real kicker, the detail that seals their doom, is his mentor, the one and only, legendary Yang Zhentian. Manager Wang Chuang asks with a grim little smile, "So, are you getting the picture now?" He explains that a grandmaster like Yang Zhentian could wipe their entire base off the map, and the government wouldn't even blink. Absolutely consumed by fear, literal spikes bursting from his back, Manager Xiao Yi bows so low his head nearly hits the floor, promising to fix this mess. On Manager Wang's command, a couple of guards haul in a very beat-up-looking Zhao Chunlin. The terrified merchant gets tossed onto the floor like a sack of garbage, where he immediately starts groveling for his life. With an ice-cold expression, Manager Xiao Yi declares a simple beatdown just won't cut it. Nah, the ringleader has to be permanently deleted from the server. He tells Zhao Chunlin he only has himself to blame for trying to pick a fight with someone way out of his league. Without another word, he gives the merchant a one-way ticket to the afterlife with a quick neck snap. Over in Manager Wang Chuang's office, Xiao Yi is sweating bullets after his little on-the-spot execution. But, surprise surprise, the big boss of the base is anything but impressed. He asks with a chilling tone, "You really think that's times enough to smooth things over with a guy like Shu Jing Ming? Rocking a look that could kill?" He tells Xiao Yi that while he's turned a blind eye to his sketchy side hustles for years, this screw-up is just too massive to ignore. He lays down the law. Everyone involved, and I mean the entire Tiger Shark squad, is getting hit with the hammer, hard. We can't have any whispers getting out. A completely horrified Xiao Yi can only watch in silence. The scene then cuts to the Adventurers Hall entrance, where the entire top brass of the base is lined up like they're waiting for a royal inspection. A crowd, including our girl Xiao Qian and her crew, is watching the whole spectacle unfold. They immediately spot Manager Wang Chuang front and center and notice every single department head is present. They figure this insane welcome wagon has to be for some mega VIP, and right on cue, Xiao Qian's teammate spots a familiar face, pointing out that young dude from Madu Superpower University. Shu Jing Ming, just strolling back from running some errands, looks on, completely baffled as to why the whole management team is throwing a welcome party at the front door. The man in the lead then steps forward. He gives student Shu a super warm welcome and introduces himself as the base's head honcho, Wang Lun. Seeing the absolute top dog of the base, personally rolling out the red carpet for him, Xiao Qian and her friends are absolutely floored, realizing there's way more to this guy's story. Manager Wang Lun then offers a deeply formal apology. He informs Shu Jing Ming that, for the little D incident, Zhao Chunling has already been dealt with. What's more, all his accomplices have been rounded up and are looking at a lifetime stay in the slammer. To make it right, the manager explains, the base has prepared a little something to show our sincerity. Shu Jing Ming can't help but be a little impressed. He thinks to himself, damn, the big boss doesn't mess around, clean and decisive. Just then, an attendant brings out a fancy box, presenting Shu Jing Ming with the base's legendary, top-tier, black gold membership card. Manager Wang Lun explains that this card gets him free room and board, plus a minimum 20% discount on absolutely everything. But wait, there's more. Another attendant pops up. He's presenting a second gift, a tiny box holding a 1 cubic meter space ring. The absolutely bonkers value of this thing completely short-circuits Shu Jing Ming's brain as he processes what's being offered. Clutching the legendary space ring, Shu Jing Ming calculates its insane worth, muttering that it would fetch at least 50 million on the market. He snags the gift, basically admitting manager Wang Chuang's apology bribe is sincere enough. Manager Chuang immediately starts laying on the praise for Shu Jing Ming. He's gushing about how his boldness is exactly what he'd expect from a student of the great Yang Zentian, even name-dropping Shu Jing Ming's senior disciple, Liu Ming, who apparently also grinded levels at this very base. Before Shu Jing Ming can bounce, manager Wang Chuang makes it clear that if he ever runs into beef in the city, he should just hit him up, because his influence is no joke. Shu Jing Ming isn't fooled for a second. He knows this 5-star treatment is 100% thanks to his master's ridiculously powerful reputation. A bit later, chilling in the ridiculously plush room that came with his new black gold membership, Shu Jing Ming finally gets to unwind. After a solid month of hardcore training, he is seriously grateful for the downtime. First order of business, he decides to bind this epic space ring to his soul. It's a whole process that involves stamping his spiritual imprint all over the item. With his spiritual power already leagues beyond any average user at his level, he breezes through the task like it's nothing. Testing out his new toy, he realizes he can summon items with a mere thought and stash them with a simple touch. Sure, it can't hold living creatures, but man, is it ever convenient. His moment of peace is shattered by an incoming call from his master, Yang Zentian. Shu Jing informs him he's just gotten back from the wilderness and has some seriously important tea to spill. The moment he learns that some nobody hired mercenaries to jump his disciple, Yang Zentian goes from 0 to 100 real quick. He roars over the phone that a dinky space ring is a pathetic apology for an assassination attempt and threatens to personally level the entire base if Shu Jing Ming had been hurt. After he takes a breath and calms down a notch, he asks the big question. Why did the so-called elite squad suddenly retreat? Shu Jing Ming speculates they probably realized his power level was way higher than advertised, pegging him as an upper-tier, second-rank user. That realization was enough to make them tuck tail and run. The news renders Yang Zentian utterly speechless. He's screaming into the phone again, completely floored that Shu Jing Ming managed to power level that high in just one single month. But his master's shock instantly flips into a loud, proud laugh. He's gushing about Shu Jing Ming, claiming his leveling speed is even more cracked than his own was back in the day. Then he's all hyped up, asking when he's coming back so they can throw a party. Shu Jing Ming tells him he'll swing by right before the semester starts. He's planning to use the rest of his break to grind in some much more dangerous zones. His master tells him not to get himself wrecked, and Shu Jing Ming is just like, yeah, I got this. After the call, Yang Zentian is still grinning like a fool. His butler, Uncle Fu, can't help but comment. He says it's been a hot minute since he's seen the old man this happy. The dean just can't get over how ridiculously fast Shu Jing Ming is climbing the ranks. He muses that for other people, life or death situations are just a little push. But for his star pupil, it's like he's running the game with a high-powered cheat engine. It just skyrockets his growth to an insane degree. Sticking to his plan, Shu Jing Ming heads into the forest mountain range. This place is a definite step up in difficulty from the last zone. As he's taking a stroll, the whole area is just echoing with the roars of some seriously nasty beasts. He can already tell the loot drops and resources here are way better than that busted city he just cleared out. His super senses start screaming at him the exact moment his boot snaps a twig, basically ringing the dinner bell for his enemy. All of a sudden, invisible blades of energy come tearing through the air, aimed right at him. With reflexes that are just plain unfair, Shu Jing Ming effortlessly dodges the whole barrage. The blasts just miss him, shredding the nearby trees instead. Then, the attacker finally shows itself. It's a huge, ferocious Gale Dreadwolf. Shu Jing Ming, calm as ever, starts analyzing his opponent. He figures most third-rank monsters must have some kind of special ability. He quickly identifies the wolf as a wind element type, probably a mid-tier third-rank beast, and he's already wondering how many sweet ability points he'll get for taking it down. Just as Shu Jing Ming is getting ready to fight this thing, he senses another party rolling up. It's none other than the popular streamer Zhang Chuk Xuan, complete with her bodyguards and a camera guy. One of her goons points out the Gale Dreadwolf, saying it would be the perfect prop for Miss Zhang to beat on camera. The team leader immediately orders his subordinate to block the wolf's escape route. They're fully intending to snag this monster for themselves. Shu Jing Ming watches this unfold, thinking they're seriously trying to steal his kill. That's a huge no-no out here. Everyone knows the rule is finders keepers in the wilderness. But then, Zhang Chuxuan actually speaks up against it. She says she's not a fan of poaching someone else's monster just for content. The leader's trying to spin this into some epic rescue mission for his live stream. Pathetic. But Zhang Chuquan wasn't buying any of it, telling him to shove the fake compliments, and pointing out that Shu Jing Ming looked like he had things totally under control, and definitely didn't need their help. Faced with that, the wannabe hero just grumbles under his breath, but agrees to find some other poor beast to save. He tells his crew to pack it up, and Shu Jing Ming just watches the whole circus leave. Huh. For a big-shot streamer, Zhang Chuan is surprisingly not a total tool. That leader, though, seemed like he had all the authority of a wet noodle. Whatever. He shakes his head and gets back to the real reason he's here, the hunt. The Gale Dreadwolf, clearly ticked off that Shu Jing Ming didn't even flinch, throws a hissy fit and lunges forward. Barely even blinking, Shu Jing Ming sidesteps the beast's charge like it's a slow-motion replay. The force of the rush knocks him a little off kilter, which only infuriates the wolf more. This little human isn't even taking it seriously, but off kilter for him is still god tier. He instantly regains his footing and decides it's his turn to play. He channels his inner storm god, lightning crackling around his spear, and brings it down with enough force to crack the sky, plunging the electrified point straight through the beast's thick skull. And just like that, the monster face plants into the dirt. A system notification pops up, confirming the kill and dropping a sweet 34 ability points into his lap. Shu Jing Ming takes a moment to admire his handiwork and the reward that came with it. He notes with a smug grin that snagging over 30 points from just one third-rank beast is a pretty sweet deal. With 10 days left on this little trip, he can't wait to see how many more of these walking piggy banks he can crack open. Fast forward 7 days, and Shu Jing Ming's hunting spree is still going strong. He stumbles upon a whole squad of massive ape-like beasts, just in time for them to get a front-row seat to the light show he's about to put on. It's time for a little area of effect mayhem. He unleashes a devastating range technique. A colossal spear made of pure energy materializes in the sky and comes crashing down, slamming into the earth with a cataclysmic boom. When the dust settles, there's a massive crater, and smack in the middle lies one seriously messed up ape thing. Shu Jing Ming's a little surprised his thunder spear didn't just turn the big guy into a smoking pile of ash on the spot. Then again, he figures, you gotta give the third-rank boss some credit. It's a tough cookie. A wicked grin spreads across his face. Purple lightning starts arcing around his body. Alright, playtime's over. No more wasting time on these small fry. He decides to just clean house and blitzes straight into the heart of the remaining pack. Now a living thunderbolt, he moves like a blur of pure destructive energy, effortlessly weaving through their clumsy swings, his spear a flash of death with every strike. In moments, he's standing over a field of twitching ape things. Shu Jing Ming's little hunting trip was a massive success. He pulls up his system panel, a smug grin spreading across his face as he eyes the sweet 3,000+ ability points. He's thinking this fat stack of points should be just enough to finally unlock those juicy S-rank combat skills he's been drooling over. Right as he's about to peace out and find the next thing to farm, his smartwatch goes off, flashing a holographic SOS signal. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Zhang Chuan is running for her dear life, bouncing through the trees like a pinball. Hot on her tail is some kind of massive, armored dragon freak. As her mind races in full-on panic mode, she recalls her whole team getting wrecked and scattered by a heavy-hitting fourth-rank beast. And in all that chaos, she just had to run into another problem. A low-tier, third-rank ground-digging dragon. She knows anything with dragon in the name is bad news, and as a measly mid-tier second-rank user, she's painfully aware she stands zero chance of winning, even if she popped a power-up pill. Her only play is to pray some other Supe sees her distress signal and comes to the rescue. Just when she thought things couldn't get worse, she bursts out of the dense forest and into a wide-open clearing. A wave of dread washes over her. Without any cover, that thing is definitely going to catch her. And just as she predicted, the monster closes the distance, trapping her completely. Right as it's about to deliver the final blow, a colossal spear of pure purple lightning comes crashing down from the heavens, slamming down right in front of the beast and stopping it dead in its tracks. And in a flash of lightning, Shu Jing Ming materializes, standing like a badass between her and the stunned monster. Zhang Chuan's jaw hits the floor. She's in total shock, instantly recognizing the guy who just saved her. Seeing him just standing there, Zhang Chuan frantically yells at him to run for it. screaming that it's a low-tier, third-rank ground-digging dragon and there's no way he can beat it. But Shu Jing Ming completely blows off her warning, casually planting his spear in the dirt as he faces the beast, leaving her absolutely speechless. Totally frustrated that this guy won't listen, she starts feeling responsible for him. She thinks, hey, if I bite the dust alone, that's one thing. But I can't live with myself if this clueless guy gets taken out because of me. So, in a totally selfless move, she bolts right past him, yelling for him to get out of there while she tries to buy him some time. The ground-digging dragon lets out a massive roar and charges at them both. Jiang Chuan braces for the fight of her life. But before she can even blink, Shu Jing Ming decides to drop the hammer from behind her. He materializes this giant freaking spear of pure lightning and just yeets it right over her head at the incoming monster, leaving her completely frozen, jaw on the floor. The lightning javelin rockets down at warp speed and punches straight through the beast's armored dome in a gnarly explosion of purple lightning and, well, you know, the creature just faceplants. Its head is basically a crater now. Jiang Chuquan's legs give out, and she collapses in total shock. Muttering to herself about how that terrifying monster got totally one-shotted, she glances up at Shu Jing Ming, her mind reeling from his absolutely insane power level. It clicks. That sonic boom from earlier? That was all him. She's struggling to figure out how he's this OP when he's supposedly just an upper-tier, rank 2 user. Meanwhile, a system notification pops up for Shu Jing Ming, confirming the kill and dropping 36 sweet ability points. He smirks, thinking, heh, just as I thought. Anything with dragon in the name gives way better loot. This thing pays out way more points than your average beast of the same rank. With the fight over, Shu Jing Ming casually strolls over to Jiang Chuquan, who's still trying to pick her jaw up off the floor, and asks if she's okay. She insists she's fine, just a little weak in the knees, and thanks him for the save. He plays it cool, saying anyone would have done the same, and helps her to her feet. Once she's up, Jiang Chuquan tells him she owes him big time for saving her life, and that he can ask for pretty much anything. Shu Jing Ming politely brushes it off, but then he's like, actually, an autographed photo for my roommate would be the ultimate reward. The request totally catches her off guard, but she agrees, admitting she doesn't have one on her at the moment, but says she can get it to him back at the supply base. Then, her eyes lock onto his weapon. She recognizes it instantly. Is that the legendary Dark Cloud Gale Spear? She asks, wondering if he's a student at Madu University. He just nods, confirming it was a gift from his master. Jiang Chuquan gets all excited, explaining the spear is famous because it's so ridiculously heavy that only the most powerful users can even lift it. She then introduces herself as a second year from the elementary academy. Hearing this, Shu Jing Ming greets her respectfully as his senior. Inside her head, she's thinking she's never even heard his name around campus, so he must be some super low-key upperclassman. He immediately clocks that she thinks he's a senior, since most people don't hit his power level until their third year, and he just decides to roll with it. His mind was still completely blown. Jiang Chuquan couldn't believe he just one-shotted a powerful upper-tier third-rank beast. Just as he was about to bounce, she called out to him. Blushing hard, she shyly asked if she could tag along for a bit, explaining that her bodyguards ditched her and she was basically a sitting duck out here in the wilderness. Shu Jing Ming agreed to play escort and get her to the ruined city where she could get home safe. Overjoyed, she thanked him profusely. As they started walking, she suggested they raid the beast's lair for loot, which was probably why it jumped her in the first place. Shu Jing Ming figured it was worth a look. On the way, she started making small talk, asking which academy he was from. When he dropped that he was from the Weaponry Academy, she immediately commented that she's heard of their dean, Yang Exention, and his absolutely terrifying nickname. Shu Jing Ming then casually informed her that the dean was his master. The news made Jiang Chuquan freeze up, completely embarrassed, and she started apologizing over and over for trash-talking his teacher. Shu Jing Ming was a little thrown off, thinking that for someone known as the Cold Ice Goddesses online, she was a real motormouth in person. Jiang Chuquan led him to a dark, rocky cave, the ground-digging dragon's den. Once inside, he cautiously told her to stay right behind him, since he had no clue what kind of nasty surprises were waiting inside. She immediately agreed, sticking to him like glue as he led the way, his spear crackling with protective lightning. But their caution quickly turned into pure, unadulterated shock. Deeper inside the cave, they found a secret paradise. A small spring of clear turquoise water was surrounded by a garden of rare and fragrant flowers. Shu Jing Ming's jaw just about hit the floor. He instantly recognized several high-grade medicinal herbs just sitting there for the taking. His shock then leveled up when he realized the spring was an S-grade, Earth Spirit Spring, a legendary healing treasure. He whipped his head around to Zhang Chuquan in total disbelief, asking if this was for real. She just confirmed it, explaining that the spring supercharges all the plants growing around it, turning them into these incredibly rare and powerful herbs. Shu Jing Ming was seriously impressed by how much she knew. She proudly revealed that she's a certified second-grade pharmacist, a qualification he knew was ridiculously difficult to get. After sizing up their massive find, Zhang Chuquan estimated there was enough spring water for at least 5 portions of S-grade healing liquid. As a thank you for saving her life, she just straight up offered the entire treasure to him. Shu Jing Ming, however, had a much fairer deal in mind. He proposes a little deal. He gets a 4-to-1 split of the spring water, and they go 50-50 on the herbs. Thinking he's being a total gentleman, she's all smiles and immediately agrees to the generous offer. Just as Shu Jing Ming and Zhang Chuquan are divvying up their loot, her personal security detail rolls up to the cave entrance. One of the goons is immediately skeptical, wondering out loud what could possibly be valuable in a cave with zero security. The team leader is quick to shut him down, pointing out the clear tracks of a third-rank ground-digging dragon. And as everyone knows, dragon lairs are basically treasure vaults. Stepping inside, they're shocked to find Zhang Chuquan and Shu Jing Ming just hanging out. She's completely startled by them, just popping up out of nowhere, freaking out internally, because if this elite squad of third-rank users clocks the S-grade spring, things are about to get real ugly. The leader flashes a smile, telling her they've been searching everywhere for her, before his eyes land curiously on Shu Jing Ming. Thinking fast, Zhang Chuquan claims Shu Jing Ming is just an upperclassman from her school that she happened to run into. She gestures toward the hall, suggesting that since the herbs are such high quality, they should all get a piece of the action. The leader just smirks and agrees. But then, a subordinate whispers in his ear that the spring isn't just any old puddle, it's the legendary S-grade Earth Spirit Spring, a treasure beyond price. In an instant, the entire mood in the cave shifts. The bodyguards' eyes practically glow red with greed as they process the insane value of what's in front of them. Both Shu Jing Ming and Zhang Chuquan feel the temperature drop as the guards' friendly act evaporates. The leader's welcoming facade completely crumbles, replaced by a sinister grin as he remarks that she doesn't seem to be telling him the whole story. Realizing the immense danger, Zhang Chuquan decides it's time to cut her losses and surrender the treasure. She announces the team can have everything and tries to pull Shu Jing Ming away, but he doesn't even flinch. She frantically whispers that the bodyguards are all peak third-rank users and that they don't stand a chance. However, Shu Jing Ming calmly replies that he really doesn't think of himself as being weaker than them. He then adds the cold, hard truth that even if they forked over the treasure, this crew had no intention of leaving any witnesses, a chilling realization she knows is absolutely correct. The team leader lets out a huge laugh, confirming every word Shu Jing just said. He admits that while the kids got a seriously arrogant tone, his analysis is spot on, before explaining their grim logic. Zhang Chuquan is a big name. If they let her go, she could blast them all over the internet and completely wreck their careers. And for that reason, he concludes, they'll have to make sure this little discovery stays quiet, permanently. The smart play was to silence them both, leaving the secret buried deep within the cave, but refusing to be dead weight. Zhang Chuquan makes the ultimate gamble, popping a little red power-up known as a blood-burst pill. She's not going down without a fight, ready to throw down beside the guy who saved her. That little candy kicks in instantly, cranking her A-rank ice powers up to 11 and sending them into a total frenzy. Without a second thought, she lets it all rip, blasting a wave of frost across the floor that gives these goons a serious case of cold feet. Literally, the head honcho, completely unfazed, starts barking orders, pointing at one of his lackeys, a fella named Zhou Chong. He tells him to handle Shu Jing Ming first, sarcastically calling him Zhang Chuquan's little boyfriend. The rest of the goon squad is ordered to lock down the cave entrance. With the brilliant plan set, the leader finally turns his attention to Zhang Chuquan, and his body begins to warp and twist. His C-rank ability activates, transforming him into a massive, ticked-off, saber-toothed tiger. He growls that her story ends today, while his scumbag crew starts spewing some seriously nasty garbage, suggesting they should get it all on camera before they put her down for good. Yeah, these guys are real charmers, revealing their true monstrous colors. Zhang Chuquan's heart just sinks. She's horrified, staring down actual demons in human skin, and she just can't stomach the thought of dying like this. But her biggest regret? Dragging Shu Jing Ming into this absolute nightmare with her. She spins around to shout a warning, only to be completely stunned by the scene. In a flash, the entire game board flips. The tiger dude's eyes go wide as he senses a sudden movement. Before anyone can even twitch, bam! Shu Jing Ming is standing right behind Zhou Chong, his spear already punched clean through the guy's chest. The bodyguard just crumples to the floor, deleted in a single instant. Shu Jing Ming glances down at the fresh corpse, unimpressed. He casually remarks that even a third-tier scrub like this is barely a warm-up. The tiger boss is absolutely floored by Shu Jing's insane speed, unable to process how his mid-tier, third-rank underling got taken off the board so ridiculously fast. His face gets real serious as it finally dawns on him. He royally screwed up. Shu Jing Ming is the real threat here. Letting out a furious roar, the Tiger Man unleashes his own trump card, swinging his giant axe in a devastating tiger roar slash. But Shu Jing Ming effortlessly sidesteps the telegraphed blow. His body is nothing but a blur of purple lightning as he dodges. And while he's styling on this overgrown cat, he's also running the numbers on his opponent's strength. He concludes the peak third-tier captain's raw damage output is way higher than his, which means playtime is officially over. The Tiger Man boss and his goons are completely baffled by Shu Jing's little power flex. It finally dawns on him that he's picked a fight with someone way out of his league. So, Shu Jing Ming figures, alright, playtime's over, and decides to stop holding back. He flips the switch on a hidden power, kicking into his Thunder Extreme mode. A crazy, violent surge of raw purple lightning just explodes out of the guy, shredding his shirt to bits and revealing a brand new, jacked physique, while Zhang Chuquan just stares, completely speechless. Her face is a perfect mix of, whoa, that's impressive, and oh crap, is he okay? The raw power of this glow-up completely stuns the tiger boss, who just gawks at the swirling dark energy, wondering what kind of freak he just messed with. And let's just say, Shu Jing Ming's whole look gets a major demonic upgrade. His eyes are now glowing, a piercing blue with reptile-like slits, and two massive demonic horns just burst from his forehead, to really complete that I'm your worst nightmare aesthetic. He's totally soaking in this insane power-up, and man, does it feel amazing. The tiger boss snaps out of it for a second, then just scoffs at the whole light show, figuring it's just some cheap trick to look scary, and just like that, his ego is back in business. He winds up for another attack, but Shu Jing Ming, sporting a wicked grin, beats him to the punch and dashes in. The two titans collide, with the leader popping his defensive skill, Lying Tiger Stone. He's absolutely positive his fancy armor can tank any hit from some low-rank scrub. Spoiler alert, he was dead wrong. Shu Jing Ming's own lightning gale slash smashes right into his weapon. The sheer force behind Shu Jing Ming's attack is just completely off the charts, completely pulverizing the leader's supposedly unbreakable armor. The blow sends the giant tiger dude flying backward like a rag doll, totally wrecked. Shu Jing Ming just stands there, looking ridiculously cool in his new powered-up form, casually mentioning his body is now about 3 to 4 times stronger, a power level the leader's tough, beastly hide clearly couldn't handle. But wait, the party's not over yet. With their boss down for the count, another one of his flunkies lunges at Shu Jing Ming, popping a powerful B-rank skill, the Flame Claw. But even in this berserk-looking state, Shu Jing Ming's control is downright surgical. He casually swats away the fiery attack with his own lightning, like it's nothing. The bodyguard is left completely dumbfounded, unable to wrap his head around how his top-tier move got shut down so easily by some guy who's supposed to be weaker. And so, Shu Jing Ming looms over yet another defeated goon. He gives his opponent some props, admitting that for a peak third-tier scrub, he's surprisingly durable. But then he's like, alright, playtime's over. This next one's the finisher. Totally panicked, the guy starts begging for his life, offering Shu Jing Ming the Earth Spirit Spring and every last dime he has. Shu Jing Ming just scoffs at his pathetic plea. He coldly tells him it's way too late for groveling, while Zhang Chuquan just watches the whole thing unfold. Her mind is completely blown. She's thinking that the elite team she hired, the one that cost a small fortune with a captain rumored to be unbeatable, just got absolutely steamrolled. She's never even heard a whisper about a student from her university being this ridiculously overpowered. It gets her thinking. Could his ability actually be S rank? With the flunkies all down for the count, Shu Jing Ming turns his gaze to the last couple of bodyguards. In his powered-up state, he can feel the savage, bloodthirsty instincts of the thunder Tyrannosaurus blood bubbling up to the surface. With a wicked grin, he menacingly tells them, "Your turn." The two dudes are frozen solid with fear, calling him a demon, but Shu Jing Ming just scoffs. He shoots back that compared to a bunch of hired killers like them, he's practically a saint. Realizing they're completely outclassed, the remaining guys decide to make a desperate last stand. On their leader's command, they all pop their own blood-burst pills. They're getting ready to go down swinging. The fight that follows is quick, brutal, and totally one-sided. The scene then cuts to the aftermath, showing Shu Jing Ming, now back to normal, but conveniently shirtless, standing victorious over the bodies of the entire squad. The insane power of his Thunder Extreme mode clearly took its toll. He's leaning against a rock wall, breathing hard and looking completely wiped out. He muses that while his transformation is off the charts, powerful, the energy cost is absolutely insane, using it for just over 10 minutes. He realizes, is more draining than fighting for a few hours straight. After the crazy brawl, a concerned Zhang Chuquan rushes over to Shu Jing's side, asking if he's okay. Even though he's running on fumes, he plays it cool, telling her he's fine and that they should grab the loot, the spring water, and herbs before they crash. Standing beside the crystal-clear spring, Zhang Chuquan lets out a sigh of relief that the messy fight didn't contaminate the priceless water. They get to work, carefully filling up a bunch of glass bottles with the super potent water from the Earth Spirit Spring. Once the dust settles, Shu Jing Ming checks the haul and realizes they've scored way more than he planned. So, he casually tosses 1.5 bottles over to Zhang Chuquan. He insists it's her cut, giving her a nod for actually putting up a decent fight. She's totally blown away by his generosity and starts gushing her thanks, but of course, the feel-good moment doesn't last. Out of nowhere, Zhang Chuquan lets out a yelp and starts to buckle. Next thing you know, she's face-planting right into Shu Jing Ming's chest, and the horrifying truth hits her. That busted blood-burst pill she chugged earlier is finally calling in its debt. Yep, the gnarly side effects from that blood-burst pill finally decided to crash the party. She lets out a pained cry and crumples right into Shu Jing Ming, who, despite being caught off guard, snags her before she hits the dirt. Lying there, all she can think is how completely useless she is. Her energy's totally zapped, and she's so weak she can't even summon some clothes from her space ring. Shaking and blushing like crazy, she's dying of embarrassment. Convinced she's looking like a total disaster in front of him, Shu Jing Ming takes one look at her sorry state, and deadpans. Yikes. Those side effects are no joke. Guess I'll haul you somewhere to crash. And without even waiting for an answer, he just scoops her up, leaving her completely stunned and flustered. As he's carrying her, her heart starts going a mile a minute. She's freaking out, wondering if this is what happens when you get this close to a guy for the very first time. Shu Jing Ming finds a nice little grassy spot and gently places her down like it's no big deal. He tells her to chill out while he goes to grab the rest of the herbs, but before he bounces, he whips off his own black shirt and tosses it to her so she can, cover up. Zhang Chuquan snags it, her mind completely blown by how surprisingly decent this guy is. While she's having her moment, Shu Jing Ming gets back to business, looting the bodies. He yanks a space ring off one of the losers and starts rummaging through the goods. He's thinking, man, for an elite team, this loot is straight up garbage, finding only some pocket change, some beast parts, a few herbs, and a lame C-grade combat manual. Juggling the two rings, he figures he can probably trade them in for one bigger one. Seriously, lugging that giant spear around is a total pain. Just then, from the ground, Zhang Chuquan pipes up and calls his name. She explains that the Earth Spirit Spring could help with her, condition, and shyly asks if she could maybe have a little sip. Shu Jing Ming just hands over a vial of the spring water, and she chugs it down like her life depends on it, instantly. Letting out a huge sigh of relief, she feels her power flowing back. Zhang Chuquan tells Shu Jing Ming she's already feeling way better, though she figures it'll take another 3 to 4 hours before she's back at 100%. She's totally blown away that the pill's nasty side effects can even be neutralized, gushing about how insanely OP this S-grade Earth Spirit Spring is. Shu Jing Ming does some quick mental math on her recovery time and realizes, yep, it's gonna be dark in a few hours. Thinking about their safety, he casually suggests they should probably just crash in the cave for the night. The idea of a sleepover, just the two of them, in a dark cave? Yeah, that sends Zhang Chuquan's brain into a full-on, red-faced and flustered system reboot. So when Shu Jing Ming asks if she's cool with that, a beet-red Zhang Chuquan shyly agrees, squeaking out that she'll do whatever he thinks is best. The next morning, Sunlight streams through the forest canopy. Now fully recharged, Zhang Chuquan has a big, satisfying stretch, feeling totally refreshed. She takes a deep breath and remarks on how awesome the forest air is, even joking she could totally camp out here for a month if it wasn't for all the murder beasts running around. She sneaks a peek at Shu Jing Ming, her mind drifting back to all her crazy thoughts from last night. She mentally facepalms, scolding herself for letting her imagination run wild, concluding he's a total gentleman. And yet, she can't help but feel just a tiny bit disappointed about it. Her internal monologue gets cut short when Shu Jing Ming announces that it's time to bounce, adding that he'll see her safely to the edge of the forest. A little surprised, she quickly agrees. And with that, they take off, sprinting through the woods with Shu Jing Ming leading the way. All of a sudden, he slams on the brakes, throwing an arm out to stop her dead in her tracks. A split second later, a freaking massive, flaming monster soars right over their heads. Zhang Chuquan's jaw hits the floor as she stares up in absolute terror, recognizing the beast as a high-level, 5th-tier blazing tiger. The giant creature lands with a thud way up ahead and just keeps on running. Peeking out from behind a tree, Shu Jing Ming wonders, did that thing seriously not even see us? But Zhang Chuquan points out its panicked state, suggesting it's not just running, it's running for its life. Her eyes go wide with a dawning horror as she realizes what could possibly be chasing it. Just then, a massive horde of gray, wolf-like creatures with glowing red eyes stampedes past them. In a terrified whisper, Zhang Chuquan explains that those are iron-toothed rats. She clarifies that even though they're just measly first-tier beasts individually, when they swarm up like this, they're crazy, dangerous, and could easily overwhelm even a 6th-tier powerhouse. Suddenly, it all clicks into place. That's why the blazing tiger was booking it. Faced with that tidal wave of teeth, Zhang Chuquan completely freaks out, screaming at Shu Jing Ming to run for it. Without missing a beat, Shu Jing yanks her by the hand as they book it, with a literal tide of rats hot on their heels. As they're hauling ass, Shu Jing Ming knows these rats are basically furry little marathon runners, which means just outrunning them is a total no-go. With the supply base a solid 90 kilometers away, he figures they need a serious speed boost. His spear is slowing him down, so he decides he's gotta ditch it. But wait. Zhang Chuquan pipes up with a genius-level solution, telling him her space ring is basically a portable black hole and can totally fit it. With a flick of her wrist, the massive spear vanishes, leaving him unburdened. Now way lighter, Shu Jing Ming points out that this whole hand-holding romance scene is way too slow. So he casually suggests it'd be a lot faster if he just gave her a piggyback ride, a suggestion that makes Zhang Chuquan's brain completely short-circuit. Before she can even form a protest, he's already hoisted her onto his back and is now blasting off at an even crazier speed. He finally rockets out of the forest and skids to a halt in some busted-up city. But their moment of relief lasts for about 2 seconds. They spot the swarm chowing down on some other monster's corpse. Shu Jing Ming's face darkens as he realizes their absolute worst-case scenario just became reality. The ratpocalypse has officially swallowed the entire area. With nowhere left to run, he declares it's time to throw down and fires up his Thunder Extreme mode. His whole body erupts in a storm of purple lightning as a wicked pair of demonic horns sprout from his head. He tells a wide-eyed Zhang Chuquan to hang on for dear life before he cannonballs straight into the rat mosh pit. He becomes a purple blur of pure destruction, shredding through the rat army and farming ability points with every single kill. Meanwhile, over at a military command post, Manager Wang Chuang and his squad are watching the disaster unfold. An officer reports the rat tide is over 300,000 strong. Wang Chuang, looking grim, grumbles that this is going to absolutely wreck the ecosystem. An aide brings up a map highlighting all the ability users caught in the mess, pretty much writing them all off as future rat chow. Wang Chuang is sweating bullets over Shu Jing Ming, figuring that unless his overpowered master, Yang Zhentian, decides to pop in for a rescue, the kid is toast if he gets cornered. Just then, a soldier screams, pointing at a massive ball of purple lightning on the monitors. Wang Chuang immediately barks at his troops to get ready to engage whatever that thing is. A report crackles over the comms that the target is moving at a blistering 80 meters per second. The soldiers open fire, but their bullets ping harmlessly off the insane energy shield, with Shu Jing Ming, still in his full-on demon mode, unleashing his absolute max power. With Zhang Chuquan in tow, he launches himself into the sky, clearing the entire military blockade like it's a freaking puddle. He touches down with the grace of a cat among the shell-shocked soldiers, just as his epic transformation fizzles out. The grunts are just standing there, jaws on the floor, completely speechless. One guy finally blurts out that he was prepping for a lightning beast, not some dude falling out of the sky. His buddy is freaking out about the guy's insane aura, while a third trooper squints, thinking the girl's silhouette looks oddly familiar. Now, he's back to his regular, totally ripped but shirtless and gassed out self. Shu Jing Ming pants to Zhang Chuquan that they've made it to the supply base and they're finally in the clear. A super relieved Zhang Chuquan clings to his arm, thanking him profusely. Right on cue, manager Wang Chuang comes sprinting over. He instantly recognizes Shu Jing Ming and asks what he needs after his daring escape. Shu Jing Ming, barely standing, explains he just booked it for over 40 minutes straight from the mountains and just needs a room to crash. On the inside, Wang Chuang's mind is completely blown. He knows for a fact the mountains are over 90 kilometers away, and he's thinking even a fourth-tier powerhouse would have a hell of a time punching through that monster horde from that far out. Super eager to help, Wang Chuang offers to get him a room, but Zhang Chuquan swoops in. She declares that she's got this and will take care of him, propping up the weary Shu Jing Ming. Of course, the nearby soldiers immediately start whispering amongst themselves. They totally recognize her as the goddess Zhang and are all muttering about how lucky this random dude is. The gossip mill is in full swing, trying to figure out their deal, with one poor grunt sobbing that his goddess has been snatched. A full 2 days and nights pass by, and Shu Jing Ming finally rouses from his power nap in a seriously comfy bed. He opens his eyes to find Zhang Chuquan sitting right there, beaming at him with a cheerful smile. She tells him he's been out for ages, and she was just about to give him a dose of Earth Spirit Spring to get him back on his feet. Shocked he was out for that long, Shu Jing Ming immediately asks about the situation in the wilderness. Zhang Chuquan fills him in, saying the rat tide is still raging out there. Because of that, the whole area is on lockdown. She adds that once this mess is over, the beast population is going to be seriously thinned out. Figuring there's no point in sticking around, Shu Jing Ming decides he's heading back to the university since the semester is kicking off soon. Hearing this, Zhang Chuquan pipes up, saying she's heading back too and they should totally travel together. Shu Jing Ming is like, heck yeah, and agrees instantly. While they're sorting out the details, Zhang Chuquan suddenly remembers a promise she made and whips out the autographed picture he'd asked for earlier. And Shu Jing Ming is, to put it mildly, completely gobsmacked. The snapshot showed her striking a pose in some, let's just say, very times, high defense but low coverage armor, which was a plot twist he absolutely did not see coming.